Yeah, because that's all we do in here.
We're going to start.
No, it's not. That's all you do in here. That's not what we do in here. We're looking for empirical evidence, Oliver, not your baseless claims. Yeah, we are.
You aren't.
Yeah, we are. Look, Oliver, I'll demonstrate it. Show us some empirical evidence that the Earth is a spinning ball.
What, in terms of if I abandon the skeptical position?
Question. You can never just answer the question, can you? Oh, what do you mean? Blah, 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 blah. Do you mean? Blah, 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 blah. Exactly. Empirical evidence, Oliver.
I've shown you, so I've shown you guys.
Demonstrating the point. You say you don't ask for empirical evidence. I just ask you for empirical evidence, and you just avoid it again.
I've shown you possibly. I've shown you.
Given us nothing. You said it could possibly be this with absolutely no evidence whatsoever.
Not even 2 seconds to respond.
Because I know what you're saying. I can tell within the first bleep.
Okay, tell me exactly what I was going to say verbatim.
Just the same shit you've been saying for the last 20 minutes. Nothing at all.
So I was going to say the same last shit I've been saying for 20 minutes.
Come on then, spoilers. Give us a pearl of wisdom, Oliver. Come on.
The again, like probably the best piece of video evidence that there is. It was that high altitude rocket launch that like just went up into low Earth orbit.
Katy Perry?
No, not Katy Perry. Do they even do a?
Was it William Old Bill?
See, this just now is your first attempt to actually try to present something.
It was dudes in a rocket.
Ah,
easy.
Sounds like a cool story, bro.
When they were shilled into going up, Dude Perfect, yeah, because they can throw basketballs and do all sorts of stuff. Those guys, I thought that was brilliant.
Who was throwing basketballs in this video I just shared?
No, Dude Perfect. The people that also went up in the big palace. There's been a lot.
It's taken 30 minutes to actually get to a claim. But you're finally attempting to provide some evidence for something, but you don't seem to know what it is. But you can post it in the chat if you can.
I just did.
Bring up what you're talking about.
I was hoping it was the William Shatner.
It's your members that are spamming the chat just after I posted it.
You got everybody excited about the William Shatner stuff.
All right, so he's posted it. So
if you
someone take it on.
Making sure there's no 2 reference frames, yeah, because for the Blue Origin stuff to occur, the Earth can't.
It's not Blue Origin. It's not Blue Origin.
The 1,000 miles an hour the gentleman has previously claimed that we feel that even though we can't feel it, yeah, it can't. And if there's 2 reference frames when this thing goes up, there's another interesting contradiction in your theoretical story that you present, yeah? As you try each fix and patch you put on it.
Adam, have you watched the video?
Have you done the math on that? Because it says 56 miles, according to the globe model, that wouldn't be high enough to see curvature. So you might want to check that. You might want to check your math.
Wait. Where are you getting that from?
Well, I'm just scanning the chat. I've not actually watched the video because I'm on the phone, but I'm seeing one from Oliver, and it says 56 miles above Earth. 56, right?
Yeah, 56.
Yeah, well, we have planetarium directors, PhDs, Neil deGrasse Tyson, saying that you wouldn't see curvature of the Earth from even at 250 miles.
Okay, I want to see that source. Because I don't think that's true at all.
Let's see that source.
Okay. Well, can someone in the chat post the
source your own claim.
Post the planetarium guy talking about it. What's his name? Larson.
It's always somebody else do it.
We did it on QE Live last week. Cyclone. Yeah. We showed that exactly.
Post it in the chat. Exactly. Yeah. This is known. So your example will most likely just be some kind of lens
Okay, so I don't want to talk over
Distortion.
anybody, but
I just
just talking about the 56 mile, and
I just
Okay,
posted
okay,
this in the
right.
side chat.
I would urge each and every one of you, when you go to take your next commercial flight, and I think roughly speaking, you reach around 30,000 feet in a commercial flight, grab your water bottle that they give you, hold it up to the window outside your cabin. If you can see the horizon or Earth's landmass, you'll see that the water level is flat and the Earth curves.
No,
Okay,
the Earth
but
is
it's not.
observably flat from
You
that
can say
height.
all you want. I'm just asking every one of you to run that experiment.
Yeah, no, I've done that. I've done exactly that. I've been on planes, and no, the horizon is just flat. And also, because you were requesting it, Necros in the chat is posting stuff relating to the claimed altitude and visibility of the curve.
By the way, Neil deGrasse Tyson isn't talking about the ISS there or the height of this rocket.
It's talking about 350,000 feet height, though, or 300,000 feet. Virgin Galactic. He's talking about the Virgin Galactic, yeah. He said he did the calculations, and you wouldn't see the curvature of the Earth from that height, 300,000 feet.
Okay, so why can I see it from this height?
Well, they're using a GoPro. I mean,
Also,
you've got barrel
you
distortion.
guys.
Yeah.
Oliver,
right. Okay. There's another. By the way, there's another.
Oliver.
Oh, for God's sake! Say something substantive.
Oliver, you just claimed, why can I see it from this height? So the question is, we're not decrying you see something. So what are you seeing? That's surely the bigger question. Not to call you delusional. Yeah, I'll accept that you're seeing it. So what are you seeing then?
Right. This is the problem when we talk about barrel distortion and the curvature could be warped by the camera and things like that. Do you understand that the major problem which appears is why the hell are we just seeing seemingly a portion of the Earth on a flat Earth? Why the hell would that be happening?
You mean, I didn't ask that. I asked you, what are you seeing?
No, guys, think. Why?
Now he wants to see forever.
I'm
thinking, brother. I'm thinking.
This is what he's seeing, Adam.
Seeing to make this differential. What are you seeing out of the window that tells you it's curving? What
And please differentiate time.
Re-entry time doesn't tell you anything, does it? Certainly not what you don't see re-entry time. Not sure how that helps Oliver in his struggle against reality.
Fucking dumbass.
Yeah, I know.
Okay,
I put you down so quickly.
Hold on 2 seconds, guys. Right, I'm gonna jump off for a bit. So one of the FE mods, whoever's in, keep this on the rails. Good to hear you all. Good to hear you, Adam. Have a good night.
Cyclone enjoyed it.
I'll catch you in a bit.
Cheers, Cyclone.
Good stuff.
Adam, so the thing is, well, anyone in this chat, why are we just seeing a portion of the Earth with a pretty rectilinear lens as well? Why are we just seeing a portion of the Earth? It's with
Yeah, so you can only see a particular distance.
Linear lens, is it curved? The images that support your globe paradigm are curved. That's why you invoke them, aren't they? Yeah.
What? Have you even looked at what camera they use?
So they're all flat then? Is that what you're telling me?
No, it's like the human eye.
Are they right? So they're either flat
Is the human eye
or
flat?
they're curved. Which is it?
Right, Adam, is the human eye flat?
Curved? Come on, one or the other.
Adam, is the human eye flat?
No, flat or
Oliver
curved.
is the
Right, I think
horizon.
that's a genius question, actually.
What image are you getting? What are you saying is flat or curved? Is it flat or
Yeah.
is it curved? In your
What are you asking here?
You invoked, we've looked through rectilinear lenses. So I'm asking you, when you look through them, what do you see?
Orthographic perspective.
Of what? Are you seeing orthographic perspective? Are you on
Oh,
special
man.
day? Is it happy window night? What the hell? You don't know your shit, do you, son? You don't know what you're talking about. You're an embarrassment, mate. That's shameful. When
Care to
I look
explain?
out and see Bubba Shrimp
Adam,
through
Adam.
an orthographic perspective, you dumbass.
Adam,
Don't
stop
know,
spurging out.
Dude, there's a time where somebody should go, oh, I've made a complete tit of myself. Let's stop
Adam,
now.
Adam,
Now's that time. Do it, Oliver.
Adam.
You step
right,
in it,
explain.
Oliver.
No, don't appeal to me. The room's telling you. Listen.
Or did I just bring up a fancy word and you get scared?
Yeah, as I look through the lens of the camera, the orthographic view that was revealed to me told me the Earth was fucking curved. You absolute mong. You're so far out of your depth. If you're going to defend that if you continue, it just confirms my point.
He still doesn't get it, Adam.
No, dumb ass.
Right. So can you look up the actual...
that Oliver, really, dude, you need to go away and figure out what you just said. It's embarrassing.
Can you
Really embarrassing. It's like,
Adam.
oh, dude, why did you say,
Adam.
dude?
You know what's
can't
more
carry on.
irritating is you talking over him.
No,
Yeah,
he needs to deal with it.
it's just
why am I saying
desperation.
this, Oliver? I know you've got a little white knight going, what about somebody that's over talking? No, I'm pointing out.
Adam,
dumbass
I know, Adam,
Just come
I know
at me
everything
now.
is a...
Please.
Adam, calm down.
No,
Adam,
I'm perfectly
chill out.
calm, dude. I'm perfectly
Okay,
calm.
well,
You
well,
over talking
then
me won't stop me putting the point back to you. So
I haven't been
carry on
able
a
to
little bit
talk.
if you want, and we over talk each other, or I'll put the point back to you. So,
Yeah.
why are people laughing at you in the room? Why is it so dumb, the thing you said? Because that'll get us back on track, won't it? Why what you said is so stupid that people have even interjected to go, oh, he doesn't even get it, Adam. Yeah? What is it that...
Well, this
you
is
don't even get?
Grandpa here, and I don't think it was stupid.
That sounds about right.
There's a lot for it, doesn't it? That, from my little experience this evening...
I think he's doing
that
very
doesn't
well
help.
against you, sir.
That doesn't help Oliver, does it? So, Oliver, why
Just
is
saying,
it...
he has a
Okay. Yeah. See,
Like you can perceive depth with a camera, but when we're talking about a rectilinear lens, it's just you see a rectilinear perspective. Like, what's wrong with that?
that's not what you said.
What perspective is that?
What do you mean? What did I say?
I don't know,
What did you
Oliver.
say?
What did you say? You said it, mate, didn't you?
Do flat earthers ever elaborate on what they mean?
My lord, yeah. What did you say?
No,
Did you
what I mean, what
Oh.
did you said,
Hold
Oliver?
on. Did he say almost graphic or orthographic? What was it?
I said Boolean.
No, that's not what you said. It was
There you go.
no. It had the word graphic.
Sorry. I said logarithmic.
No, you didn't even say that.
No.
Logarithmic view?
I said exponential. Sorry.
Exponential.
Exponential.
And you didn't say that either.
Right. Should we stick? Should we
Don't
stick?
know if you'll hear, do you?
Should we stick with the point anyway? Did you look at the camera?
What was the point, bro?
Did you? Okay, Did you look at the
Back up
camera?
into that strap on.
Did you look at the camera used?
Was that the logarithmic view?
It was the exponential one.
I'd go with the exponential view. It's one of my favorite views of reality. The exponential view. It's what? How does things look exponentially, Oliver? When I view them exponentially.
Sounds like mic feedback.
Oh Jesus fucking hell! Your mic is loud. Who was that?
I'll ask you again, just because of your mic problems. So, when I look through at things exponentially, how do they look?
If you're looking exponentially, it looks logarithmic.
I like it. That makes absolutely zero sense. But poetically, it almost rhymes, doesn't it?
Adam, can you tell me what?
No, Adam, nothing. Have you heard yourself, Oliver? Yeah, don't Adam me. Exponentially, when I look at things exponentially, it looks logarithmic. Really? That makes sense.
Yeah.
You glue sniffer. I'll have a bag. I'll have 2 bags of whatever you're on. Dude, your perception of reality is just nonsense.
Adam, I'm going to ask.
Adam nothing. Don't
I'm going to
Adam
ask.
me,
I'm going to
son.
ask.
Don't you Adam
I'm going to
me.
ask.
No, you
I'm
not.
going to ask.
Go on.
I am going to ask.
Pathetic weasel. Go on.
Are you on Universal Credit?
Yes. Yeah, I am.
How did I fucking know?
Yeah. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. I think anybody in this room...
Thank you for the honesty.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm on. Universal Credit, which, just for anybody who's American, is basically the equivalent of welfare.
Shame.
Listen to the psychic Oliver. Oh, he's called me out, ladies and gentlemen.
Always knew you were on the dole.
I think he's
God damn you pesky rascals. You've undone my petard, Oliver. So if I was on the welfare or on Universal Credit, what would that have anything to do with the arguments that I've put to you this evening?
Because it tells me why.
Are you just a social racist? You prejudiced against certain.
If you want to call me that,
is that your
exactly a piece of shit?
You fulfill a stereotype.
Oh my god, you're a piece of shit. I'm putting him on mute. Piece of shit.
Yeah, every time he gets owned, right? He gets wrecked in a debate. He turns on the person. Right, last time he got wrecked by Necros and us in the home server, and Necros's kid made a little sound in the background, and he started trying to make out like Necros was a bad parent. He's like, "Go attend to your kid. He's in need." This guy is an absolute piece of shit, absolute scum of the earth. He does it every time, because every time he comes in here, he gets wrecked, and then he turns on the person and tries to make it personal.
Exactly, and when he did that, he lost. But he'd already lost, but that was just nails in the coffin, man.
Well, I have a newfound disrespect for that.
I'm going to call that 6 and a night. That was interesting. No argument. I'm on welfare. What are your values if you actually attack somebody? You know, there's the use of the N-word, where if you use it, it says a lot more about you. This is exactly the same thing. You're the kind of piece of filth that thinks somebody, if they end up having to have state subsidy because of hard times, that they're of a lesser intellect. It says so much about you, Oliver.
Okay, to be fair, he didn't say that you're of lesser intellect because you're on the state dime. He
Why
just
did he raise
guessed
it then?
and asked and said that you fit a stereotype because of it. But he didn't say anything negative about it.
Irrelevant to anything that we're talking about, so it was
The
worthless
negativity
even
was
mentioning.
implied.
Where everyone really heavily relies on whatever Oliver does for society. How would we ever get by if Oliver didn't pull the handle on a machine that puts the lids on the Coke bottles? Holy shit.
See, now I have to ponder. And I have to juggle my destiny on whether just because I have a fresh 6-pack of wet fish and the opportunity presents itself in here to slap people like Oliver with one of them, you know, and the temptation is great, you know, to see at the lows that some people choose. I feel like sometimes I'm fighting fire with fire if I choose that. Nevertheless, I don't know about Oliver. Next time he's in here. You know what I mean? Might go a different gear because it's fun.
I say there's points where I think on Flat Earth Debate we've called people wankers, okay, and there's lots of that level of disingenuousness tonight. But what I just witnessed tonight, guys, yeah, it's a level of prejudice, a level of attack, yeah. So as a working class boy, yeah, I understand that insult that's being put to me. I don't need to defend it. It's pathetic. But I will highlight how pathetic it is and the prejudice and bigotry in the person that throws it must have to think it's some kind of attack at me. Like I say, Oliver, it shows so much about you, son. You thinking people who are on hard times are scum and their opinion's worth nothing. Shame on you, sir. But thanks for highlighting it. That's the last resort of your argument as to why we live on a frickin' spinning space pair.
You know, that is some of the resolve for me, is the understanding of how Oliver looks. Right? So how he exited was his choice, right? And the character and the shade and the color that he decided on, right? So that's going to be his world audience anywhere he goes. That's going to be on him. Well, and by his own admittance, you know, he didn't have much by way of standard to begin with. So I guess all kinds of things get in.
Well, the only thing that he can be sure of about anything is that he's having an experience, apparently. That's it. But what he's having an experience of is in doubt. But I don't even know why he bothers to come here and argue that the Earth's a globe, because he can't be certain it is, even if he felt like he had some sort of proof.
Well, that's what's so delightful, is the way that the globe is getting represented these days. Low standard is common. Turns out it's just paper mache. It's nothing to it. Kind of sad. So many hats are hung on it. Yep, you Globers are sounding weak.
Elbow, are you here? You just muted instead of unmuted. Well, if you can hear me, Elbow, you are unbanned from FED.
Yay!
When I asked if he was here, he went on mute, so I feel like he muted instead of unmuted.
He's like, oh god, I'm gonna be unbanned from FED. Oh fuck, what do I do?
He asked to be. What are you talking about?
What have I done? Why did I ask for this? Oh no.
Clearly, his offense was not enough to keep him permanently banned.
It's because my appeal to QE that he was unbanned. Righteous, he's all about giving people chances, so it was no problem.
Yeah, try harder next time.
Didn't he just ask QE himself?
Who?
Ah, well, that's neither here nor there. Don't matter.
He did ask QE himself. QE asked me to appeal to QE to Righteous to get him unserver banned.
Gotcha. Now he's running scared. He's like, I gotta go back to FED. Better mute up. Nah, he's probably just doing something else.
Yeah, maybe he realized that he was unmuted when I asked him if he was here, and he was like, oh shoot, gotta mute.
Or maybe you just simply have the ability to mute by saying someone's name.
I'm powerful.
Is there a map that flat earthers generally agree upon?
The NRMA's Guide to New South Wales. It's pretty cool. I like that one. It's a
Like
bit it's a bit
Ordnance
old. But,
Survey.
It's a serious question, though, and I'm asking in good faith.
Yeah, where are you going?
You asked where am I going?
Oh, you're asking for a map?
I'm just asking, like, is there a map that, generally speaking, most flat earthers agree with?
Bunches of maps.
That doesn't answer my question.
I've not heard not one single flat earther, right, that's ever disagreed with the London Underground map. They all think it's real.
Sorry, a map of the Earth. I should have been more specific, since I'm asking in good faith, but you guys are not responding in good faith.
Your question needs to be more specific.
We're answering your question, bud.
I can't speak for everyone, but the map to your sister's house is quite nice.
Oh, shit.
Somewhat efficient.
Range of solid answers.
Was that drawn on a napkin from Hooters?
Well, I'm glad you're here, because you can take over, can't you? 6-0. Last time I stopped keeping count, mate. They've been dropping like flies all night.
How long you been here?
Fun. Oh, quite a while. Jedi's been and gone. He gave me 4-0. Right. So, point being, I want to review this. Right, my performance this evening.
Oh yeah, so we can we can sit here and go over how much of a sexual deviant you are.
There is that little bit. Then I want you there.
Strap on. And good grief.
That was appropriate, though.
Hell yeah.
Did you save the number? Did you save the live stream so we could review it?
Now, it's like tonight, like the past 4 hours.
Well, you got to go save that live stream.
I don't know how you do that. Jedi said he sent it me in something or other.
He sent it. Okay. Do you got DMs here? Did you check your DMs?
Let me look. Oh, there's lots of people. Ooh, that was at a 3 before, weren't there? Message requests.
Your boomer
Jedi.
is showing. Put that away, Adam.
Jedi. There we go. Yeah, it says a link here.
There you go. We'll save it for next week. We'll review
11:49. I was only just getting warmed up then. That's when I'm shouting 3-0. I got 3 to quit. Rage quit, mate. Gone. Boom. Told you.
Sorry, I missed it. I was busy.
Nah, well, shame on you.
I usually don't come in here till about this time.
Was that before or after the IPAs?
During.
IPAs. You're drinking beer tonight?
I'm right
change
into
up.
beer. I'm just right into beer at the moment, Flatsy. It's just like,
I understand the feeling. I like IPAs especially.
actually, having said that, me and the wife had drunk a bottle of Prosecco and Sauvignon Blanc before I started on the beers.
Oh my god.
It's part of the recovery program.
Oh
Can't
sure,
keep just
okay.
drinking wine, ad. You know what I mean? So hit the beers. Not fair. If I was to meet a baller, right, sober, it's not a fair fight, is it? It's just unfair.
Oh man. Maybe.
Oh, let's listen back on QE Live on Tuesday and we'll see, won't we?
Is that when we're going to do it?
Yep.
All right.
We've torn apart Brian. I've been waiting for somebody to have a go at me, and I thought, well, there you go. I've stuck myself out. I didn't mean to. It's just been fun. I've really enjoyed it tonight. It's been good fun.
Well, make sure you get the time down, and then when you send it to me before Tuesday with a time hack when it starts.
All night. I'm drunk. You can't hold anything to me. You're the grown-up adults right now.
That wasn't an answer, a coherent answer to my request.
No, but it was a pathetic mitigation for you to do something.
I'm not doing anything. You're doing it.
That's why I'm appealing for you to do so.
I'm not doing it. It's your video review. You friggin' time hack that thing.
But it could be a roast. That's why I'm leaving it to you.
I have to go searching for when you start the bagak.
4 hours ago.
That's not going to work.
Oh, mate, this is an epic sequence of baller destruction. It's worthy of 3 or 4 weeks of
Here,
QE Live.
I'll help you get started, Adam. Just click on one of those YouTube bots up top, and they'll have a link to the YouTube, and you can go there and see which one is live now, and if the same one has been live the whole time, and you can find 4 hours ago better and easier than anyone else, because you'll know what was happening in that time frame.
Has already been clipping it.
There you go. Jedi sent it me. I've just posted it in Master B. Job done. Boom.
Jedi coming in clutch.
Yeah, he probably posted the entire link and didn't timestamp it.
It's 4 hours. Absolute meeking gold.
The entire video is 12 hours long, Adam.
I'm the best third.
Oh boy.
Yeah, better play that back at double speed then.
That way you can play.
That only takes 6 hours.
A 4-hour video. Just remember that every 5 seconds takes, every 5 minutes takes 30 minutes of review.
Hey, I'm putting my neck on the block, aren't I, when I invite this? This is not... I'm going to
Yep.
get my ass torn.
So I hit the link. 11 hours, 59 minutes, and 56 seconds. It starts at 000.
I don't know. Jedi. That's what I'd say. He's the daddy of this place in terms of that. He'll sort us out. Sorted me. Well, don't critique me. If you're too scared to critique me, QE, and the effort it involves, get that small bit of video, even though I've at least given you half of it. Bring it on.
He's trying to say that you're scared, so you'll go do
really.
it.
I have never been manipulated before in my life.
Aren't women supposed to be doing that?
Yeah, that's what I thought it was when he first started speaking.
Well, get on then. Get on.
Who, me?
The other thing you'll notice if you bother to listen to it is I give a couple of little excerpts from the book.
I've been doing that for the past.
One of them made the guy run away. It was brilliant. As I was saying, why
I've
are
been
we
doing
writing
that for the past 3 years.
I missed the insult. I'm sorry.
I didn't insult you. I said I've been doing that for the past 3 years.
Oh, well, yeah. Yeah, but that's before we wrote the book. That you.
Yeah, that's true.
So does it count?
Guess what I gave him yesterday? I'll show you. You in chat?
I can't see chat.
Why not?
Because I'm not very good in this. Wait there.
You just hit the chat bubble where right next to where you mute and unmute. There's a chat bubble there. Or if you're on PC, it's at the top of the list. There's a little chat bubble that you hit.
I put it in there at 51 minutes after the hour for you.
I like how all baltards now are booger eaters. And your argument for that is pristine. If one of you eats your boogers, then all of you do.
Yeah, isn't it? Yeah, I just follow up their stereotype fallacies and just put it onto them.
That is some sound logic.
I know it is.
Yeah, see, I didn't go that far. The bit I read, it's a bit like this, isn't it? It's just literally to state the king and queen and their roles in natural science.
Ah, you did the king and the queen, did you?
Oh, yeah. And they ran, mate. Honestly, it was hilarious. You need to see it. Because I'm just saying, I'll read a bit. They come in, they run away. It's like a little bit, somebody else runs away.
You want to hear this, Jim? Because it's coming up in the book, Most Ricky Tick. You know that I gave it to you. I stated it as in the hopper. I unhopperized it and weaponized it. You want me to give you a little run through?
I need a heads up at least.
Yeah, Baltard booger eaters. If the atmosphere, contradiction in terms, spins with the Earth, which, by the way, violates Boyle's law, Charles' law, Gay-Lussac's law, Avogadro's law, parts of Dalton's law, the second law of thermodynamics and Brownian motion, then all we'd have is a single rotating non-inertial reference frame. Okay, well, from Britannica.com, the Coriolis force, also called the Coriolis effect, in classical mechanics, an inertial force described by the 19th century French engineer and mathematician Gustave Gaspard Coriolis in 1835. So, asshat booger eater baltards. If the atmosphere spins with the Earth, that would render the Earth and the atmosphere, the paradox, one constantly accelerating non-inertial reference frame. If that be the case, then how can you have an inertial force, Coriolis force, without an inertial reference frame? It's like having a peanut butter and jelly sandwich without the peanut butter or jelly.
That's it.
You ignorant friggin' mongs.
Well, let me tell you.
That's it.
That's the middle of chapter 7, baby.
That's going to be end of chapter 7, baby.
That's going to be difficult. But,
well,
but we do the difficult. That's not a problem. I'm just saying.
We could spruce it up.
Moving up.
Yeah? We'll spruce it up.
Yeah.
We'll have to take you ignorant friggin' mongs out.
It's your fault anyway. For saying, yeah, baby, easy chapter coming up.
Yeah, I know. I always, we're just, this one has to leave scorched earth. This one scorches the earth. This one right here, I love it. You know what somebody told? You know what? That doofus idiot is in here. After I posted it yesterday, he said, "QE, you got to be the dumbest bastard in here. All inertial forces only exist in non-inertial reference frames." Right there, twonger, dumbass, right there. That was his rebuttal.
That's what I've noticed this evening. How rude the ballers are. I mean, they'll load a statement with insult and ad hom before they even get to any point which they struggle to ever make. Very noticeable.
Wait, that's exactly what Quantum Eraser just did.
What's that?
No. He can back his stuff up. When he throws an indictment like that, it's substantiable. Yeah, that's not what I was talking about. I'm talking about my engagement this evening. It's really odd stuff. But if you feel that what QE just said was not correct, maybe highlight which part of the indictment you took objection to.
There's no way out of this one. I got about 50 more of these. Oh, Helioskeptic. Oh, thanks, man. Helioskeptic did your work for you, Adam. He time-stamped it.
I'm that kind.
Wasn't that kind of him to do that? Let me test it out.
I want Oakley in on this. Let's have a proper roast. Yeah, because the only time I've ever done it was in that strange Israeli interview against McToon, where I wasn't allowed to argue, and I just had to. I didn't know my arse from my elbow there. So this is worthy of a good attack. In terms of it's a flat Earth debate panel member that says you should do this. Well, let's see if I do it. I want to see if I hold true. It'd be funny.
We'll do it.
Yeah. Tuesday. I think I've got diarrhea actually on Tuesday.
Let's see if I pulled it up. Let me see if he's got it. Who was your first victim?
I don't know.
You don't remember their name? Hold on. Out of curiosity, that was your first statement?
That's me trying to get back in.
Oh, so you were in before that?
If that's a Meekin phrase that you're using a dialogue from, then that sounds like me getting back in, not introducing. The reason when I got in, there was some retard who was saying, somebody had been saying that there's no substantial difference. No, Flat Earth was saying push, pull. So gravity pulling shit down. Maybe I could just describe it as something pushing it down. That'd be just as even.
That was Oliver a couple hours ago. That was Oliver.
Yeah. So they went on for a bit, and I ended up just going in. Basically, my point was putting in rudely, out of frustration, going, "How does this spastic even operate a door?" You just argue with him and go, "No, they're commensurate with each other," whilst he pushes the door that you have to pull. Yeah. So that's when I came in, and then I was quiet for a bit.
No, I see. Out of curiosity, I don't see you before this. Let's hear you. 1 second.
I should be there for bits. I did gobshite for quite a while. It was me.
Shut up, Adam. I'm trying to listen to you on video.
What, in the past?
Yes. Did you ask how kangaroos mate?
Oh yeah. So go back. Because that's actually quite important.
Yes, that's where I got you. That's where Helioskeptic got you.
Probably about there, to be fair.
Yeah, it's about there because I don't see you. I don't see you before. Relax. Relax. I don't see you before that.
That's fine. It's probably about there.
Yeah,
how do they do it from behind or face to face? Kangaroos.
You sexual deviant. You
deviant.
I didn't. As no deviant. I'm not saying how would you do it to a kangaroo. I asked how kangaroos do it. Yeah. Does the tail create issues? They're big tails.
You are a deviant, dude. Flatsy pegged you.
I like to think things through. That's all. Yeah, so that's about where I'd probably joined with any sailing.
All right. All right.
Yeah.
So let me do this. So I'll do this, and then I'm gonna send this to you personally, and then you send it to me on Tuesday.
Okay. You're sending it to me in Discord, and I've got to send it to you in Teams for Tuesday.
No, I'm going to send it to you personally in Teams.
Okay, cool.
So this is the timestamp.
The way you said teams was just riddled with such disdain.
I can't stand fucking Teams.
I think that's reasonable.
Yeah. So there you got it. So it's good.
Yeah, I've got
There
it,
you are.
mate.
So I can get out of this. Thanks. Yeah, if I don't answer you in Teams, you know I haven't been in there for a while, so just relax.
You said it the same way again.
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like when they try to fix things. Not they, as them, they and the royal they. When you try to fix things that aren't broken, it pisses me off.
My eyes are failing a little bit as I get older, and the transition from Skype on that screen, and I have a whole screen dedicated to that because it's the main flat of communication.
Yep.
Everything's small, and I can't really quite see it. I have to lean forward a bit. I can't expand it anymore. It's just not good for an old
Put that away, Adam.
Yeah.
Your boomer showing. I'm just playing.
No, it's terrible. I just dislike it. I can't stand it. But what are you going to do? I mean, that's it. It's over.
He's a bit boomerish, moaning about it, but
Yeah, and number two, I don't like change, which is also
look
a bit boomerish, I would suppose.
I've got an image. sent like looking at it. I've got an image of Field of Dreams.
Yeah, I sent it.
I need to know. Have you ever said "get off my lawn"?
No.
There.
No, I haven't. I sent that to you a long time ago, Adam.
24th of April.
That's a long time ago.
You see, it is now. Now
Yeah.
you're old.
Yeah, older.
That was 3 weeks ago.
Yeah. The Toroidal Field of Dreams.
Who was that? Yeah. I can't see it properly. That was the point. I still can't see that properly.
Yeah, I know. You have to double click it and make it bigger. I know that's what she said, but
You did say that. Yes.
is that 304? Yeah.
Thinking that. I was just thinking that, QE. How you doing?
Good.
Long time no see, brother. Hope all's well with
Yeah,
you.
where you been? Were you on vacation, taking sabbatical and shit? Or are you just checking on your GoFundMe for your sex change operation?
I think we were just two ships passing in the night. That's and just missed each other. I've been here. You getting some good weather, man? It's some shooting weather out here today in SoCal.
I'm telling you, dude. No, I got a tournament tomorrow.
How are you?
So this was a relaxing day for me. I got to go to bed early.
Oh, nice.
I usually don't do that a lot, but tonight I got to do it.
You cooking somebody right now, or what? What I miss?
No, Adam was cooking people for 4 hours, from what I heard.
Adam.
Yep.
They've just been reminiscing about the 1920s.
Oh my god! You just gonna sit there and take that?
Far off, unfortunately.
Yeah, they're not far off, right?
No.
Trouble is, you see, these old timers.
Hey, the OGs, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was OG when I entered it.
There you go. Is any ballers in here?
Let me check. No, your sister's not in here right now.
Right, I'm off to bed. QE, listen to it. The best bit I've just remembered, okay, is we get to the point of getting one of these ballers to give me scientific experimental evidence for gravity. He cites the Cavendish. I laugh my pants, asking what it's for. The room laughs. Then says, I'll come back within half an hour. This is when I'm trying to call 4-0. And Jedi says no, he's got half an hour. He comes back with like 2 minutes to go, and I still think it's not 2 minutes, so it'll be worth checking on the time log when we do redo it, whether he outstretched his half an hour. I think he did.
Okay.
When he comes back, he then tells me, that the scientific experimental evidence he's got for gravity is the Cavendish experiment. What does it prove? What was its purpose? It calculated the density of the Earth.
Is that what he said?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's right. Of course, that's stupid.
Yeah. I know it was stupid the second he said it. He didn't know how stupid it was when he said it. We spent 5 minutes me reiterating his statement for him to realise how stupid it was. It was brilliant. So, worthy.
Yeah. That was nice. Okay, well, we'll go. I'm not going to listen to it. I'll wait till Tuesday, so I don't,
You're not going to lie.
Second.
You're not going to lie. I like that. That's better.
No, I'm not going to look at it because I want to hear it fresh.
I mean, by lie, I mean that when I say I'm not going to like you, I'm not going to watch it and then watch it again on QE Live and pretend I've yeah,
Yeah.
I have to have a reaction. It's.
I'll forget about it by Tuesday. Probably Tuesday morning, I'll say, "Oh yeah, we're doing that." That's what's going to happen.
Thanks for that. Makes me feel special.
No, it's okay. Well, you'll be special on Tuesday. That's good. If you got to go, you got to go.
Point where the only point I leave on, there is a final point. Remember, halfway through for no reason, Klein comes in, calls me a deviant. Randomly, it was worth watching. Just on a troll basis alert.
Brian doesn't come in here.
Klein. There she is. Let's see.
Oh, Flats. Klein. Just say
Because
Flatsy, dude.
Because he said it was a strap on for the globe. So I called him a deviant.
The strap on.
Yeah, this is the family show.
What was the strap on for the globe, Adam?
I can't remember. It's just I was trying to be colourful, you know. There'll be some or other. You know what they're like? They have to have these strap-ons, yeah, that excuse contradiction. That's what they're. I don't know what that one was. They're one of many. We'll see, won't we?
Yes, we will.
Right.
It has something to do with the.
I don't want to see that.
You want to see the strap on? Yes, you do. Bye, Adam.
Yeah, God bless. Good night. Before I go, thank you, everyone. It's been really good fun this evening, and I'll see you again soon. Take it easy.
All
Later,
right.
guy.
That's out, gentlemen.
Bye, Adam.
Too late. He left 3 seconds ago.
I had to be quiet going next to my husband. He's taking a nap right now. Can't even do the dishes that we messed up for dinner because he's in there on the couch taking a nap.
Oh,
Ain't no we. You messed up.
You're just gonna make too much noise, huh?
Yeah, because everything is in such a tight space in this camper. So if I go in there, I'm gonna wake him up for sure.
Right. Yeah.
Actually, it's pretty funny that he's taking a nap on that little couch. But he definitely loves it because it's right under that air conditioner. He's covered up with one of Booger's blankets, and it only covers up just his torso.
Yeah. Too funny.
And Charlize is back there in their little bunk bedroom, bugging the crap out of Booger. I could see him if I lean over from where I'm at in our room. It's just a straight shot.
Nobody said y'all could be quiet. Keep going.
So why is it so dead? Did Adam kill the whole vibe?
We're still
No,
here.
that'd be
All right.
you, QE. You're the one who makes everything awkward.
That's what she said.
Yeah, everyone else got
If
used to
she's
not being able to get a word in, so they just tapped out.
if she is me, then she did say, indeed.
He's got to keep going though if he does that. Took the show over and then he just bailed. What the fuck?
Talking about Adam.
Yeah.
Oh, it's real late for him.
Yeah, he might got a little too tipsy. Lost his way.
And it's really late over there, man. What is it? 2, 3 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah, it'd be like closing time.
Yep.
Yeah. I was just ragging on him. I was barely even tuned in.
Oh yeah, I know. Adam's a good guy when he's sleeping.
So never?
Ballers would hate Adam because he's deliberate, right? He's measured and deliberate and slow. That probably would drive them up a friggin' wall.
Well, we had that Oliver guy he was talking to completely implode on his way out, so that worked.
Oh yeah, if they stay long enough, Adam, it's total destruction.
Yeah, he was taking huge digs at him, his personality, whatever, salting him as a parent.
Really?
Yeah, just super triggered.
I missed it.
Just catching bits and pieces of it. It was pretty funny. Pretty fine spiral.
I'll catch it on Tuesday, though.
I think Adam's okay because there's like people like drunks. I normally don't. I just can't stand people who are intoxicated. And I know it's my own personal hang up, because when I grew up, there's a lot of intoxicated adults. And I was like the youngest of the family, and just always feeling frustrated dealing with an adult and not knowing what the fuck's wrong with them. And then later on, figuring out they're just wasted. But Adam's like a friendly kind of like Michael Jerry sort of drunk, where it's like fun to be around, like like fun,
Yeah. He does tend to talk a little bit too much.
Yeah, he does that. But he was still pretty sharp with the baller earlier today.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
You don't want too fun of it, Uncle.
Okay, yeah, no innuendo of that type of crap, dude. Shut that shit down.
Hello? Can we get some good, the bad, the ugly music playing for our showdown?
The what?
The good, the bad, and the ugly theme for our showdown?
A Mexican standoff. Have you seen? I know a spoiler here, but the ugly wasn't even armed. Like he had a gun, but there's no bullets in it.
You're laughing at my horse. Thinks you're laughing at him.
That was Tuco.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you finally get it. Where'd you graduate from? Tuco Community College in Tobago. Where do you think I got that Tuco from?
Was it The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly?
Good movie by Sergio Leone, 1969 or 8.
Had Tuco in it.
Angel Eyes.
And Tuco.
Bundy.
Yeah, I like him. Always liked him. I just like the guy.
Lots of amazing stuff made in 1969, including me.
Yeah.
Woodstock?
By the way, QE, I got Elbow unbanned from FED.
Oh, cool. You got Wood Righteous?
I did.
Oh, cool. Thank you. Thanks for doing that.
Can you help me
problem.
get unbanned?
Are you banned?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Who has said that?
I'm banned too, but I'm okay with that. I got banned for witchcraft, practicing witchcraft.
Makes sense.
Yeah, it was fucking hilarious.
Did you know that scientists found out the exact date the world's going to end?
Yeah, I posted that news today. Didn't you? You got it, right?
No. We talking about?
Yeah, look in your DMs. That's the science and space news of the day.
What? Let me check.
Yes, I'm dead serious.
That's crazy. Hold on.
So I
Really,
told you there's value in the daily news.
So scientists did that, huh? What was the hypothesis?
Rob, you even responded to it. You put LOL.
Oh, that was where I seen it.
Yeah.
That was right before you started sniffing the glue for today. So what was the hypothesis?
Stupid,
Scientists figured it out.
stupid flat earthers.
It was
Stupid flat earthers, stupid your sister, stupid. So,
You believe
what's the
in a lie.
hypothesis for the? Shut the fuck up. What's the hypothesis for what they found?
You believe in a lie, dude.
Oh,
Save
shut
yourself.
up, dude. Shut your fucking mouth. Well, I'm trying to get the hypothesis, something that you wouldn't know what the fucking clue was because you're a dumbass.
Hypothesis? I don't even know what a hypothesis is.
Not you, Rob. I was talking to that other idiot. You still don't know what a hypothesis is. We know that. But wouldn't they have to have a hypothesis if they're scientists, right? If they figured out the end of the... Didn't Isaac Newton figure that out?
I know he had an apple. I know that much.
Newton said it was in 2060. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's when he stated it was in 20 after his
Well,
he
I must
wrote
have planned.
more on scripture than he did on pseudoscience. Did you know that? So Newton's end date. End date.
Him and his Newtonian laws.
In a 1704 letter, Sir Isaac Newton predicted that the world would end in 2060. Based on his calculations on biblical prophecies, particularly those found in Daniel, interpreting specific timelines and events as indicators of the end times.
What's interesting?
What's the over-under on that?
He picked a good book to go after it.
What's interesting about that too is he also highlighted the start of the end of the world. That he said March 2003. Something's going to happen, which he didn't. Like when they found the documents, they said this will be the start of the end. And you look, what happened? What was the big news in March 2003? Was the rollout of the Bush Doctrine, that America would no longer be defensive, that would start limited wars of aggression against people who are perceived as threats, which restarted the arms race.
My daughter was born in 2003. All right, fair enough. Predict the world in 2060. Yeah. 2060. I told you 2060. So what date did they come up with? What your space and time news? Idiot shit.
1 billion and a bunch of zeros, and then 2021.
How accurate was he?
Newton?
Yeah. Like, what's the percent chance this is going to happen?
It's not how accurate was he? Wouldn't we have to be in 2060?
I don't know. Do we?
Yeah, if you would have to evaluate. Are you sniffing glue again?
That's only if you go by Newtonian physics.
Newtonian. That's a paradox. There is no Newtonian physics.
Great Scott, Quani.
There never was any Newtonian physics, and even if there were, it would already be debunked by your boy Albert.
We must go back to 2015.
You know what's interesting?
Yeah, what physics? If he did physics, then there would have to be some type of experiment and a hypothesis that he did. Can you name one?
An independent variable.
Well, duh. Can you name a hypothesis? We'll get to the independent variable.
Oh, shit.
Just one. Just one.
Yeah, Einstein predicted the end of the world too. He wrote a letter to Roosevelt and said,
"You're on the hot secret.
If you do this," he told Roosevelt. I'm paraphrasing the letter. It's longer than this, but he basically told Roosevelt, "If you do this, if you drop that bomb on Japan, you will end the war. No doubt about it. The war's over. But World War III will be fought with weapons I cannot even imagine the destructive power of these weapons."
You couldn't even imagine a hypothesis, by the way.
Yeah, where's your fucking hypothesis?
He never had one. In any aspect, any topic. None. Zero.
Dude, this is an asinine conversation based off funny.
No, it's really, well, then it ain't science, so call it something else. I know. Let's call it Ducal Slopelgerts.
Ducal Slopelgerts?
That's right. It's not fucking science.
Damn.
He was never a scientist. Newton was definitely never a scientist.
Never.
Nope.
He was a card player. Two-hand mounted.
Yeah. Did a lot of good things with optics and calculus, but never a scientist. Never.
Yeah, I heard he collected rocks. That's about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck that guy, dude. He didn't do shit. You're the real scientist, quantum eraser.
I'm not. I did more. I formulated more hypotheses than he ever fucking did. I'll tell you that.
I know. I can't believe you said that. I know you have. I know you have. You're better than Isaac, dude.
Yeah.
I might have to leave. I gotta go play LeBron when I want to school him real quick.
Oh no.
All right, so what's up, man? It's Friday night. Let's have some fun. I see you guys got some competition.
Yep. Your sister's ankles.
Grab them. Pop your Cialis, bro. She's on her way. I'll be there in 45.
You'd know.
Yeah, I bought the Uber. So what do we got? Anything new today? It's like flat earth is on the menu. See if I have any recipes in my cookbook. It's got to be something I can stump you guys with.
Nope.
You know, a circle itself is a stronger object in diameter than a
circle's an
straight
object?
line. A round brick wall would be a structural building that is round is stronger than a straight line.
A lion. Okay, so a building's stronger than a lion. Thanks.
A line, not a lion. A line.
I said line. Pretty sure lines are conceptual, so thanks.
What I'm trying to say to you is, what if the Earth was flat? Okay, then if a meteorite was to hit the Earth, wouldn't it just shatter it like a sheet of glass and would all be doomed?
Well, good thing space doesn't exist, so don't have to worry about that.
If space doesn't exist, then what is on the outside of the dome? Said dome that you say that
You said dome.
or the container, or the container.
Dome, and you're matter, so you can't get out of a closed system to see what's outside of it.
Well, then what is
why
it?
are you scattergunning off into? Why are you going off into that? A minute ago it was meteor striking. Now it's you concede that there's some kind of enclosure, and you want to know what's beyond that. You're all over.
Flat earthers are all about speculation, okay? And for you to say that the Earth is flat, but yet you don't know what's outside.
Yeah, that's why we basically. Yeah, that's why we pretty much have speculation banned 6 days out of the week because we're all about it. That's all we do.
What do you mean 6 days of the week is banned?
You can't speculate in here. They don't like that. We get pissed.
Yeah, don't do that at all, dude. Have you been paying attention to anything?
Yeah, he probably.
It's hard.
Yeah, you might not know. We only speculate on Sunday. That's it. We call it Speculation Sunday.
Oh shit! These guys are serious?
Yeah, that's serious. 100%. We like if you're speculating outside of Sunday, you have to frame it as a speculation, and there can't be any other conversation going on, and you have to constantly rehash or restate that this is a speculation, because otherwise it gets confusing if people are speculating and it's not Speculation Sunday.
Yeah. Is that a real thing? Is that a real thing? Or are you just bullshitting me?
Yes, it is.
Jesus Christ, man! We just told you for like 25, 40 seconds, whatever.
But wait, is that just in this Discord that's a rule, or that's a flat earther rule across
That's
the board?
what we do. We leave the speculating aside for Sundays. Every other day, we try to stick with proof.
So that's only in this Discord, or is that all? Is that all?
No, it's just this place, man. Come on, man. We ain't that complicated, bro.
Wait, I'm seriously confused. Is it actually this place, or are you being sarcastic?
You're not going to ask, dude. If you ask that again, I'm going to mute you, man. This is not that. It's not even that interesting of a point. It's not worth belaboring this much. It's just we speculate on Sunday. That's it. The end. What else do you want to know?
I thought I was just trying to help him out, like be a cool dude, like, hey, bro, heads up.
Yeah,
you
can't help him out.
I'm sorry, Heretic.
It's a fool's
Okay, here's another question. If the moon, what's the difference between a full moon and a half a moon? How can you still get them if it's meant to be flat? How do you get that shadowy effect?
What the fuck? What?
Yeah, well,
you're talking about the moon phases? Moon phases?
Yeah, but why would you get phases unless it's a round object? So is the moon a round object?
Holy shit! You think that moon phases are caused by the Earth casting a shadow? The moon. So you're not even up to date on your own lore, dude.
Yeah, dude.
You don't even know your own belief.
I never said that. I never said that it casts its own shadow. It's where the sun is in correspondence.
It's got nothing to do with it.
The Earth has nothing to do. The moon doesn't get a half a moon from the shadow of the Earth. That's retarded.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling you.
I never said that. Yeah, but you're disdaining that and putting things in my mouth. I never said that at all. Which is starting to think that you don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so
I could teach you things. I could teach you things about flat Earth to prove to you
Holy shit, dude.
that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, just a runaway train now. So what did you want to say? That's what I thought. You have no clue.
Yeah.
Just endless jibber jabber.
Then how high is the moon above the Earth in the flat Earther world? Then, like, how high is it? Because obviously, if the Earth's not casting a shadow, then how do you get?
What?
Yeah.
Dude, you're back to the Earth casting a shadow thing. Nobody knows how high it is. No claim.
So no one knows how high the sun or the moon is. But yet it's meant to be
Nobody's making a claim to it, dude.
The flat
Nobody's making a claim. Nobody's making a claim to it. It's unnecessary.
But I've seen the videos of flat Earth, how it's the sun and it moves around, the flat Earth, and then that's how you get the different.
Nobody's making a claim to it.
Obviously, it's hovering.
Yeah, nobody's making a claim to it. The mechanisms of the moon, how high it is. Nobody's claiming any of that stuff. Doesn't matter. It's irrelevant.
Heretics like Mace Windu.
It's irrelevant to proving the proposition that Earth is flat. Doesn't matter.
Okay, but then last question. Okay, then what does the government gain by teaching people that the Earth is round?
Your brain dead ass.
Wow. Every time I ask that, you flat Earthers can't answer.
How many times have you asked that question in here?
But I didn't get an answer. I just got abused last night.
I gave you an answer.
No, I didn't. I didn't get an answer last night. I just got abused. That's all I got was abuse.
Can I ask you a question?
You're just going to blindly take on board whatever they have to say. Whatever belief system they put out for you, you're just going to take it on. Yeah, so they got you.
Is this guy from Australia? Can I ask you a question, man? You sound like you're from Australia.
No, I'm from the UK, actually.
Oh, all right, sorry.
Manchester United. You're closer from Australia. What do you want to know? What's going on?
No, I thought because if you're from Australia, we can have you go outside and look up in the sky and tell us what stars you see.
Well, it's daytime right now. It's 10 past 11 a.m. in the morning. The sun's up.
Oh, yeah. How's that possible?
I can't do. Well, because it's nighttime where you are, isn't it?
Yeah, it's nighttime. How's
in
it
America?
Possible? I said. Yeah,
because you're on the other side. You're on the other side of the globe because the Earth is spun and the sun's where I am.
Okay.
Why? What's the answer? What were you going to say? What's the equation?
Oh, I agree. I was wondering.
No, you don't. Don't do that. Don't do that. You're better than that. Come on.
No, I'm not a flat earther. I'm not a flat earther. These guys hate me, dude. They probably hate me more than you.
Rob, what the fuck are you talking about? No one hates you.
Well, I mean, next to this guy, you actually look somewhat reasonable.
Oh,
he's doing a lot of favors. He's doing a lot of favors. So, yeah, he's helping you out, Rob.
Here come the insults. Okay, dude. Okay, whatever. Get it off your chest. I mean, you can only mute me for X amount of hours until
Start
tomorrow.
whining about mutes and bans. Yeah, do that.
Go on.
Well,
So
you'll be
you've done it.
sober. We're live streaming, so when you're sober, play this back and see what you think about how you sounded.
Well, wait a minute. Have you ever flown to the
Over.
United States of America, Mr. English guy? Have you flown to
Oh
the
no,
United States?
I've never left Australia because I don't have a passport.
Australia? I thought you said you're from England.
Yeah. Oh, I was just joking you.
You are from Australia.
Obviously Australia.
Yeah, I am. I told you. That's what I said to you.
Oi, mate. Jesus Christ, you got me.
No, I didn't. You're an incredible human being. Stop it.
Well, that's a simple way to do it. Just get someone. I guess you have to be like right now. You have to be in Peru or Argentina, Chile. Do the same test. There's no
But
one in
that's
here.
the thing, yeah.
There's no one in here. In Indonesia, or the Philippines, or China, or Japan, Russia.
This is what I said last time, right? Just quickly. I said, with all the modern technologies in naval vessels and shit like that, you would have thought some rich flat earther, some rich cuckoo flat earther, would have got his own yacht, loaded it full of supplies with Starlink internet, global internet, live streamed his journey to the edge of the said flat earth and documented it, right? And bada boom, theory just exploded. The truth is revealed, and everyone has the footage, and it's circular, and it's on the internet. It's viral. Can't stop it, right? The world's flat.
It's a
Whoa.
runaway train, dude. You don't even know what you came here to talk about. You don't even know.
That's what I'm going to talk about. How come a rich flat earther?
You don't even know what you came here to bring up. You don't
That's
even know
what I'm
what your
talking
questions
about.
are.
So you're just shooting me
Yes.
down. You're deflecting. You're deflecting.
Deflecting from what? It's just a run-on train of bullshit. It's just one jibber-jabbering, endless, like just nothing
To the
burning
other
into the next.
dude, that's a round earther. Did I just say anything, Jimmy? Did I just bring up a valid point that surely in the modern technology
Not
era
my
we
fault.
live in,
Not my
someone
fault,
could have
Nobody cares, dude. Nobody cares. Do you have anything on topic to say?
I thought that was on topic. Every door I open with you, you slam it shut and you call me
Because
a
you don't,
lunatic.
because you don't know how to discuss the topic, dude. That's the problem.
Remember the Matrix? It's like the Matrix Part 2. Remember? Every door opens up, more Smiths come out.
I'm just going to mute myself and just take a back step.
Yeah,
and just
meditate.
chill.
Yeah, meditate.
And just listen to you guys scream other people down that have an opinion on truth.
Yeah. Not the feelings.
That's what you do.
Yes. Some people are built for this shit, you know?
An opinion on truth.
I'm happy to sit here and listen to you guys scream at other people. All right, enjoy. Yeah. I'm just going to be here listening, but you're interested in how delusional you are.
What are we delusional about? Yeah, see, that's where the conversation ends. When you actually get to a point, that's when he'll stop talking. He only talks so that you can not be discussing a point. Just to take the room off a point.
You're not going to bully me,
It's
sir.
the only purpose in speaking in this room.
You're not going to bully me, sir.
Why start with that? Why start with no one believes you?
Well,
I own
no point
my
in following it
time.
up with anything then.
All I'm saying is I own my time, like the ripples in a pond.
Stick with that. Nobody's going to believe you.
Ripples,
Nobody's going to believe you. So, yeah, might as well just can it. We got SDFGH waiting in the wings to say something totally moronic.
That's collapse on a new account.
Collapse?
Or new name, yeah. I think so.
The destroyer of flat earthers.
Okay, that is true.
That's my name.
Okay, so you're collapse or... Because it sounded like you were agreeing with him on something he didn't say, so now, like...
Oh, yeah. Critical, no, because this guy just spams bullshit.
We talk about we just started. Rob said he really enjoyed the Science of Space News today. He's been talking about it all day with other people and brought it up again in this chat.
Oh yeah, shared it everywhere 10,000 times.
So you're being dumb, dude. This Science of Space News I post to many different people, many different servers. Your subjective take is so subjective, even you can't use it yourself. Fix that.
I got so much shit. I got notes written down. I got to fucking go on forever.
It's the guy who collapsed like 1,000 times over on space pictures.
You
came back and he kept trying the same cope like over and over again.
Just give me like 2 minutes. I'm typing with someone. Once I'm done, I'll destroy you too.
Doesn't work once, and then he just shows right back up with the same old canned cope.
I gotta reset my mic. Be back.
Well, maybe the panel's totally different today, and they won't know how to deal with it. Or maybe they'll just forget their rebuttal, and this time it'll work. I got pictures from space.
One second. Give me either. Okay, so do you guys want to talk about why you believe in a lie?
We have to believe this.
You believe the world is flat? That is a lie.
It's a lie.
Not a
A
belief.
lie is just a proposition that doesn't correspond with reality.
So somebody... Okay. Is that what it is? That's the definition of a lie, huh?
It's gonna be what it is in essence. Yes.
I think lying requires intent. So can you demonstrate that? Somebody's lying?
Yeah. Because nobody would make a certain or definitive claim on something they are not informed on without having some sort of intention that's going to be bad. Dude, I don't know why you guys reject the truth. I'm getting frustrated with this.
What's the
You
truth?
keep talking about beliefs.
The truth is...
You're asking us why we believe things.
The world is a globe. Okay. Positive claim. Can you demonstrate
That is
that?
a positive claim, yes.
Alright, fine. Go ahead. Back it up. Prove it.
I mean, there's multiple evidence for this. A couple being what you brought up earlier, being
Just use
the
one
picture.
proof. You don't need multiples. Just use one proof.
Okay, give me one
That's all
second,
it'll
sir.
If it's a fact, that's all it'll take.
Just one second.
Here come the space cartoons again.
Dude, no,
That's what he
just
does
give me
every
like a couple of minutes, please. I have to finish this.
Oh, he's developing his rhetoric finally.
No, I'm not.
Figured
It's
out
already
after
perfect.
failing like 16 times that he was failing.
Wait, every time that we do have a conversation, somebody jumps in and then it pivots and then I get muted because they get mad. That's what happens most of the time.
Well, let's fix that then. Let's get it so you're not making people mad anymore. We could test your claim. If your claim is people mute when they get mad at you, don't make sure that you're doing something that doesn't cause other people to get mad at you. Take agency for your own actions.
Wow.
Your own
But you
results.
mute people when you're losing, or you get.
Right. That is what I wanted to say. You guys do mute people when you lose.
What did I lose?
So, wait, that's the other day. Somebody made the claim that nobody has actually been to outer space. There's no videos of like rockets going to outer space. I'm like, what the fuck? That's a retarded claim. I can provide it. I think it was the woman. She's called Mommy something. And then the moment I sent in chat, I get muted and I get kicked. And the others are, by the way, the politics and religion.
Well, you're a demonstrated liar, so yeah, go ahead, T-Dub.
She was getting jumped.
That's why we live stream it, so we can test your bullshit. You lied. Definitely. That didn't happen.
Oh, so you're saying this never
Let
happened?
T-Dub's trying to get in here. Your mic's a little bit rough right now, though.
It's all good, man. Go for it.
No, try again. I think we can hear you now.
Yeah, I was just saying, he doesn't understand the difference between something that's claimed to be a thing and something that can be verified to be that thing.
Yeah. So can you back your claims with verification?
Just give me 2 minutes, guys.
Okay, that's what you did every single time. You just
No, that's not true.
I'm just going to take it as a no.
I'm trying to
gonna
finish the
I'm just going to take my W at this point. Well, I mean, you have no problem conversing with us.
I'm not conceding.
Yeah, no, but that's fine. I'm going to accept your concession anyhow because
I'm
you
not
have no
conceding.
problem. You've got absolutely no problem having a conversation with us when it's not about your proof that you don't have. As soon as it gets to that, oh, sorry guys, I'm busy right now. And then you just keep jibber jabbering on about anything but the thing we asked you about. So
has that ever happened before?
I'm calling your bluff out. You don't have anything.
I'm okay. You know what? Just give me like 2 minutes. That's all I'm asking for.
Yeah, just 2 minutes, and in 2 minutes it'll be 2 minutes more.
Okay.
Yeah. Just anything to stall from this stuff this proof that you can't provide, don't have, doesn't exist.
He's going to show it. He's going to show you the global Earth proof.
Well, you'll start talking right away, as long as it's not about that. He's not too busy to talk with us. He's just a bad liar.
Dude, I'm emailing my teacher.
See,
just
there
give
he
me
goes.
like 2 minutes, please.
Yeah.
Dude, what about your teacher and this server? Do the Flat Earthers and your teacher like Kanye West?
It's Friday. You don't have to do that right now.
Kanye West, dude?
Yeah, dude, I like his new song.
Yeah, that's not
His
Flat Earth.
Teacher, are you in grade school? I mean, what? There's no way you're in college.
Me?
Not possible. You wouldn't have got through orientation with the way you act.
Me?
Yeah, you.
No, the other guy.
I am in college. What do you mean?
Possible. Yeah.
Okay. I guess
They
you're gonna
sound
make
young,
personal
dude.
attacks.
They sound young now, dude.
You got upset by the Science and Space News. You think you make people angry. Any of this topics, if you were to bring this stuff up, this jargon, in a college classroom, they would get security to escort you off the campus, and you would not be able
Okay. I mean, my major is cybersecurity. So
See, look, you see this?
Still
If he was really too busy, he would not be able to have this conversation. He'd say, "Hold on, guys, I can't talk about my education right now. I've got to
I'm
finish
done.
this email."
I'm done.
Okay,
What
you're
do
done.
you mean? It's
Okay,
just an
all right.
email.
Okay, great. It's all done. So
Relax.
bring the proof. Bring the proof then. Let's get to
Okay,
that.
I mean, do you want me to bring the proof that I always provided before?
He's got another stalling tactic. Now he wants to know which proof
Hey,
we
so
want. It's whatever you got.
As we wait for his proof, can I ask you a question, guys? Can I ask other people a question?
Well,
Okay.
you're gonna see how eager he is to let you stall for him.
Dude,
Well,
I'm gonna
no,
put this picture that I've always had.
No,
It's gonna be an
I'm gonna leave
picture.
the floor open for him.
Here, easy. Like, why would I need to wait for this? What? You think I'm hiding?
Exactly what I said it was gonna be.
Here, I
Outer
sent the
space
picture.
Cartoons.
Oh, you're rejecting NASA, huh? You punk.
Rejecting NASA. You have to validate that that's what you say it is.
It is what I say it is because NASA makes the claim that it is, and they have provided evidence to show it.
Wait, so your claim is backed by a claim or evidence? Which one?
Well, the evidence is going to be the organization, which is the source, which is going to be the agent, right?
I got something to do at work. Crit, take over.
Yeah, the 1972
He's running away. He's
photo,
running away. He's running away. Look at him.
The 1972 photo doesn't match weather observations made
That's not
by
true.
at the time, and you don't need flat Earth to talk about that. There's people who at the time thought that was complete bullshit.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, you can look this up. The atheists of the 1960s took the Apollo program to court repeatedly, saying, prove that, prove it, over and over again. And it never happened. It never brought the proof.
Yeah, because they reject the truth. You do realize that, right? Just because a flat earther sued a company doesn't mean the company's wrong.
The atheists did. The atheists sued the government, said you need to prove it. Because there's wrapped in a theological claim in this photo that God picked America to win the space race.
What?
So the atheist said, prove that. Prove that God did this. And they took communion on the moon. They brought a Bible to the moon. Lots of stuff. They read from the Bible for Apollo 8 when they took Earthrise photo. So all these theistic claims were wrapped in. They were baked in to the Apollo program.
Dude, listen, I only want to talk about the fact. And the fact is, this happened. They took this picture out in outer space. The picture that we got is going to be evidence that corresponds with reality. Therefore, I am correct. I don't know why we're arguing about this.
Yeah, so this is where you have to use all of NASA then. That they were correct because God picked America to win the space race.
That's not true.
Because God loves capitalism.
Dude, that's not true.
Yeah, it is. That's exactly what Richard Nixon said. Word for word. Direct quote.
Wait, the Nazis said not to smoke because it's bad. Now, whenever I say don't smoke, I'm going to also bring up the Nazi beliefs.
Okay. That's a DQ.
Rob, I'm with you.
Yeah, Johnny, your alarm's going off.
The alarm is on. Everything is okay. So, what's up?
What you got, Johnny? What's going on?
Yeah, the alarm. What's going on? That's going on.
Yeah, Claps, we're not going to JQ in this server, in this channel, at all. Zero JQing will be happening here.
But I will tell you, if I talk with QE, then...
No, not QE, Johnny. We're talking about JQ.
Okay.
A TOS violation. So a lot of these guys come in here and they try to spout TOS crap.
Oh, so...
Yeah, we're going to shut that shit down. Instantly. Shut it down.
So I am the bad guy.
Yeah, okay, if you want to be the bad guy, it's okay.
No, I'm not. But do you think I'm the bad guy?
No, I'm just saying that if you want to be the bad guy, you can be the bad guy. But if you want to be a good guy, you can be a good guy. And just because you're a bad guy doesn't mean you have to be a bad guy.
No, I don't think I am a bad guy or a good guy either. I'm just a guy.
There you go, Rob. You're unmuted.
Johnny B is the man. I love you, man.
But Rob, I love you. You know that. But you know,
no.
you know, you have to understand what it's about. You have to understand the Earth is massive flat. If you just understand that, then you don't have to make any problem of it. It's just like has nothing to do with science. It's just a measurement, okay?
Yeah. I have now come to your house to play Johnny B. Maybe I'll take a look at it and see how flat it would be.
Oh, I told you how it is. Just taking the piece data of the fly rater. You know, if you see from A to B over long distance, and look at the fly rater, the pitch data. That's telling you they are flying very straight all the time.
Man,
seen a problem with that photograph that Collapse couldn't validate.
Well, the graph is telling you that.
Yeah, I had to mute him. He went into JQ.
Oh, yeah.
So
while Johnny B sighting it 24/7. This is awesome.
Tapping out.
So okay, you have that.
He's got a tuxedo on it here, Crit. He ain't. This is hilarious to listen to him. He's like a different guy in here. That's fucking awesome.
Yeah, it's awesome. I can be.
It's all good, Johnny. You are, and here you are the man.
What I can be is unbelievable. But also, if I take in, okay, I was just talking about the piece data. Yeah, then we can talk about the elevation on how can you get that elevation on Kelowna?
Okay. But then I asked you about this before, Johnny. I asked you about this before. If you want to talk about elevation, what's your elevation angle to? You gonna say Polaris? Is that what you're gonna say? Okay, so what if I'm in what do I measure to in the southern hemisphere? I can't see Polaris.
To get the longitude, altitude, longitude of that, then you
to get any elevation angle.
Who really believes Earth is flat?
Do you know how you get the altitude?
All of them.
No, it's not a belief, Rob.
Why do you believe it?
Sorry.
Why do I believe it, even though it's not a belief?
Is the Earth flat?
Obviously.
It's massive flop. Therefore, the flat because
You can go check it out for yourself. You have access to it the same as we do. You observe curving bodies of liquid anywhere, curving oceans and lakes.
It's massive flop.
Why do ships disappear over the horizon?
Question proof time. Horizon, that's a horizontal line. You trying to make my claim or yours?
Yeah, it goes under. It disappears on the other side of the horizon.
Why? The other side of a horizontal line, not a curved one.
And first of all, just take
Is the horizon?
Look at things from 44,000 feet and tell me the difference.
Okay, I can't hear anybody because everybody's talking.
At 44,000 feet, you can see the curvature of the Earth.
From how? Sorry, how far?
I've been up that high.
Okay, so I got to ask, who's the idiot? You or Neil deGrasse Tyson? Because one of you's got to be the idiot here. So are we going to throw the PhD astrophysicist out under the bus or you? Chad on Discord, which one? Because you both can't be right here. One of you has to be a moron. Who's going under the bus, you or him?
That's not my claim. That's somebody in the room with me.
Yeah, because Neil deGrasse Tyson said that 128,000 feet, you're not going to see the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, he's not the purveyor of truth, though. He's not a standard. He's not a standard.
But one of these idiots has to go under the bus. It's either going to be.
Why do you have to use foul words?
Why do you have to deflect from the point here? Who's going under the bus? Why do you have to deflect from who's going under the bus?
Don't you know how to have a conversation without insulting?
All right. Well, I guess that's a tap out. He's already done. So I think you'll be the one going under the bus because you can't even address the conversation right now. I'm going to put more stock in what he had to say than Chad on Discord. Sorry. Thanks. Well, he took his first chance to leave. Let's see, Scooby Snack, is he in the chat? So instead of making an argument, he just starts Karening. Yeah, but why do you have to be mean? Got a skill issue there, Rob. Can't figure out how to stay off mute.
I know, man. It's like something's wrong with my fucking phone. I think keeps fucking up.
No, I meant you can't figure out how to not get muted.
I know, man.
Pro tip: if somebody comes in here asking questions of flat earthers, it's not your cue to answer for them.
Man, now we're all fighting and shit.
Okay, you were kind of bailing out last time, Collapse. You were looking for the exit. Like you're starting to get, towards TOS sensitive stuff. Trying to escape the convo.
Me? TOS thing? What I do TOS?
No, it's the other guy, Collapse, whatever his new name is.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. I was like, what the hell did I?
The article you sent is a lie. I don't know what water is flat means when gravity is the reason why it's on Earth.
The article is a lie. Okay, you don't know what water is flat means because of gravity.
Yes, it bends. Water is always it fits in whatever container it's in.
Okay,
if I put it in a round container.
Instead of making a cause claim for something that hasn't been demonstrated, can you just demonstrate the water bends?
Yeah, if I put it in like a tube, it's gonna go in the shape of a tube. It's not.
That's due to gravity, right? Gravity's causing that.
It's whatever container that is, right? It's gonna be whether
just say gravity. So it's not intermolecular force. It's not cohesion, adhesion. It's none of that. It's gravity.
Yeah, it's gonna be gravity. The reason why it's on Earth, yes.
Why are you talking about a small tube? What's the relevance of bringing that up?
Well, you told me to demonstrate how that's going to be possible other than using gravity. I'm like, okay, we could use some sort of container.
Do you understand we're talking about the surface?
Even the surface is not going to be at level if the container is full. It's going to bend or change to whatever the container is going to be
at. The container is full. So if I've got a full coffee cup, the surface is not going to be level.
Depends on the shape of the surface of the container. Right.
The surface of the water is not. Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about.
Okay, if I fill a water like a ball with water, there is no surface level there anymore. It's going to be the toppest. They're going to be, and it's going to bend down. It's going to be like
the toppest. You're a fucking retard.
Okay, do you understand what I'm saying? Right?
At the toppest, yeah, you're a fucking retard.
You don't even know what you're
every
saying.
single word you say. You're a fucking idiot.
Oh, it's quantum
gibberish, dude.
You're a fucking idiot.
It's impossible to argue with you because you've got nothing but incoherent.
Yeah, you're a fucking moron, dude.
Wait, again. First of all,
it's at the top of the surface of the container. You fucking glue sniffer.
So you do agree with my point then? It's going to bend to whatever the shape.
You don't have a point. Water doesn't bend, you fucking glue sniffer.
How do you know that?
It does. How do I know that? Because that's the physics of water, dumb fuck.
Yeah, explain to me which one.
Explain it to you. No, it's a description, not an explanation. It's not a how and a why, you fucking idiot. You didn't got that right. Shut the fuck up.
I guess I don't know where you went to
Shut the
school
fuck
that told you
You
descriptors
didn't go to
cannot be.
school. Your fucking parents. Your fucking parents bribed the damn teachers. You fucking clown. You're an idiot.
Dude, you have anger problems.
Shut
I don't know
the
what's
fuck
wrong
up.
with you.
Yeah, I got contempt issues with glue sniffing pretender clown frauds. Dunning Kruger delusional type, one each like you. You're a dumb fuck.
What's
Shut
wrong
the
with
fuck
you?
up. Shut the fuck up.
Is this allowed? He
What's
could just
wrong
say
with
whatever he
you?
wants.
You. You is what's
But
wrong
I can't.
with me.
Okay.
Shut the fuck up.
But he got problems. I don't know what they
Dumbass.
are.
Yeah, I got a problem
Go
with
ahead.
you.
Collapse. You can talk about anything you want as long as it's not TOS. You got muted because you went to JQ.
I know. I'm just saying this baby's gonna mute me if I start talking about the bullshit
Hey, I
he's
can't
spewing
mute
out.
you, and I'm not a baby. You're just a fucking retard. Demonstrated retard, dude.
Okay, let me demonstrate how actually retarded you are, right?
Okay,
you made
let's-
a claim that is
What?
descriptive, therefore cannot be explained. That's retarded.
That's right.
Somebody being tall is going to be
That's right.
descriptive, and I can
What's
explain
the
how they're
diff-
tall.
What's the
Wait,
difference
let me finish.
between
Let me
a
finish what you're
description
saying.
and an explanation?
Holy
Glue
yap.
sniffer.
Holy,
Glue
can I finish?
sniffer.
Can I
Shut the
finish?
fuck up.
Do you see
So
it?
the only way
Do you
that
guys
you
see
can
this?
fucking rectify this is
Do you
to
guys see this?
explain what the definition of explanation and what the definition of description is. What
That doesn't
are
answer
they?
anything I'm saying.
Right
Can I-
fucking now.
Can I
Right
say
now.
my point
Right
without you
now.
crying?
What is define description?
Why is this allowed? He's
Define description. Shut the fuck up. Get your dumb ass out of here. Go back to your cake decorating forums, you fucking moron. They'll probably laugh you out of there. Get your fucking ass out of here. My God. Is this all you got, globetards? Water fucking bends? Really? Show. Show standing water fucking bending. Fucking
But Huey-
idiot retards.
If you fill the toppest part of a ball, what?
He's a fucking reject of a retard. Don't even deal with him.
I'm gonna get some tapas tonight. That sounds nice.
Tapas, yeah, he can't even fucking speak.
You took down the henchman, Quantum Eraser. I'll send more Globers immediately.
Shut the fuck up. Mr. fucking Horizon. How do you have Horizon on a globetard, dumb fuck?
Why does the word Horizon exist?
We'll subtract Neil deGrasse Tyson out of it, PhD astrophysics, that says you can't see a horizon. Can't have a horizon on a globetard anyway. Fuck. Where did the slope-intercept formula touch you?
Whoa, whoa. That's
At the
TOS.
United States Naval Academy. Shout out to
Can't
Miggy.
say that word. Shout out to Miggy.
Yeah, you get some vibes here.
I don't think he knows what surface means. He's filling things.
It's called the toppest.
It's the day
Yeah,
I was just gonna say it's the
bro.
toppest.
If you fill a ball, that's kind of like our globe, on a toppest level.
That guy's so incoherent I could not follow what he was saying. I don't think he actually had any point.
But if you put water in a tube,
I'm going to eat some snacks. I'm going to come back and hit you guys with this. I got a world break coming up.
With the
You guys
tube's
can
the
answer.
toppest. Shut the fuck up.
toppest. Incredible. Say what you mean and mean what you say, brother.
Is the toppest a few degrees away from sophist?
So what is it, like a toppest, like a dreidel spinner?
Toppest retard.
Maybe he is a dreidel spinner. I don't know. But anyway. Why are you filling tubes with water? What does that have to do with the surface of the earth? That makes no sense, dude.
Yeah, he's a dumb fuck. Him and his gravity horseshit.
So take a ball and fill it. It would, even if it was like cut, it was cut, like a part of it was cut and it was open, a ball. Like a bowl. That's what they call that.
It sounds like you just figured that out.
Well, I think he was talking about a ball that was enclosed, filled with water. He's like, well, that would all be rounded. Like, all right, bro. I don't know how that's even relevant at all. But if you take a bowl and fill it with water, it's going to be flat at the
Okay,
surface.
Christian beer.
Body
So
of
when I
water
said,
without a free surface.
let me,
Oh, God,
flat
he's
earthers,
completely useless analogy.
flat earthers, let me demonstrate to you guys. One of your own is
Flat
also
earthers.
retard.
Wait a second. What about baltards?
So Christian beer.
We found the
When I
baltard.
said
We found the baltard 2 weeks
quantum,
ago.
we've
picking
already
his buggers
decided.
and then
I can,
eating them.
Hey,
So,
boner.
so you said flat earthers and a stereotype fallacy. You fucking moron. We found. So I'm gonna throw it right back at you. We caught a baltard, one of the high ranking of your idiot baltards, eating his boogers. So are you a booger eater?
okay. I mean,
Okay.
is that the question?
Okay, yeah. There he is right there in chat. He's baltard eating his boogers.
Grandma,
Okay.
grandma.
Can I have a
And
conversation?
are you a baltard?
Can I have a
Yeah.
conversation with that dude?
Yeah, we're
without
having
you
a
crying?
conversation. Do you eat your boogers? You said flat earthers. I'm turning it on you. I'm using the same stereotype fallacy as you.
Okay.
So, do you eat your boogers?
No, I don't eat my boogers.
That's a damn lie. Then don't say fucking flat earthers.
Is that an assertion?
It's not
that you
a
cannot justify?
assertion.
Okay, can I talk to the
No,
other guy,
prove your
please?
gravity. We want,
Can I talk?
we want
Look, I
scientific
get muted
evidence.
when I talk to you.
We want
I don't know why.
scientific evidence of gravity. You claim
Can I talk
gravity.
to?
We want the scientific evidence of gravity. First of all, which gravity are you speaking to?
Dude, I get muted
Dude,
when
I'm
I talk
not
to
a dude, you fucking idiot.
Okay, woman.
So,
do I want me to call you a woman?
so, bitch. What
Yeah.
version of gravity? Before I pitch slap you.
You're not
What
gonna do
version of
that.
gravity are you talking about, dumb fuck?
Flaps.
Can I talk to the other guy?
Flaps, listen. CB
Yeah.
said he wasn't interested in talking to you about your hate boner. So why?
But I'm gonna.
if someone
I'm
tells
trying to
you-
demonstrate that he doesn't
Okay,
know what
if
he's
someone-
talking about.
If someone
Why don't
tells
you
you
guys give
no,
me?
thank you. If someone tells you no, thank you, they don't want to talk to you.
Oh, he's
no
running.
means no.
I'll talk to
Now
him.
I'm
I'll let
on
him
your
run.
dumb ass.
Okay.
I just think it's
So
weird that
now
you
I'm on his dumb ass. Shut the fuck up.
Quantum,
You
can
said
you
gravity.
relax?
So scientifically validate
God.
gravity. It's a reasonable request. You said it.
Okay.
So, gravity.
Okay.
Which gravity are you talking about? Let's establish
What do you mean,
the
which
framework.
gravity? What other gravities are there out there?
Yeah, which gravity, dumb fuck? Just like laughing like a little bitch like you all do. Which gravity?
What's wrong with you, dude? I don't know
What's
what's
wrong
wrong
with
with you.
me?
Okay, here, let me.
You know there's different versions of
Okay.
gravity, dumb fuck.
Which can you tell me which versions they are? I want to.
I'll tell you what, I'll let NASA do it in fucking side chat, you glue sniffer. At 22 minutes after the hour, NASA lessons for students. There are two versions of gravity, you dumbass. Newton
Enlighten
and
me.
Einstein, dumb fuck.
Enlighten me.
How about that? I just did. You're too fucking stupid to realize you just got your ass ripped through your throat because you're
So
a
what is-
dumbass.
What is Einstein claim?
What is a doofus? You. Look at
Can
me.
we have a conversation, or are you going to keep just
Shut the
screaming?
fuck
Is that
up.
what it is?
Just shut
You gotta
up.
do some
dumb
reading
fuck.
first.
You don't
before
even
Oh
know
my
what it
God.
is. Shut the fuck up.
Okay, is it
Shut the
possible we
fuck
could
up. Shut up. Done with you. Already exposed you. You can't recover. Mr. That two versions of gravity, Newton and Einstein. That was the You're done. Go back to your cake decorating threads like I fucking told you.
Is this fucking Mario, dude? I think
Fucking
he's Mario.
stupid dumbass retard. Mr. Topist.
Topist. He's the toppest retard.
Yep. I told you that before.
You got some reading to do?
He can't. That's begging the question fallacy. He can't fucking read.
Facts. Well, I'll tell you so you can read it again, maybe, or attempt to read it. But there's nothing I said that was wrong, by the way. If you fill a bowl, it's flat at the surface. I don't know how you go against that, dog.
Eating the was that? I thought you were joking. I heard you guys joking. Shit. Who the hell is that?
He's a abject retard, dude. Right off the streets. Who specifically? Sierra Delta Foxtrot Golf Hotel. The dumb fuck of the century.
Nice.
Wait a minute, I thought that was me.
It's super
You're right
dumb fucking
You're
globe head.
sleeping. You're sleeping next to him.
Hello?
Hello?
Guys. Hey, what's up, guys?
Your sister's ankles?
Yes, I agree.
That's the best response I've heard after that comment.
Yeah.
I agree with that too.
All right, you seem agreeable.
Yes, of course, my friend. Where you from?
Not India.
Which
Are you calling us about our car insurance policy?
Okay, that's too much American for me. So where you from? I am from the States of the South in America.
We don't need no insurance, bro.
Okay, I am sorry, sir. I didn't mean to offend you. I have tried to make my living. I have a family.
From your sister's house.
You Americans, you're so funny.
America is the greatest country in the United States.
America, very good country, very good country, the best in the
You
world.
wouldn't say that if you saw my sister.
America, very best.
Yeah, it is. It's the greatest country in the United States, America.
In American States, very best.
Greatest country in the States? Nice.
Why aren't you busy fighting Pakistanis, man? What are you out here for?
I'm from Austria, man. Man, I'm not from the US, man. I wish you were US, man. I'm from Austria, man. You know what I'm saying?
Austria?
Yeah,
like
Austria, man.
Arnold.
Vergassen die ganze Juden. Vergassen die ganze Hitlerreich. You know the kind of shit? Yes. So it's more familiar to you? You understand what I mean?
Ein Schwein.
Very much. I watch all the Terminator movies.
Exactly, my
Commando.
friends. Exactly, my friends. That's where I'm
It's been
from.
ein Berliner, motherfucker.
No, that's German, my friend. That's not Austrian. Please don't insult me. What the hell was this?
Fuck. Painter, get on topic, bro. Let's cook. Are you a globetard?
No, not really. I'm unvaccinated.
Not really.
I'm unvaccinated, my friend.
He's half a globetard.
Stop the cat. What the hell is this chat, man? What the hell am I getting myself into, man? What the fuck?
You're into the best chat in the world.
Beta!
Jesus Christ, man. God have mercy on my soul.
This ain't Bollywood, baby.
So where you guys from? Which state in America?
Doesn't matter. We're here to cook your dumbass if you're a globetard.
My dumbass? I'm a globetrot, man. I'm from America. I wish I'd be from America, as a matter of fact.
Thought you're from Austria.
I'm from Austria, man. I got it all damn. We got the Negroes and all the shit going on, man. You know what I'm saying?
Shit, you're done.
I'm done.
We're full racist is nice.
Racist? I'm racist? No, I'm not racist.
Bruh. I am.
I am.
I am? Maybe I'm too. Guys.
Well, just own it then. Shit.
Donate? Yeah. What? Christian charity? Fuck that shit.
You can't. You can't. The 13th Amendment stopped that.
What? Guys.
What's the speed of dark?
I don't know, man.
First place.
Just come out and ask him something. Is level curved?
What?
Oh, he left? What the hell? He couldn't wait?
That guy's weird. Let's just move on.
This is awesome, man. I got popcorn and shit. This is so exciting.
W. What about Het Teru? Is that a globetard?
It appears. Well,
get him, boys. Get him. Get him, boys.
Looking at the degeneracy in the chat.
You better run, boy.
Hold on there, Robbie.
Rob, shut up.
Yeah, you said you had your popcorn. You're supposed to be a spectator. Shut the hell up. Disrupting the show.
Oh yes,
So-
my dude got told.
Hold on there, Robbie. So Het Heru, is that a Globetard, guys, or I can't tell? It's giving Glober.
Glober vibes.
Come off mute. Or what would QE say? Come off mute. There's also LT.
Lawrence Taylor.
I mean, it could be WT.
Greatest football
but-
player ever.
I don't know about that, but
Hey guys, I'm looking for my favorite crayon, so I'm busy.
Crayon. Yeah.
Yeah.
We knew you were a
favorite
crayon
flavor.
If you don't like Joe Theismann, he's your favorite. Practice shit.
Oh,
They're
LT was on another level.
crackpots. They're crackpots. You're dealing with crackpots.
Someone say crap.
You guys, did you recognize the voice for that one?
Lambert
No.
would eat. Lambert would eat Jack Lambert. He'd eat LT's Coke heart out.
Yeah, it was Brenda.
Oh,
Yeah, okay.
They're crackpots. You're dealing with crackpots.
Oh, that's that's Steve.
LT scored a
That's
touchdown,
Steve,
had
yeah,
an interception, did a run
nailed
play
it.
all in one game.
Bob,
That's
shut
Steve
the fuck
from
up.
FED.
Yeah, that's Steve.
Nice.
Steve. Oh, it's Steve.
Yeah, Steve.
Yeah, got him.
Steve.
I listened again.
They're crackpots. You're dealing with crackpots.
W for
Oh, it's
Steve,
you.
right? Throw W's for Steve in the chat.
Let's get some W's in the chat, guys.
W's. That was Brenda.
Oh, it's Steve. Sonny, it's Steve.
Steve sounds just like Brenda.
Mhm.
AKA Donald C. sounds just like Brenda too.
Oh shit.
Uh-oh.
Guys, we got the chat flying. Make sure you just throw a W in the chat, guys, or you're getting banned.
Fuck a W.
We've seen Donald. It's definitely not Brenda. Donald looks just like Walter White.
Have we seen Brenda though?
He looks like a Walter Wright that used his own supply.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
In answer to
Hey,
your
you know,
question,
rule
Stevie,
number
would you
5.
really want to?
No.
I mean, yeah, for roasting purposes, but you know what they say here, Tim?
No.
Never get high on your own supply.
Hey, I do just fine.
He also says, "Be broke, girls won't date you." That's why I can't relate to.
Anyway, Rob, should we just cook Rob right now? I feel like that's maybe in order.
Oh, cook me, boys, cook me. I'm right. I'm
Found
ready
out
to go.
that Rob
We'll
Noxious is a very fitting name for him.
Yeah, just leave him off mute. He'll
Thank you,
do it.
little like.
Just leave him off mute. He'll do it himself.
What about
There
Newt?
you go.
Newt? Is that a Globetard?
Newt, where you at, Newt?
Yeah, Newt hasn't been around for a while. You think like Newt, like pickle?
I guess he's not so
aliens.
Newt.
No, aliens. Newt. They mostly come out at night. Mostly.
The Newt's
Yeah,
coming
private-
out.
Newt's coming out at night.
Private Hudson's like, put her in charge.
Is that similar to a salamander? A newt?
Why don't you put her in charge?
Yeah, it's like, get it together, Private. This girl with no training and no weapons lasted for 3 weeks. Put her in charge.
Why don't you put her in charge?
Wait, that's a real line from a thing? Women are
Yeah,
not.
it's aliens, for fuck's sake.
We're screwed now.
Women should not be in charge.
Misogyny. Game over, man. Game over.
That guy is hilarious.
Yeah, he's dead too. Bill Paxton.
Yeah, Like one of the a bar trivia questions, like who got killed by a predator, an alien, and a Terminator. He got
Yeah,
knocked
it's
off by
badass,
all
ain't
three.
it? Yep. Yeah, that's a cool stat to have, man.
Mama.
Almost a tornado.
I like him at frailty. Gotta get these demons.
It was a good movie because it showed the modern concepts of really highly trained, highly specialized units of action. And he was just like the comms guy, electronics, just doomed to be a private for his whole tour of duty. And then some shit really hits the fan. He's like, "The fuck is going on?" You know.
Once a tech geek, now a war freak. Kills anything that moves.
It's Friday, chat. Where's all the Globetarts? They still on? They working right now or school?
I think they're all taking measurements, actually. Tonight was the big globe measurements day.
That's fucking
in Globe area. Oh, you guys don't do that?
Rob, if you could you pretend to be a flat earther? How long do you think you could do that?
Yeah, easily.
Let's do some role reversal.
Man, I could convince you guys right now that I am a flat earther.
Let's do some role reversal. How about that? That should be good content. I got 30 minutes till this before it comes over, so
take a couple more drinks to me first.
You got enough already, it sounds like. Anyway, have you been in an airplane before? Have you been in an airplane, sir?
Yeah.
So you saw the curvature then?
Stevie, first, man, you gotta quit sleeping with so many chicks, man. You're gonna have four freaking kids in 15 years, dude. You're gonna have all these babies freaking calling you up. Hey, man, I'm looking for my dad.
Bro, I always strap up, bro. What do you mean?
Oh, you do strap-on stuff. Yeah, you're fine.
All right, Rob. So anyway, you saw the curvature when you were in an airplane. Did you know that? Already got him. Chat.
Yeah, I haven't really seen curvature. I didn't. When I was up there, I just seen a big landscape. I didn't see curvature. What I was looking for. Thinking about it.
Just Google it right now. It says you can see curvature from an airplane. So what do you have to say about that?
Probably could.
Huh?
Probably could. I can see curvature from the beach. Yeah, your heart is beat. Your heart's beating.
Yeah, you'd have to be blind not to see curvature at the beach.
Yeah.
Hey, yo.
No.
Nice.
not so much blind. Just you got the little
just not the water. Yeah.
That's not good, man. I think the issue is perception. That's the problem. It's not really knowledge of the issues. You guys have a lot of knowledge. You guys have studied over 10 years now. You guys know more about the globe than most people come in. That's why they always laugh and they get hung up on you things. The problem is perception. Just perceiving it all right. The boat, anything that goes off of the horizon, horizon in the ocean, should never disappear bottom up. It should just disappear top to the bottom of things. Just get smaller and go away. But
Rob Noctis is becoming a flat Earth cheerleader. That's pretty amazing.
It's just pandering. No, I just whatever. All right, that's what I'm saying. If I'm saying things, you can't even understand what I'm saying. It's hard how you start.
We should do Thursdays in our home server. Then we can ping people and stuff, like the good old times. Can we even ping people?
Well, times change, man. Sometimes you gotta change with the times.
I'm trying to drop a ping that says something crazy and get a bunch of people joining.
That's what I'm talking about. Shock value.
It's pretty W. It's very 2025.
Yes, very. Like Janus on the back.
Rob, you know what? Last time we spoke, I feel like your biggest issue is you actually don't know our position that well. That's why I challenged you to a little role reversal, but that didn't last very long. I think you think a flat Earth is like a flat object, some sort of probably the disk in space idea, that type of thing.
Yeah. Well, first of all, your whole premise is crazy. Whatever I think, I learn from you guys. I don't just have an imagination. Just come up with this shit myself. Everything that I'm thinking about and explain comes from flat Earth and Earth. That's where I'll get.
I would probably disagree because we've said our position like a gazillion times, and somehow the people.
Oh, you don't have a position,
I still don't get it.
Well, no, it's just a final experiment. You don't have no position. You guys stop taking positions.
Final experiment. What's that got to do with anything?
Everything. Before that, it was all about positions, guarantees.
What?
We had measurements. I don't know. Yeah, come on, man. I got a memory bigger than longer than a fucking fruit fly, bro.
You're mistaken.
I know. Everybody's mistaken. I don't care if it ends. I like this shit. I think it's hilarious, man. You guys have your idea, man. Not a belief. It's an idea, you know? Nothing wrong with that. Every man's available to have his own idea.
We need another Globetard in here. Let's just rip through the panel real quick.
Let's see what I can do.
Everybody, and then all right.
I'll send the link out. I'll send the link out. Creation. A couple people.
All right, go for it. That'd be good. We need the smoke right now. I've only got like another 20, 30 minutes, and I gotta go. Let's just say hello to the panel here. We'll just start from the bottom. Now we're here. Trinity's here. We have Yapendos, Timbo, probably working out right now. Timbo and T-Dub. Holy, we got the combo. We got Sunny in the chat as well. Would you call yourself a mariner, or what are you?
Yep.
We got Sunny, guys. One of the OGs as well. Make sure you put some respect on that man's name. Pretty sure he was here way before I got here.
No, about the same time, 2017.
Still put some respect on that man's name.
I got the 24/7 in 2019.
W. That's before me. So W, Sunny. We have Roto Ox. No idea what the name means, but feel free to chime in if you want to tell people about that. Raised by Goats. We have Q. Quiet Noobs. The username checks out there. We've got Quantum freaking Eraser.
Oh my God, it's him. It's really him.
The Globe side doesn't have one of those. The Globe side doesn't have a Nathan Oakley. The Globe side doesn't have a Jedi. They don't have an Indio. They don't have Heretic. They don't have anybody like the people in this panel. You guys should be thankful that we're on. This is
We have the rule of
your
two.
teammate.
We have the rule of two. We live by the rule of two.
They got a booger eater.
They have booger eaters, and we have QE. All right.
We have Darth Booger Eater. Dark Lord.
We got Pure Rigger, my NY Ninja. He's probably catching a cab right now, taking the subway or something. We've got Oblivion in the chat as well. W Oblivion. We have Newt, Morvis. We got our boy Migo. Wego. That's my homie right there. We got LT. No idea who that is. Is that Steve? No clue. We got Jedi. I don't know. We might exactly. Thank you. I didn't have a sound effect, so good shit right there. You know, I feel like the Globers like really love Jedi. I don't know why Jedi. What are
Because
you
he's
doing,
English, man. He's got an English voice, dude.
man?
Mesmerizing.
They just love Jedi, man. I don't know what it is. Didn't we talk about this before Jedi, where you said they used to be more spicy or something? They didn't like you, but now they like you. I don't know. Something changed, but W Jedi.
That was when he was a Padawan.
We also have Hell's Angles. We got Flatsy, freaking Klein. Probably in the kitchen making sandwiches right now. I'll take a turkey and
No,
Swiss. Chat. What do you guys
not
have?
yet.
Not yet, she says. Guys, go ahead and put your orders in. I'll take a turkey and Swiss. If you want to put your order in the chat, go ahead and throw it in there.
I'm in a camper in Georgia, and all I've got is sliced chicken and cheese. So
that'll do.
Fucking hell, in a caravan. Fucking hell. What a stereotype. What's up, lads? What's up, CB?
what's up, Jedi?
One of the chat members wants a meatloaf sandwich. Can you make it happen?
What's up? We know what's up. Your sister's ankles, Jetty.
Facts.
We're down in Georgia.
We have Flat Earth Ranger. Probably sniping a Globetard right now. What's going on, Ranger? Get those boots together. All right. We also have.
Flat Earth Ranger.
You know what? I might have to steal that, actually. That's pretty freaking good, actually.
I know. I got lots of
good.
good ones. I don't know.
That's pretty good, and we're going to steal that.
Number one, it's click your heels together. Number one. Number two, he's not a ranger.
Oh, shit, Ranger, you're going to sit there and take that, bro?
He's not a ranger.
Dude. Hit him with the Megazord, dude.
What are
Ranger,
the
you
5
gonna sit there and take that?
Shut up. What are the 5 principles of patrolling?
Duck, dive, dip, dive, and dodge.
Oh, wait a second. I already did that to him. Sorry about that, Flat Earth Ranger. You're good.
Yeah, I was about to say.
All right, I thought I was thinking about somebody else. You're good to go. He's not a fucking pogue.
What is a pogue? Person of
personnel other than grunt.
Oh, all right.
Like
Nice.
you're a fucking pogue.
All right.
He's not a pogue. Everyone
what is it?
in
Personnel?
here. Hold on. Let me review it. One, Sonny's definitely a fucking pogue. Everyone in here, yeah, he's a fucking pogue too. There's only 2 non-pogues in here.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rob Noxus, you're a fucking pogue, dude.
You're a pug.
I'm not a pogue.
Yeah. I happen to be from Squidley University.
Yeah, you're a squid. Still a pogue.
Yeah, I know.
Flat Earth Ranger 90, he's not a fucking pogue.
All right.
She's doing a roster review.
Moving on smartly.
I heard it from the other room, and I had to come running back in, especially when Jetty piped up. He goes, "What's up?" I couldn't get here fast enough.
It's pretty fast with the walker.
Transmission back to his mic. Pretty fast with the walker. You're a savage, bro.
With a walker, shit. I'd fucking kick your ass up and down the street with that fucking walker.
Yeah, you got a lot of spunk. I feel like he doesn't have or need a walker.
He thinks he does. He sits down there and works out in his little fucking basement. You little glue sniffer.
In my garage.
Yeah, in your fucking garage.
Fucking meathead.
Look all that in a bag of chips. I'd fucking.
Whatever. We're not gonna get into this. Dude.
That'd make you. It'd be fucking foobar, dude.
Yeah, there's no way to find out.
Foobar. Stealing that.
This is TOS actually. This is TOS.
Shut the fuck up.
No, we can never find out. So I talk about it.
Shut the fuck up.
Moving on smartly, we have F.E. Batman from
Got no
Diamanda.
intestinal fortitude. Flat Earth Ranger, you see this fucking pug? He thinks he lift weights and shit in his fucking garage. He's all that in a bag of chips.
I'm from
He's
Detroit,
fucking
Michigan, bro.
clueless, man.
I'm from
Fucking
Detroit,
shut
Michigan,
the
bro.
fuck up. Fucking pug.
Activities.
Yeah, right. You know them fucking punks, right?
Activities, nice.
Did you say Globetivities?
Activities. It's the guys with 30 stickers on the back of their cars and such.
Oh, Pogtivities. But
oh, Lord.
I picked up on that, and I said Globetivities.
You guys got Chris Kyle stickers.
Wait, chat, hold on. Stop the show. Our boy, super dumb fucking Globehead is back. Let's go and pop him off mute. I'll talk to him.
What the fuck you gonna do that for?
Nah, we're gonna keep cooking, dude. Whoa. So, are we filling the topless part of a ball again, or what's going on?
Top this.
All right, let me demonstrate to you guys. You guys are retarded once again.
You couldn't demonstrate.
You don't need to do that. Don't worry about
Shut your
that.
fucking mouth.
Super dumb fucking
Okay,
globe.
let's not tie.
Shut
let's not
up.
try
You
talking
didn't
over
even
each
know
other.
the
Stop.
two different versions of gravity, you fucking glue sniffer.
Whoa,
You don't even know your own religion, for fuck's sake.
dude, relax.
Shut the fuck up. I'm not your dude. Shut him the fuck up.
Okay.
Shut the fuck up, Mr.
Why
fucking
are you
Giggles.
this mad?
Well, just fucking
Kiwi?
giggles.
Why are you mad?
Hey,
I don't get it.
let me
I
cook
wanna
this
have-
dude. Let me cook him real quick.
I want to have
Yeah?
a conversation.
Cook a fucking ramen.
Ramen's really bad for you. I would not recommend cooking that. Super dumb fucking Globehead. What's going on? Man? You said I had said some wrong things earlier. What was wrong? What I said? I didn't say anything wrong.
Oh yeah, I mean, your belief is wrong. You believe in a lie.
You don't know what my belief is. You don't even know who I am, bro.
I do know what your belief is. You're making fun
No,
of
you
me earlier
don't.
for being a glober, right? Apparently, according to you guys.
Yeah, but
So
flat
you're
Earth
a
is not
flat
a belief,
earther.
so you're cooked.
What is it?
Anyway,
then?
let's go back to the surface of water.
Wait, what is it then? Hold on.
Let me ask you a question. Do all
gonna duck
bodies of
from that
water
question?
behave the same?
He ain't gonna
This
let
is-
you.
this is
He's
our
a fucking
panel.
retard, dude.
This is our panel. We're gonna run it how we
You're
see
not
fit.
gonna
He's gonna talk right through you, dude. He's a fucking retard. He's a delusional Dunning-Kruger retard
If
idiot.
you
He'll talk
if you
right
can't
through
control
you.
yourself, we're gonna control you. So get control of yourself.
I don't fucking think
Question
so.
for you:
Let's
Do
have a
all
formal
bodies of water
conversation.
behave? No, we'll run the panel how we see fit. Do you think
Dude,
that all bodies
this is
of water
not
behave?
fair,
I will
guys.
mute
He
your dumb
talk
ass.
right through you. He can't
Yeah, I'm
stop.
just gonna
He's like a fucking dribbling retard.
facts. Look, dude, you got to control yourself. We're gonna control your dumb ass. I'll ask you one more time. Do all bodies of water behave the same? Yes or no?
Mr.
Fucking
fucking
laughter.
Giggles.
Mr. Giggler.
He did the
All
same
right.
thing when I asked him the two versions of gravity. He giggled
The
like
giggler.
a dumb fuck.
Okay,
Shut the fuck up. Shut your fucking mouth.
Answer the
Shut
question. We
up.
need a yes or no. We need a yes or no. All bodies of water behave the same? Yes or no?
Given it's gonna be the same context again. Yes.
Yes, they all behave the same. Okay, great. So you're saying are they concave, convex, or neither?
Can you clarify what that means, please?
You don't know what concave means? Holy fuck, dude. Who are we talking to, dude? We're talking to a retard.
Yes.
Do you know
Shut
what
up.
concave means? You don't know what convex means? Concave?
Do you know what one means? Can you describe what means?
Hello?
Just mute him, dude.
Are we not like clarifying?
Alright, bro.
Are
Hold on a
we
second.
not?
You don't know.
Shut the fuck up.
Fucking dumbass.
Shut his
All right,
fucking
hold on.
mouth. You fucking.
Wait, you don't know what means? Are you that
fucking
retarded?
creation
Just
bear.
we'll pop you on mute.
Mr.
We'll pop you on
Intensive
mute while
Care
we
Bear,
get.
you better
Yeah,
shut
I
him
got
the
you.
fuck up.
He's fucking muted. We're gonna go to Safari. We're gonna go meniscus, water,
Meniscus.
and we're gonna post this in the chat right here. Okay.
Give you a
In the
minute.
chat. Boom. So on the left, you have concave. On the right, you've got convex. We
Are you still
tracking
trying to
now.
reason with this
He
dumbass?
left. He left. He's a retard.
Well, thank the Lord. You fucking unmuted him. You unmuted him, didn't you?
Creation Bear, can you? Hey, do you have a blurrier picture? Do you have a worse picture?
It's pretty blurry. Let me get another one.
Yeah, we can make it more blurry. Make it more blurry.
You're worried about the picture?
I got bad eyes, man.
I'm worried about the unmute.
I can't even see the sunrise.
Rob is worried about the print because he can't tell what concave or convex is. He needs a label.
He's a giggle puss.
Facts.
A giggle puss.
Yes.
Fuck me. He told you, Rob.
I mean, context clues, bro.
I'm like the guy who just been following you guys around. You seem like trying to give us snaps.
Hey, CB, do you see the server event going on right now?
Yeah, it says toxic. I've been reading that. I thought it was funny.
I was wondering if you're gonna like tune. I was curious if you'd tune in and listen.
Nah, I don't hang around other. I'm not like you. I'm not like you, Crit. I don't go to other servers and stuff. I hang with you ninjas or I hang with Myron. That's about it.
Oh, I hear you. Yeah.
I mean, I would go in there and be like, I don't know, should I join? Nah, I don't have enough time. This 3 or 4 is gonna pull up here in just a few minutes, so I only got a couple minutes left.
Thank the Lord.
Shut up, Kiwi. I'm about to get my misogyny on tonight, all right? Relax.
Not a piece of wood, dude.
I'll give her a piece of wood.
What
are you gonna
guys
go?
are like?
You
go ahead.
gonna go to the wood line? Because that's the only way you're gonna get that.
Shut your dumb ass up right now.
Sequoia National Forest, right? For your dumb ass.
What were we gonna say, Crit?
Yeah, I get the knock about how like, hey, what's the point of going to their other servers and other channels? And I think it's mostly because like sometimes they'll just flip out and they'll ban me or mute me for nothing at all. Like I'll be like I was in the left room, I wasn't saying anything at all, and suddenly this mod joins and says, "What the fuck's Crit doing in here?" and then banned me.
Wow. No, I'm not knocking on people going to other servers. It's just not my speed.
He cries, "Oh, the flat earthers just mute and ban people." I'm like, dude, I was just sitting there listening to your channel and got banned. I got banned just for listening. So you can't cry about.
That's where I jump up like Loki and like, yeah, that's how it feels.
You knew what you were up to. You were up to no good.
Can't be you on in their channel. You can get banned for listening. Then come here, and then say, okay, so you understand that in your worldview, just listening is bannable. And they're like, yeah, okay, you're banned. Let me know when you don't think that anymore, and you think that being banned requires some sort of, action that is actionable. Not just sitting there, just being quiet and listening, trying to think what's this group or this topic talking about. And what's even more funny is like, I'm kind of left wing. So I was in the left wing room listening to left wingers talk about left wing shit, and they banned anyways. Because flat earth is that triggering. And that's kind of why I do it. Why I kind of go to the other
How
room.
are you left wing? I thought I liked you. I cannot believe.
I know it's like
you son of a bitch.
Yeah, I suppose, like, I know, it's kind of shocking. It is. But I'm not left-wing like Scott Mackey left-wing. I'm like your grandpa's left-wing. Like classically liberal. Or classical liberal. Like that sort of, give me liberty, give me death type stuff.
I thought Scott Mackey was like your uncle or something.
No, dude, Scott Mackey is gone. That dude, man, the train left the station, type of gone. Like that.
Why we call him Wacky Mackey?
Yeah. Crit, you banned me. And I sent him a link, and I go, I didn't ban you. Here's a mod log.
Whoa.
He said you still did it. You somehow told somebody else to do it for you, so you did it.
Wait a second. wait a second. Train left the station, and you're saying it's just one Baltard? Name a fucking idiot Globetard where the train hasn't left.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, it's impossible. Yeah, like Rob, the train left the station for this boy fucking decades ago.
No, man, I got a hypersonic super speed train, baby.
You don't got shit. You got a fucking wet noodle.
You're on a monorail.
And we are still live.
The bug up.
It looks like the
We need
event's
some globe
over.
darts.
Yeah, I just went to join the event and it said event details, and there's no event going on. I think it didn't end.
No, it's about women and feminism, dude. There ain't much to talk about, dude.
Yeah, it says it ends now, or it ended.
Yeah, should have never been allowed to happen. Should have never started.
Well, it's a reoccurring
All right,
event.
we got
every
one.
Friday.
Let's stop the show. Stop the show. We have Smoof. Welcome, Smoof 7787. Welcome to the panel.
Hey, thanks.
We've got
you're
you
a
in
real
our
looker.
sights.
I've got you in my sights.
Are you? Is this your first time here, or you've been here before?
So, personally, I've been here before. I've had conversations, great conversations in the Discord channel here. I just was mentioning it to a friend of mine who's Riggs in this channel, and he actually was interested to have conversations, so I was going to just digress and let him have that.
I can be Riggs.
No. I'm
Is
Riggs.
it Riggs, or Riggs, a different Riggs?
I'm Riggs.
Hello?
And me, Skits, and Smooth it together. And we're three people who are convinced that the Earth is round. But we have open minds, and we're here to hear the argument.
All right. Well, it has to be more specific because round and flat aren't mutually exclusive because you can have round and flat penny, LP, CD. So it's better to say, I have three people here that thinks the Earth is a sphere tard. That'd be better.
All right, I got three people here that thinks the Earth is a sphere tard. Convince me otherwise.
Good enough. Please continue.
All right, so how does this work? I ask a question and you answer it, or I just let you speak?
Yes.
Yeah, you okay,
Either one's fine, bro.
That's exactly how it works. You ask a question, then wait and listen to the answer and let us speak.
All right, so before I ask my first question, I'm not in here to just I'm not fucking trolling. I'm here to actually try and be convinced.
Okay, well, here, check this out, dude. An honest person doesn't have to tell you they're honest.
Yeah.
Okay, so
All right,
if
you
you're
guys are already making me want to leave, so let me just ask.
Yeah,
no, you sound pretty cool. No, he sounds cool. He sounds cool. Go ahead.
All right, so I get in the plane. All right, I live in Long Island, New York, right? I get in an airplane that has infinite gas.
Stop.
Oh,
God. On a plane. How in the world can you fly a plane on a Globetard? Do you know what pitch angle is?
All right, so how do I get from New York to Florida?
No. Wait, son. Pitch. The pitch of the plane. How can you acquire pitch on a globe?
I don't fucking know. I'm just a retarded construction
Hey, that's
worker.
what my son just said.
You're
You
dealing
can't.
with crackpots.
You can't. So as soon as you said flight, you're finished because you can't acquire pitch data on a globe, and we have pitch data from the NTSB, the National Transportation Safety Board. You can't acquire pitch data. What is pitch data in relation to?
Bro, you guys.
Shut the hell up, brah. I didn't ask you, Mr. White Knight. Just shut up. We'll get to you next. Do you understand me, clown dumb fuck?
So for me, I need this like in the most layman's terms possible. So tell me, how do I get from
using layman's terms. Pitch of the plane. Yep. What is that in relation to, sir?
Whatever you're leaving, which would be the Earth?
Nope. It's in relation to horizontal. How in the world can you have horizontal or horizon on a globe?
You can.
Riggs.
Because of the distance
They're crackpots.
of the
Riggs,
size
you can't
of the
have
globe.
horizontal. According to the slope-intercept formula, y equals mx plus b, all horizontal lines, which are derived from horizons, have a rate of change of slope of 0. However,
Right, but the Earth
according
is
to
so
United
fucking
States-
big
I'm
that-
not done yet, Riggs.
You already don't make sense.
I'm not done yet, Riggs.
You already make zero sense. So
I'm not
should be
done
done
yet. Of course.
It only took me
if you don't know
45
what the
seconds to learn that
slope-intercept
you
formula
guys are
is,
fucking
Riggs, don't
retarded.
fucking overtalk me. Get your dumb ass out of here. Skits, dumb fuck. How do you have horizons on a globetard?
What?
How do you have, Mr. White Knight, how do you have horizons on a globetard?
I have no idea what you're talking about, dude.
Yeah, you can't have horizons. Why? Because according to the slope-intercept formula, y equals mx plus b, all horizontal lines which are derived from horizon have a rate of change of slope of 0. However, according to the United States Naval Academy, curvature is defined as the rate of change of slope of non-zero. So, how can we be told that the Earth is a globetard and have a rate of change of slope of fucking non-zero in every different direction from our feet along a tangent and then have horizons at the same time? That's what I thought. Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back, bathrooms on the left, DJ spinning requests. Smoke them if you got them.
What about Smooth? You gotta get Smooth too.
Oh, I've had conversation. It's never gone anywhere useful.
Fuck Smooth. Yeah, because you're a fucking retard.
Why do you have to be so rude?
Why? Because you're a fucking retard?
Again, I'm not being rude to you, so I don't get it.
Well, I don't care about rudeness, Nancy. You're just
you
a
got a small
retard.
penis. I get
You're
it.
just a retard.
It's not even that.
Your,
It's like
your
these-
sister never seemed to mind.
No. It's not that. It's that these type of people live in such
These
a
types
fucking...
of people, shut the fuck up. Shut
You
your
do.
fucking mouth.
You
I already
live in
drug
such
you
a
around by your
fucking-
short hairs. Shut your fucking mouth, you
did not,
dumbass.
dude.
You
You
didn't
did
even
not.
know what a horizon was or the slope intercept formula. You think it's your turn to talk? You dumb fuck. Shut the fuck up.
It's difficult.
Get the
to have
fuck out of
genuine
here. Shut the
conversation,
fuck
though.
up.
Like,
You little
there are
Nancy's.
some good people.
Go get your own Discord channel opposite the cake decorating threads and
Is
rub
this
your
really
feet and
representative
give
right now,
yourselves hot chocolate. Other than that, just sit down and shut the fuck up.
I've had conversation with
Shut the
other people in
fuck
this
up.
conversation sphere here, and they've done a lot better job at explaining to new people these flat Earth concepts or non.
No, this guy's just aggressive, but clearly
You're being aggressive. You're just being a penis wrinkle.
You should see my dates.
these type of people again live in very sectioned
Circle
off.
jerky. Very circle
Really
jerky in here.
simple, very simple concept. I'm surprised nobody got it. Kiwi's asking you how you have horizontal lines on a curved surface.
So no, that's totally fine. I get his whole point. He went through it very understandably because he was being kind of rude as though he's personally trying to do it. You, however, can have that conversation. I think, it's easier for people to approach you about these things instead of getting called retarded after the first sentence they say. That's all I'm saying. If you want to have conversations, stop yelling at people. That's all.
Are we still live?
Alive?
No,
Why wouldn't you be alive?
Live, Ninja.
Streaming on YouTube, live to the world.
Why is it all quiet? I stepped away for 2 seconds. Skits, what's up?
Hold on one sec.
No.
Proper response is to what? Your sister? There you go.
What is his argument exactly? That you can't have horizontal lines on a sphere?
Yeah, I mean, think about it. A sphere. Hold on, a sphere's got a curved surface.
Right.
A horizontal line isn't a curved line, as demonstrated within the slope-intercept formula. The 0 bit, 0, rate of change of slope. A horizontal line. A sphere has a rate of change of slope, not a horizontal line. So how can you fix this contradiction? How do you have a horizontal line on a curved surface?
It's very simple though, but horizontal lines on a globe or a sphere, right, is just calculating lines of latitude. That's all it is.
No.
Because if you pick a single axis, it's going to form a horizontal line.
No.
Yes.
You can't have horizontal lines on a curved surface.
You can.
No, it's curved. The surface that the horizontal line wouldn't be on.
So when it reaches a certain point, it just shoots back off into fucking space.
Well, yeah, that's what a horizontal line that would touch a sphere would do. That's called a tangent.
All right, great. So let's just say that they can't exist, right? How do you not move forward from, like, I think Riggs was starting to ask the question about flight, right? What are you trying to say?
Pitch data is in relation to horizontal.
I don't get it.
That's the surface of the Earth.
So
the airplane maintains horizontal pitch. That's parallel to the surface below, which can be demonstrated within the pitch data that we can provide you, where the measurement recording data in the black box is there for everybody to see. The pitch of the aircraft is horizontal and parallel to the ground below. Right. You can't have a pitch angle if a surface that you're requiring is curved. It's no longer an angle.
Okay.
To maintain some kind of orientation to a sphere, you'd have to change your pitch that you can't acquire. You understand if an aircraft was to fly around the world, then that would be a 360-degree rotation, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So every increment as that aircraft flies around that sphere, the pitch of the aircraft would have to change. So eventually have changed 360 degrees. For example, an aircraft flying from the North Pole to the equator would have had to change pitch by 90 degrees.
Okay, and you're saying that on every aircraft data, it stays horizontal the entire time?
Yes.
It doesn't change pitch?
Yes, all aircrafts fly with respect to horizontal, mean sea level, the ground below. Doesn't change pitch, doesn't change to 90 degrees as flying a quarter of a way around a sphere, or any distance around a sphere.
So now that just means that it's traveling along a flat plane.
Yes.
Okay. So now what happens when you get to the end of that flat plane?
I don't know.
You don't know, right? So
no, it's just going to be flat.
It's just going to be flat, right? So where does it end?
Yeah. Don't know.
Nobody knows, right?
Irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant because
it is irrelevant.
How could we have not gotten to a point where now you just fall off?
Exactly.
You asked me. You asked me.
I'm asking people that believe that the Earth is flat, right?
Yeah,
those are good arguments.
I haven't done this. Sorry, you asked me personally. I don't know.
No, I'm just asking anybody that believes the Earth's flat, right? Like that. Okay, great argument. Airplane travels along the same pitch, which is a horizontal line. So if it theoretically had enough fuel to just keep going, what happens? How do you not end up in the same spot?
I don't know in the theoretical idea. I mean, I could suggest that you would reach some kind of limitation, a container for the gas pressure that we breathe. But other than that, I couldn't tell you.
But if you took the globe, right, and you laid it out flat, like a map that you just place and read on, right, what happens when you get to the end?
Don't know. How would you orientate the map? What?
First, you're creating a fabrication. You're creating a fabrication, and then you're asking us to theorize on your fabrication?
How is it fabricated?
You just said
if you take a globe and flatten it out.
Yeah.
Yeah. There are maps that exist.
So that's your story. So if you take your globe and flatten it out, you continue on with where you're going to fly or do, that's your problem.
Okay, so what are you trying to? Then what's the argument, right?
The argument is it's flat. You're trying to prove that it's a ball of a radius of 3950.
No. Forget about the ball. Forget about the sphere. None of that, right? I'm going along now with the fact that we live on a flat plane, right?
Excellent. Welcome to Flat Earth. Enjoy your stay.
Okay, so I'm asking you, if you just keep traveling in one direction,
don't
pick
know.
any direction.
Dude, we don't know.
Right, that's fine. You don't know. So don't you have a
does that change? Sorry, I hate to interrupt, but does that change the Earth being measured flat?
It changes in the respect that if you choose one direction to just walk into, nobody's done that.
No. Let me ask again. If I haven't reached the limitation to the system, does that change the measurements that I've taken?
Yeah, it does.
How? The measurements are empirical. Just because I haven't reached the edge of the table doesn't mean that every part that I've measured along that table isn't measured to be flat. Okay. Because I haven't reached the edge doesn't mean that my horizontal measurements are suddenly curved.
Okay. So you're just sticking with data rather than
measurements,
right? Yeah, measurements of data.
Yeah, measurements.
Sure.
Yeah, empirical.
And that's it. That's what sells you on it is just measurements alone.
What the surface description of the Earth? We're talking about geometry, right? Shapes. Trying to figure out if this surface that we stand on is horizontal or if it's curved. It measures to be horizontal. Just because I haven't got to the end of the horizontalness doesn't mean that the horizontalness is curved.
But it's just the data from an airplane? That's what else?
Not just the data from an airplane. It's just because somebody asked what would happen if I got in an airplane and went somewhere. You'd measure a flat Earth. You'd fly across a flat Earth. You would always be in respect to a flat stationary Earth when you do this. It's not just based on that, but this is the third step, right? In all practicality, everyday use, we use the Earth as a flat stationary plane. But before we got to that practical bit, we observed it and we measured it.
Interesting.
So it's plausible that the Earth, as we know it, is conceivably flat, and that exists in space as we are taught, or like is that different? Or is that just another
yeah, good question. Good question. No, we're not the third flat planet from the sun orbiting the sun. It might be easier to term the Earth as the floor of the universe where you and I reside, on the ground, the mountains and the sea, and the things that we see above us, they're in motion above us. We're stationary, they're in motion.
Is that something that could be like proven, or?
That's what we measure.
So a change of seasons in a particular part of the world is just due to a star orbiting around a stationary thing, which is where we stand.
Okay, when you say star, you mean sun, don't you?
The sun, correct? Yes.
Yeah. So the sun, that's what we measure. So the sun moves throughout the year. For example, in the summer here in the north, in the UK, for example, the sun is high in the sky. And I see it for a long time. I can measure that angle of the sun above the horizon. I can measure its bearing, where it is, northeast, southwest, where it rises and sets. That place where it rises and sets changes from summer to winter, where the sun spends less time in the sky and its angle is lower above the horizon. And in Australia, though, they'll measure a higher sun because the sun's moving location right throughout the year. This is what we measure. The sun rises and sets at different locations along the horizon.
So I have a question. What if theoretically you had the opportunity to get into a fucking Blue Origin or a SpaceX rocket or anything of that nature, and you were able to go out in space and see what you see? What would you like? What would happen?
So I'm
based on all the measurements that you believe in, right? What happens when you get shot up there and you see that everything is a sphere? What happens then?
Well, is that a hypothetical? If I would to see a sphere, if I could go, and I'll give you really high up in the sky, if I could hypothetically do that in your theoretical idea of seeing a sphere, would I see a sphere? Yeah. But that's not possible. I'm not going to be able to go high up and see this idea that you proclaim. The Earth is already measured flat. I'm not going to be going to space to observe a ball. Blue Origin doesn't go high enough up, right? Just below the Kármán line. So 100 kilometres up for a couple of minutes, if they even went. Quite a lot of people, not even flat earthers, think they did so. But if you're talking about going to the vacuum of space like a satellite or people that have gone to the moon, no one is doing that. Not even the people that have said that they could do that have done
Katy
that.
Perry just went to space. She's now an astronaut.
Yeah, no, not really. It's not really space when you go just below the Kármán line, not even within your paradigm now, is it?
Well, no, she's retarded. But
yeah. But the main crux of this issue is the space vacuum that you believe that you can go to doesn't exist. You can't have gas pressure without a container. If you don't have a container, entropy will increase and the gas that we breathe will fill the space. So that vacuum up there can't exist if the Earth is an open system. No physical barrier giving us gas pressure, no physical barrier stopping entropy increase.
what happened to the other aggressive guy that was talking?
I don't know.
Huh?
I don't know. No idea.
He wants to change the subject. That's why he doesn't like the fact space is fake. He's trying to get away from it.
Space is fake and gay, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a really good friend of mine that sends me a bunch of shit and makes a lot of good points, and it's such interesting to hear what people have to say.
You understand why I made the claim that the vacuum that you think you can go to see the Earth as a ball doesn't exist in the first instance, right?
So, what's happening out there in the world? Like, Elon Musk is doing all this shit, but what is happening really? It's just all fake and gay?
For the most part, I mean, yeah. I mean, if you want to point, if you want to point to space exploration, people going to the moon, and this quasi idea that people can go to space, then yeah, that's all fake and gay.
Fake and gay, got it. So you have all these fucking people that work for NASA and SpaceX. They're all just in some massive cover up to do what? What is the purpose of holding that information from the people? What the fuck does that even do? If the Earth really turned out to be flat, everyone would just go.
Why are you so angry?
I'm not angry. I'm asking. This is how I talk. I'm from New York.
What's the next question? What's the next question you ask when you discover the Earth is flat?
What's my next question when I discover the Earth is flat?
Yeah. Now you figured out the Earth is flat. What is your next question?
I don't really give a fuck. I go on about my life.
Okay.
If they lied about that, why don't they lie about anything else?
Well, that's a whole nother thing, right? But I'm just curious about this particular.
Let me ask you this: Where did the ball Earth come from? How did the Earth as a ball that spins around the sun get here? How did the sun get here? How did the universe get here? If the Earth isn't a ball that orbits around the sun, then it's not that. But if they've lied about it, what have they gained by telling you that this is what the cosmology is? What story can they spin you?
I have no idea. That's my question.
How it was created. The Big Bang idea, right? Where nature springs into existence for some unknown apparent reason and then creates everything. After the matter comes consciousness and information.
Sure, that's the mainstream thought, right?
That's the mainstream thought, right? Okay.
Yeah. So if the Earth isn't that, and you ask the question again, well, how the fuck did the Earth get here then? You kind of placed more on the other side of the dichotomy of creation. Well, it was intelligently created then. On one hand, a ball that spins can come from nature within that paradigm. Stupid idea that things spring into existence for no apparent reason, but that's when they rewind their clock and get to a beginning, what they suggest happened. It all just sprang into existence. But the Earth isn't. If the Earth isn't a ball spinning around the sun and it's flat, you ask the question again: how did the Earth get here? It's intelligently created. You live within an intelligently created system. God created the world.
Oh, so you do believe in a religion? You do believe that there's a God?
Religion's a little bit harder. There are lots of religions that believe in the God. I'm just stating the necessary antecedent for a creation is a creator. Intelligence creates, my friend.
I don't know. My question's not really answered of what does anybody gain by...
Okay. You answered it yourself, but it doesn't really matter to me, probably because you think that nothing matters anyway. The world just sprang into existence. It's an accident why you got here. It doesn't really mean anything. You're going nowhere. You came from nothing. Who fucking cares? Right? Answer the question. They get to control the big paradigm. Right? Why you're here, how you got here, who created this place that you are in. They get to hide that, they get to create something else, and there you are, there's you. Complete nihilism. Who cares?
So they get to create the what we end up believing in, right?
Yep.
Again, what are they gaining? Just power? The ability to control what people want to believe?
Just power.
Just power. Okay, so is it just for?
Hey, listen, dude. They can make you stay home for 2 years and tell you things are gonna kill you if you walk outside and you believe in it.
I didn't believe it. I didn't believe it for a second.
You did. Yeah, you did.
What are you fucking talking about? Why would you say that?
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
Yeah, like this is what I mean. Like, you can't have intelligent, normal conversations if you're just gonna say a remark like a fucking 4-year-old.
Same thing everybody else did.
I did what? I wasn't fooled really for a second.
Oh, just a little bit, really, kind of a little bit. But then it changed your mind. I get it.
So I have a question. From the second you heard anything about COVID-19, you instantly
why are you talking about that? You don't have to mention any names. You don't have to say any names at all. We all know what I'm talking about, but you have to say names. And no, I didn't go along with it because I called it about 6 months before, and I laughed when they started announcing it. It was the funniest thing because I had it all over Facebook before that. And I said, I told you so. I already knew what was coming. They already told you.
Oh, man.
Are you like a schizophrenic?
I'd like to see where you live. I want to see what housing quarters you live in. They gave you access to a computer?
Five bedroom, 4.5 bath. I drive a Cadillac and an Audi. got nice property. Why? Why do you care?
What does his house have to do with the shape of the ground?
He just sounds like a moron, that's all.
You do too. Again, what does his house have to do with the shape of the ground? The correct answer is absolutely nothing.
And you don't like the fact that I called you out on you will believe anything you're told because it's true.
No,
and I pointed out why.
You didn't call out anything. You said something about people believing to stay inside or they'll die. And I said, no, I didn't. And you said, yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. And I said,
yeah, you did.
Like a fucking 4-year-old. That's all that happened. That's all that happened.
And you got very defensive because you know I'm right.
No, you're not right. I'm in here basically siding with you on that, and you're still trying to say that that's not what happened. You sound retarded. That's all I'm saying.
You remember when you asked earlier about what would happen if you laid out the globe map? Right.
Yes.
If you want to ask the question again, why would they lie? And remember that we're not making a claim to the entirety of the Earth. Maybe some people do know a little bit more than we do with this map that might be quite limited. Maybe one thing that they have is extra Earth. More land, maybe more resources, maybe, quote unquote. They know this. So maybe that's something else that they could get to gain. Right? I don't know. There's lots of reasons why fucking psychopaths lie, dude.
Right.
Everything that we're going to answer with this question is going to be a speculation anyway, right? Money, power, get to control your paradigm, could be extra resources. That's sick and twisted, dude. But without going up to them and asking them and expect them to give us an honest answer, how would we know?
Oh, I didn't expect anybody to know. I was just curious to hear what you thought.
Yeah. There's lots of different reasons why they lie, dude.
But every once in a while, you have somebody chiming in saying some moronic thing. So you're the only person in here so far that has just had a normal conversation. Then you have this fucking moron chiming in saying something about COVID. I agree with him, and then he tries to tell me that's not what happened.
This sounds like a schizophrenic.
Like, but you guys all side with each other. You say, no, that guy's normal.
I tell you what, let's kind of bounce off of that point, right? It's kind of easy to get us, right, the ubiquitous everybody, to do certain things or believe certain things, right? We see it all the time. It was demonstrated like a few years ago with the big stay-in. So it's kind of easy to understand how people just do what they're told and just believe what they're told. It's not hard to do that. We see it all of the time. Why? We don't know. There's obviously some kind of end game, but until we get to the end game, we probably don't know why, what the big plan, what the big reason is. But we get to see it everywhere. We must at least acknowledge that, yeah, not everything that we're told in the newspapers and definitely in the news on TV isn't really true.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of smoke and mirrors, but I just think some points are, silly, or at least want to hear the argument. That's all it is.
Well, think about the question that you asked as well. Why would they lie? Who are they? We're probably going to point. Well, yeah, exactly. We're probably going to get into a conversation about government. Probably going to point at NASA a few times. Maybe we'll start pointing at the consensus of science. I don't know. It's who they are is kind of.
I was making a point more so of that. There's never been, I guess you can call them a whistleblower, that ever came out with hard evidence to show that we actually have a round planet that we live on. Never once did anybody ever go against it and say the opposite. Like, no, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you just think that everybody that works for NASA, that works for any scientific thing that has to do with space or astronomy or anything like that, right? All these people do this research and then just that they're told that that's what it is, and they just continue believing it. Nobody has seen something other than that and came out and showed people. No, nobody's done it for hundreds of years. Nobody's came out and said anything.
Okay.
So you just have a bunch of people now that start to gather an idea, right? Just like everything else. And then it becomes a trend, and then people start looking at other ways to look at it. And I get it. That's why I'm here, to kind of listen to but there's a lot of stuff that just doesn't add up.
Okay, so back to the whistleblowers thing, right? Now, there's been quite a few people that have come out and said things like, when we went up into the sky, when we went to space and saw the Earth, it was flat. Now, I'm paraphrasing, but if that's the type of whistleblower that you want, then I can at least think of two of them. One Polish astronaut and one Russian astronaut, I believe. I can find the Polish one for you, I think, anyway. But even people like, what's his name? I think it's Buzz Aldrin, has come out and said in interview that they never went to the moon. Now, even if I was to provide you that videos and anecdotal stories of that nature, would you still believe me anyway? There's been a few people that have come out in the past that have said not everything that is going on is true. I can even point you to, I think it's the ex-director of the CIA, who literally called in interview a chair of Congress or something, NASA is not a space agency. And I quote, everybody knows they're not going to space. So I can provide you with that as well. People have come out and said things. You just don't read about it or hear about it on the news. You kind of have to search around to find it.
Ask him to look in the side chat.
In the side chat?
Also, Jedi, he might be relatively new to this topic. So, what were those hearings? I want to say they were congressional hearings, or was it where YouTube, Wojcicki, or whatever her name was, head of YouTube?
I didn't talk about that one, but yeah, that one as well. Talking about censorship on YouTube, right?
Yeah. They vowed to totally outright suppress anything flat Earth related.
Yeah. Along with the other thing that we were talking about earlier, comes under the classification of medical misinformation.
Well, yeah. All major, everything is built in to filter things out.
So yeah, in the side chat, there's a few quotes from astronauts saying the Earth is flat and whatnot.
Where is this?
So are you on your PC or are you on a mobile device or cell phone?
I'm on a PC.
Okay, so top right-hand corner of the chat, just hover the arrow over the speech bubble. Click it into the chat.
Skits, what did you say? That everything filters things out? What?
Hold on. I'm trying to figure out where the fuck to go. Oh, open chat. I see it. Gotcha.
Yeah, just scroll up in there a little bit.
Skits, I just got done saying how they held hearings talking about actively suppressing flat Earth content. And you rebut that by saying that everything filters stuff?
Yeah. You can Google, even, for example, will filter out certain things. Like you could type things in and it just won't show it. So it does it for a lot of different things, not just flat Earth.
No, mostly flat Earth stuff.
Yeah, because I thought it was funny, because even if you name of the video itself and you typed it in, it wouldn't pop up. It's that suppressed.
Yeah, they just don't come up. You have to know where to look for it or type in the whole thing.
Yeah, like the URL itself.
On YouTube, you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I've been saying. They held government hearings. The head of YouTube.
You see, when you type in flat Earth into the search engine on YouTube, whatever you come up with, you'll get a disclaimer. Like the little box that says that flat Earth is a disproven, archaic model or idea. Blah 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 blah. The Earth's really a ball. Now there's no other subject on this Earth that has that put next to it. Right? You might get a medical misinformation one, but like we're saying, there's two things that are suppressed on YouTube that we can demonstrate within those congressional hearings: flat Earth and, like I said, medical stuff. Gives you a warning, dude.
How the fuck does anybody even know if William Shatner even said that?
He's on a podcast.
Was he in person? Was he physically there? Or was he fucking just on the internet?
Dude,
Does anybody know that?
Fake. Space is fake. You're going to have to get over it by now.
No, I'm asking a serious question. Does anybody know if he was in person or if he was
Doesn't matter. Space is
does
fake.
matter.
You don't go there. Yeah, space is fake. So talking about it and pretending you went there and saw shit doesn't matter anyway. Earth is measured flat.
That's crazy. Nobody could tell me if that interview was in person or not.
Nobody cares about William Shatner.
Oh, somebody linked it. Right? Basically,
just to show you more people just say it's flat anyway. And now you care. You better go research William Shatner for a couple of years.
I'm telling you that. How do you know that wasn't AI? Fucking
nobody cares.
You care.
That's what he's been saying.
Nope, I don't care because I never knew anything about William Shatner till you just said it, and I had to go look.
Like he said, it's observed and measured flat. You just are new to this. There's a observation called the Black Swan where a guy had a camera set 1 foot above water, and out in the distance there are 2 oil rigs, and these oil rigs are there just to mark distance so you can see how far from the observer. And there's an oil rig over 9 miles away, and the horizon is well behind that. Now, if you do the math with the Earth curve at its claimed radius, at 1 foot observer height, you should only be able to see 1.22 miles? Or 1 point some odd miles? But we're seeing nearly 10 times further. Actually, further than 10 times further. So the Earth is either 10 times bigger than it's claimed, or what?
Actually, it's got to be about 60 times bigger to get the
60?
horizon that much further.
Got it.
Get the horizon 10 times out. Yeah, it's got to be a way bigger ball.
Shit, 10 times, 60 times. By that time,
Yeah.
you're.
Got to inflate the ball that much to move the horizon that much.
Yeah.
I did post a black swan in the side chat if anybody wanted to go for it with Guy.
Usually people post QE's image where it shows the oil rigs and their distance and observer height and how far the horizon would be at that observer height.
Yeah, it's 8 foot. Max distance to the horizon on the globe is 3.46 miles. Furthest oil rig away is 10 miles. So it's just beyond 10.1 at least. I just like using this one because it's a slightly clearer image. The height changes from like 1 foot to 8 foot, but it only changes the horizon distance by not even half a mile.
I just realized he's gone. I wonder when he left.
As soon as it all started making sense.
Is that it then? Fun over? Or is there anybody else we can talk to? Scrolling through the chat, doesn't look like it.
Guess the oil rigs did him in.
I suspect he left probably in the middle of me speaking. If I had to guess. Though I don't like to bet.
Try not to take it personally, man. They always leave halfway through.
Don't worry, you're living rent free in his mind right now.
You know, I knew better. I should have just said, "Hey, Jedi, Black Swan," and I bet Jedi would have been able to do it a lot better with him, because he was doing really good with them all this time.
What was his name? Look out for him if he comes back, but I can't remember what his name is.
Skits.
That's it. Thanks, mate.
Hmm.
Earth is
actually
a horizontal
demonstrate
plane.
how I can take
You're
the flat
utilizing
Earth
the
model.
Earth as a horizontal plane in order to acquire those angles.
Right.
But again, that only works if it's contextualized by the fact that the plane that you're on is globular.
That doesn't
The
make any
plane
sense at all.
that you're on is globular.
That just
Yeah,
doesn't make any
it doesn't.
sense. Contradicting yourself and sounding like a moron, dude.
Yeah.
What was the contradiction?
Do you not hear that? The plane that you're on is globular. Does that make sense to you, the neuralist? Because I'm worried about you if it does.
Yeah,
I'm
plane
not
and
worried
globe.
about me, but I
Plane
I
and
think
globe.
that
That was
it
the
does,
contradiction.
yeah.
Might want to get checked in, bro.
Maybe I should recontextualize what I'm saying. Like the plane of existence that you're on is globular.
Okay, so not
in
a
nature.
globe.
A plane
Right,
is a
so
globe.
globular. So what did you
dude.
not? What was missed in my
You
recontextualization?
wanted smoke and you got it.
No, I
You're making our
haven't.
point.
I've gotten retards.
Nothing. You didn't miss anything. You made our point. Thanks. Appreciate it.
No, nobody made your point.
You
What was
did
your
and we
point?
did.
What's the
We
shape
all
of the
did.
Earth then?
Well, it's planar, whatever it is, and you've already attested to that. So
You
I
owe me
guess we're all the same
$50,
page.
heretic. He wants to know the shape again.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because you guys keep saying just because I said the word plane in terms of plane of existence, I mean just a flat plane. That's what you're thinking I'm meaning. And you
Well,
think
planes
that's
are
a
flat.
gotcha on me. You're not getting a gotcha on me.
You did that to
You're
yourself.
just being dumb.
It was your own gotcha that you played on yourself. Planes are flat, dude.
No, planes of existence are not flat.
What are they?
I don't know. That's what we're trying to figure out.
What?
He doesn't know what a plane is.
No, plane of existence. I recontextualized what I was saying so that you actually
don't know what
understood
that
I
is.
was
Right,
saying.
Why are
right.
you bringing it up? You don't know what it
Dude,
is.
it's a name.
Oh, he's
It's-
metaphorical now.
You're saying that you're utilizing a plane of existence when you're doing celestial navigation.
Yeah.
It's in the name, plane. It says it right there. That means
It's
flat.
called semantics, and that doesn't work on people like me.
So they're not utilizing a horizontal, geometrical, flat plane. They're utilizing a plane of existence, some sort of metaphysical concept.
Well, that's definitely true, yeah.
What the fuck, dude?
He's a brain in the jar, I think.
What do you say to that?
The Bengals are crazy.
He's a sack on the trans, I think.
Is he the same one who thought you could have a flat globe?
Yeah.
Like
Flat globe. No, that wasn't me. No, but you guys are playing semantics. You're not being real. Get real, guys.
No. You're the one who's not being real. So are you able to, if you want to effectively argue a topic, you have to at least consider the possibility that your opponent's position, you have to at least understand their position and understand that there might be some kind of validity to it to argue against. So are you willing to accept the possibility that you could be wrong and the globe
That's why I said,
could be not there?
Yeah, that's why I said I don't actually buy the idea that I don't regard it as knowledge that the plane of existence that I'm on is a globe or is flat or isn't a tetrahedron. I mean, I could be on any kind of thing.
The plane of existence is usually, referred to more as like a metaphysical thing, but it's interesting that they do use that word plane because
Well, I'm
it'd be
a
interesting
philosopher,
to.
so that's why I have to do that.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying
Okay,
to.
but then you're
So, like-
actually saying that when you're talking about measuring things, because you thought you had some kind of gotcha with latitude because you were presupposing the globe and assuming that that's how these
No,
were determined.
Hold on, let me stop you. I'm not presupposing it. I'm saying that that's the latitude longitude system that is used. It's not me presupposing. It might be them presupposing it. What I'm saying in that is that if I abide by that system, I can find you lost at sea. I don't see how you can do that if my whole contextualization of longitude and latitude is that the place is just a flat plane. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it does. It's exactly what it means.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get you to qualify. Do you understand that?
Well, that's what you're practically using it as when you're taking elevation angle measurements.
Says who? What are you talking about?
Does
Says the practice of celestial navigation, dude. That's how the Earth is.
I wasn't talking
practically
about
utilized.
celestial navigation.
Well, I guess you don't know what conversation you're having.
I don't think you know what conversation you're having, dude, because every single time I
There we
actually
go.
get this
I know
point
you are,
out.
but what am I? I got Glover Bingo.
Yeah, but every time I bring this up, you bring up some other topic.
Paying out tonight.
Yeah,
You bring
okay,
up
so
some
you're
other topic, which
utilizing
is
the Earth as a
fine, dude. Just
horizontal
qualify
plane.
the topic, bro. That's all you've got to do.
Okay, so an elevation angle. Do you know what one is?
No, you'll have to tell me all about it, dude. Also, you have to tell me about Higgs balls and gravity.
Yeah, so you've got an angle between two lines. One's going to be your line of sight to the celestial body. The other one's going to be a horizontal line, horizontal baseline from your position, ground position on Earth. And you got to get a ground position to the luminary, the star that you're using to navigate by, and that's going to form a right angle. It's going to form a right angle with your horizontal baseline.
Explain your
It's going to form a right angle with your horizontal baseline. The only way to have
about something other than what I'm talking about.
That is for the horizontal baseline to be parallel with the Earth.
This is wild, bro. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, I mean, if you didn't jibber jabber through the entire thing, it probably wouldn't have been that hard to follow.
Yeah, do you want him to repeat it? And you're actually going to
follow you, dude. And you won't stop talking about something entirely different.
No, he was trying to give a very coherent explanation. You kept interrupting. He kept going.
Exactly.
And then you claimed that you couldn't hear him. So can you be, I don't know if he feels like repeating the same thing. I mean, would you be willing to actually listen if he did? Because you weren't listening that time.
No, I was, but what I noticed in him...
No, you weren't, because you were talking. You were talking while he was talking.
I let him talk, and what I noticed...
No, you didn't. Rewind the tape.
I did. No, so I totally did, and then what I noticed in him talking had nothing to do with what I'm saying.
You asked me to qualify that the Earth is being practically used as a horizontal plane when you're taking elevation angle measurements.
I didn't say that.
Oh, okay. Well, he's got Alzheimer's.
You're wild, bro.
I don't know what I can do with this.
Post what an angle of elevation is for you, since you needed a definition. There's a drawing, that angle that he's got, and that little sextant there, or whatever you want to call that one. That's the angle of elevation from the horizon up. That angle that's created. That's how you do it. Can't do that on the surface of a ball.
Yeah, just use the picture. That'll be a lot easier for you than trying to listen to me, because you obviously can't do that. So look at the picture there. It says globe killer. It's showing you a elevation angle. You see the horizontal line is along the surface of the Earth. The only way to get that 90 at the ground position of that star is for the Earth to be to be practically a horizontal plane.
Right.
Oh, am I free? Yeah. So nobody was talking about that. That's what's so fun about this.
Okay, so dude, you don't know what conversation you're having for some reason. I told you.
Longitude and latitude, dude. You brought it up.
Yeah. I didn't bring up the globe killer shit, the elevation of the horizon elevation.
That's how you get the shit.
I didn't bring up that. I brought up the fact.
You did.
This is what I brought up. So let's see if you can follow here.
Yeah, you did, because it's required for latitude and longitude.
Says who?
Oh my god, dude! It's how it was developed, man.
By who?
By navigators.
Sailors.
So you know what they use now? They use a globular.
No, they don't.
For latitude and longitude.
They use lat and long.
They really do.
Neuralists, they use lat and long.
Yeah, bro.
Where'd they get that from?
You know what I'm saying?
Where'd they get that from?
I don't know. You tell me.
Okay, for about the 70th time, elevation angle measurements practically utilizing the Earth as a horizontal plane.
Yeah, so if they express their measurements in terms
There's
of
no way you are a philosopher.
There's no way that you're a human. See how that works?
He thought that was good. That's what's funny about that.
Yeah, I thought it was funny. I don't care if you think it's funny. Again, what I'm saying is that in the modern world, it doesn't matter how it was originally generated. That's irrelevant. How it is understood in the modern world, if you're doing a longitude-latitude analysis, it's contextualized by the idea that the Earth is a sphere. So if that's the case, right?
No, it's not.
It's
That's not how.
it is, though.
That's not how you even got that coordinate system, dude. At all. You have to practically treat it as a horizontal plane. That's the context you keep wanting to deny. Then they have what's called a celestial
You
sphere.
haven't demonstrated that.
It's already been demonstrated that like hundreds of years.
You
by the
just like
people who
presented
developed
pictures
this
and you were
stuff.
like, "Oh, look, bro, I've got it."
Yeah. The sphere is a celestial sphere, not a terrestrial one. Based on these angle measurements, it's how you get it. Practically using the Earth as horizontal, taking elevation angle measurements to the various luminaries.
You can find out. Are you under the impression that that means something?
Well, I mean, it's just because your English comprehension
mean?
skills are so low doesn't mean I'm not actually saying something.
No, you've just got a skill issue with conveying what it is you're even saying.
How come it's always I know you are, but what am I? Like every time. Every time I
Because you
point out
just
your
keep
fail,
playing
you're
that
just
shit,
like,
and
"Oh,
I
I know,
just
but
keep
you."
playing it back to you because you think that like that's going to
You
work.
think
under
that's
your
clever? Is it just parroting what I said back to me?
Yeah,
It's all, Neuralist. It's all right. It's Neuralist. It's all right to admit you don't know something. I mean, you could learn something, and then next time you're having a conversation with someone, you will be more educated on that topic. I mean, that's what we're about here, like having discussions about things and then discovering new things. Are you not about that? Do you already know everything you need to know, and you don't want to learn anything new?
What did I say the last time you asked that question? I feel like the last time that you asked that question, you were asking me about my confidence regarding the shape of the Earth. And what did I say? I said, I don't think I know that the shape of the Earth is some sort of round. It could be some sort of square or some sort of tetrahedron. You remember that?
Yeah, but so why do you keep arguing for your globular, which you call globular, shape?
I am not arguing for it.
Yeah, you just were. You're just trying to put
Except
the latitude.
I'm not. That's what I keep trying. You guys keep thinking I am, and so everything I say is translated in your brains as, "Oh, here's a homie arguing for the globe."
Because that's what you're doing.
And I'm just saying, no. All I'm saying is that here's this thing that's going on, which is the longitude-latitude analysis, that is flat out contextualized by the idea that the plane being approached. But it is, though. That's the problem.
You can't just keep saying, but it is. You obviously need to research this topic some more because you don't grasp it. I understand.
Saying, but it's not. And you need to research the topic. You see how that works?
We're backing it up with lots of information here in the chat. So is there another topic you want to talk?
There's nothing about these little pictures that you're posting that's information here. It has nothing to do with what
your inability to comprehend it is not really our problem. So is there anything else you have a question about?
That's the problem, kid.
Do you have any other questions about the globe or the flat Earth?
Yeah. I mean, how do you know it's flat? Maybe we'll start there.
Been told like 70 times.
Oh, you've talked to this guy before?
No, I asked you previously what was the shape.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I think I already did tell him. I can't even remember. I can't remember who I told and didn't even tell tonight. I mean, did we go through the long distance observations with you? I don't even remember.
Was the other guy, I think.
Yeah, I think it was the other guy.
Yeah.
Right. No. So what you guys were telling me was how the Earth was shaped. You didn't tell me how it was flat. Or how you know it, right? Because the previous guy said, well, I don't know it. Isn't that right?
You owe me $50.
Here he goes again on the shape.
No, I'm saying I'm walking away from the shape question and reminding you that you said earlier that you don't know that the Earth is flat.
No, that's not what we said.
You don't know it.
Didn't say that.
Nope.
Yeah, you did.
Nope.
Man, this is so fun. This is the best conversation.
Yeah, putting your foot in your mouth and acting
with
like
yourself.
Yeah. Fun. Yeah, right.
No, it's so funny. If this is live right now, they'll be able to go back and hear you say
yes, it's live. Rewind it. I said I don't know the shape.
We all know it's live, buddy.
I didn't say I don't know it's flat. I said shape.
Okay, so you know it's okay. Fair enough. So you don't know its shape, but you know it's flat, right?
Yeah,
Okay, how do you know?
because the surface of water is flat. And the Earth is covered in majority water. So put
Sea
two and
level.
two together.
Yep, sea level.
Yeah. Well, that water covering the face of the Earth, that's a plane. It's not curving.
Yeah, but you're 75% water. Are you 75% flat?
Yeah, you're just being stupid. Am I a swimming pool, dude? Am I a bathtub or a sink?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. It's like, I mean, like you
Well,
make
the
just
water is
dumbass
not at
arguments.
rest, obviously.
It's so fun.
It's contained.
Contained by what?
Blood vessels and shit like that.
Are your blood vessels flat?
And the water's not resting, obviously, or else I'd be dead.
So is the water in your veins? Is that flat?
It's not resting, dude. It's being pumped through my fucking veins and arteries.
So is water dripping down your face
body
flat?
of water. He doesn't
My
understand. Drops of water around because of air pressure around him. So get over that. He's talking about.
Okay,
bodies
so
of
planets
water.
are round because of
No, there's
cosmological
Space is
pressure
fake, we
around
already
them.
told you. Yeah, gas balls don't exist in a vacuum.
Yeah, there is no such thing as a vacuum. I don't know what science you're working with, but yeah, it's false.
Well, there you go. Space is fake.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, vacuum is fake. Yeah, a true vacuum is bullshit. That's actually accepted science.
Yeah.
All right. So then you know that space would have to be fake then somehow, or however they say it to be.
No, just how they have described it traditionally. That's what's fake.
Okay, that's fair.
I mean, I can see outside of the planet, right? At night, I can look outside.
There's
and I
no
can see,
planet Earth.
here's this whole
It's
expanse
not a
here.
planet. It's
That's
not a
real.
planet.
That's definitely real.
So it's not a planet again.
What is it?
The Earth.
Oh, what is it?
It's the Earth.
Oh, nice. I love trivial definitions. I really do.
Well, can you point to
Tautology
anything
is
else?
one of my favorite things in
Can
all
you
of
point
philosophy.
to anything else like it?
Yeah, the moon.
The moon's like the Earth in what way?
Well, it has corporeal body. That's for sure. It has magnitude.
Corporeal
It has properties
body, okay.
that I can
Anything-
investigate.
anything
Right?
else?
You can investigate.
No,
the
that's
moon?
enough. I think.
So I
it has
guess you could just
magnitude
say-
and properties. Yeah, I think
So the Earth is like
also
so
it
the
has
Earth is
behavior.
So the Earth is like me then.
Mm-hmm.
We could just say the Earth is a human being then.
Yeah, as a human being.
By that
flat.
standard.
Wow.
I guess I could say it's a pen or a beer can or whatever I want.
Good. You'd be dumbass motherfucker to do so.
That's
But,
essentially what you just
go
told
off,
me.
King.
So I agree. I agree.
No, I'm inquiring into your argument, kid. It's not the other
You
way
said
around.
the only thing it has in common is that it has physical form. So I guess I can just point to anything that has physical form and say the Earth is one of those.
No, that's not.
Well, that's what you said.
I think that you.
That's the only thing you can point out as
That's
a
what you
similarity.
said. No, that's not what I said. No,
It's
what
the
I
only
said
similarity you can point out between the Moon and the Earth. That's it. That they're physical.
Oh yeah. Also, it's not on Earth. How about that? We'll start there. It's also not on Earth.
I see the moon. The Earth is like the moon. That's what you said.
Okay, so
There
if
isn't
it's physical,
anything like the moon on Earth. Like the
if it's
moon
physical,
sits
well,
outside
you
Earth
can't even
actually
prove that
influences
the
Earth
moon
and this
necessarily
kind of
has physical form, but just entertain the premise. So if it's physical and it's not on the Earth, then it's like the Earth.
Yeah. We'll go with that. Yeah, it's a bit like it. Yeah.
Wow, that's fucking stupid. I don't know what to do with this guy.
I told you.
No, it's just you can't
What's
respond
wrong
to it
with
because
that?
I'm right and you're wrong.
Please.
Oh,
it's just
retard.
stupid as hell on his face, dude.
Can you see Flat Lloyd's post at 32 minutes after the hour, Platform Hill House, where it says which one is the horizon? Do you see that? Scroll up a little.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you, Mr. What's your name again? The Neuralist.
You can
Yep.
call me Garrett.
Anti-neuralist.
Garrett, do you see the post at 32 minutes after the hour? Platform Hill House. Which one is the horizon? A, B, C. Do you see that?
The horizon behind the platform, Tim plus miles. That one.
I'll try to post it again. This one. Right here, the last one. Okay, yep. So, in this image, which one of those letters would you say is the horizon? A, B, or C?
It would be impossible for me to tell because what we're using as the. Oh, okay. No. Just keep laughing.
I did not. I'm sorry. I hate it when people laugh. I'm sorry. It was very natural laugh. Please, I don't get to laugh that much. So I'm sorry. I know I am laughing at you, but I don't mean to. I'm very sorry. You said it's impossible to tell. Okay, now explain why it's impossible.
Yeah, it's impossible for me to tell because what we're doing with like sea level analysis here is like we're saying, okay, we have to have some goddamn like point of analysis. How I observe across distance is different because get this, the Earth isn't flat.
Okay, so let's try it again. Where's the horizon?
Thank you for the laugh. I appreciate that. Thank you.
You can laugh, Mary Mom. It was really, really stupid.
Yeah, and you can laugh
Obviously
too, retard. Keep going.
Sea level analysis.
Dumbass.
Yeah,
Go
this
on,
guy's a
dumbass.
ninja.
He's so mad.
He's doing
No,
sea
I
level
just keep
analysis.
getting fucking interrupted, and I'm like, I'm trying to answer an honest
Well, you've been talking for a while. Give him a sec.
Remember the lot and land analysis he was doing?
Well, since you're a sea level analyst, why don't you tell us where the horizon is over that sea?
Why would I need to?
Well, so that we can progress the argument.
I don't think that's what we need to progress the argument.
It is. It's literally based on that. A, B, or C.
So.
Well, do you even know what a horizon?
I think D. The secret answer D. None of them.
Do you even know what a horizon is?
No, you'd have to tell me all about it. Also, tell me about people. What's that?
Okay, let's see. That's the problem.
Know what triangles are, people are, or
can you tell me what a triangle is? I need.
No, it would be good. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I do not want to make fun of you. If you don't know what a horizon is, that's okay. Like just like we can tell you.
Tell me what a triangle is.
The horizon is the place in that photo.
I need to know what a triangle is because you guys seem to have all the answers, right?
That's irrelevant to our discussion right now. We can discuss the triangle later if you
brought up by
wish.
somebody else. I didn't bring it up.
Fine. You want to get smoked on?
It's a three-sided figure. Three-sided figure.
Dude, homie just said the funniest shit ever. Fine. You want to get smoked on triangles?
Yeah, you could. I could smoke you on triangles.
Redwin,
promise you.
Yep. With
half my brain tied behind my back, I could smoke you on triangles, guaranteed. But the horizon is the apparent location where the water meets the sky. So going back to the image again, you don't get to determine the definitions of words. Who said you could?
Neither. Hey, get this. This is so funny about this stuff. Guess who else doesn't? You.
I don't. Yeah, absolutely. That's
so
why
fun? Dude, philosophy is so fun.
That's why I go for.
You also don't get to tell a motherfucker what a definition is. Cool, dude.
Gosh.
Okay.
Are you drunk or what?
No, I'm badass.
I'm here to tell you, you are objectively not badass.
No, you're just upset. And
I'm not in any way, shape, or form upset. Nope. If you're going to sit here and argue with me, nope. If you're going to argue with me about the definition of horizon, when you could just look it up yourself, then I'm not impressed.
Okay, so I'll look it up. Hold on. Give me 2 seconds. Horizon definition. Let's see what they say. The line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet. The limit of a person's mental perception, experience, or interest. So which one are you riding with? Which definition?
The one I already cited from memory, number 1.
Okay, I'm going from definition 2.
So he's not.
You like that? You like being Wittgensteined?
No, we prefer reality here. If you want to go to some like imaginary fairy tale forum, yeah, that's right, reality.
What
the one that can the one that can be measured, observed, tested. Yeah, that's the one.
Okay, so then how do you know the Earth is flat then? Can you measure that? Can you test that?
Yeah, we can. Yeah. So they tell me I didn't already tell you this. I've told it to like 3 other people tonight, so I'll try to tell it to you again. We can totally measure it. So you're being told that you live on a sphere. The commonly accepted radius for this sphere, although it was never obviously objectively
No,
measured
the
or
flat Earth.
determined in any...
Don't worry about the sphere. Toss that out of your mind. Talk about the
Oh
flat.
my gosh. That is what I'm talking about. Flat Earth is about disproving the sphere. That's the whole point.
No, that's negative philosophy. Talk about what you can actually
There's
show.
no philosophy here. Can you see the link at 43 minutes after the hour? Can you see the link at 43 minutes after the hour?
I can, yes. The
Okay.
web archive here, the flat Earth observations. That one.
Yeah, the one that you read with the whiny little tone in your voice, because I don't know who you're trying to oppress, but it's definitely not us.
Yeah.
So
I don't know
anyway,
what
when
you're talking
you...
about. I didn't read.
Yep, so the geometry of a sphere shows us that objects would disappear from your view at a given rate 8 inches per mile squared, according to the following chart after the link. So according to that, at 10 miles, you would have a drop of 66 feet, at 20 miles, 266 feet, at 30 miles, 600 feet, so on and so forth. 50 miles, 1,667 feet, and so on. When we test this in reality, which is what the first link that I gave you is about, we do not observe this drop at all. It's been tested with visual tests, which you could do yourself if you cared enough to find out about the reality where you live. It's been tested with other tests such as infrared light, mirror-based laser, and radio waves, microwaves. Every time these various waves, which are just, various frequencies and wavelengths from the same electromagnetic spectrum in different forms traveling through the medium of the air, they hit the target, whether that target be a laser hitting a target when it should not be, because that target should be obscured behind over 200 feet of curvature, such as in the case of any 28.6 laser test that was done. I can show you the source of that one, so on and so forth. And every time, or whether it just be the lights from your eyes hitting a target, in this case, they should be obscured by curvature, and they never are.
Okay, so hold on. So just so I'm understanding, are you saying that your position relies on the negation of the globe assertion?
100%. That's what I'm saying, sir.
Okay, so you mean to say, just so I'm clear, and I'm not trying to play any word games on you or anything like that here, you're saying that your position, flat Earth is the thing that's happening, is reliant on the idea of negating the position that's being put forth to you.
Yeah, because the word flat Earth. I mean, it's even within the community of people who understand that the globe is a complete fantasy, has absolutely zero basis in reality, is a failed model that does not predict reality and thus must be discarded. We keep I don't even know why we keep this term flat Earth. I mean, it was probably introduced by, controlled opposition type people, Flat Earth Society, all that nonsense. There are a lot of people who tried to push the Globe Lie 2019, the Globe Lie tour, went around Europe, made a lot of progress face to face, person to person, explaining why the globe is clearly a lie. I mean, if you want to join us, Neuralist, you can call it the Globe Lie if you want. Nobody's going to stop you.
Well,
Globe
look,
Skeptic.
I think I'm.
It doesn't. If you want to call us Globe Skeptics, by all means, feel free.
Well, hold on here. I think I'm actually quite sympathetic to your view here, in a way that I'm not entirely sure if you expect it or anything like that. But look, I can't get out. So what I regard as knowledge, I'm a little bit different from most of my philosophical counterparts. I don't buy the JTB paradigm. I don't know if you know what that is, but you don't need to worry about it right now. What I buy is what I can experience. For me, experience is knowledge. And so I can never say that I know that the Earth is round or trapezoid or fucking tetrahedron. It doesn't matter. I can't do that. So there's nothing wrong with global, using a funny term here, global skepticism. I don't find any problem with that. But to say that if, for example, they had been positing, all of the metaphysicians and all the people going back to Greece, and that the Earth was a square, just because you could prove that it was not a square, that would mean that it was round. I think that's nonsense.
Well, problem is that curved and flat are a dichotomy.
I don't think so. That's what I'm trying
What's
to
the
say.
third
It's
option?
I just don't think so.
What's the third option?
That they exist kind of in a unified kind of way. Like, so you can have essentially like if you take the Appalachian Mountains, right? There's sort of like a bottom spot where they all kind of begin to happen, right? And so they're all curved between each other, but they're really kind of like flat.
The curved parts are curved and the flat parts are flat, right?
Yeah, the curved part.
So
Yeah,
it's one or
exactly.
the
A
other.
bit like
yeah.
that.
So it's one or the other. Yeah.
No, I think they're together. They're unified. Yeah, the curved parts are flat, and the unified parts are unified, and the curved parts are curved, and the unified parts are unified and flat. But they're doing it together.
That's right, because they can't be both at the same time, right?
Right, but like if you could prove that the mountains were curved, that wouldn't mean anything else was flat.
No, so I'm trying to
And
run
if
away
you
from
could
it. No,
prove that
no.
the Earth.
No. You said it was a dichotomy, and you said no, it could be something else.
Nor.
So he's asking you for a third option.
I didn't. That's my Australian accent. How do you like it?
All right, but it doesn't matter.
He's trying to get you back to where you were on board with us if we were globe skeptics, which we are.
I am also. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, but I'm trying to get him back to where he says that that's not, it's not a dichotomy.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's not a dichotomy.
So can you
there's
give
no
a third option?
Yeah.
Nora, I'm saying something other than that.
All right, so it's a dichotomy.
Nora.
Okay, what's the third option?
I just told you a unified understanding between both of them. Like just because you can prove that,
I'm sorry. You don't think there's you don't think objective reality exists? Is that what you're telling us?
I'm the only objectivist in this entire channel.
Oh, please. Let's have a debate on objectivism next. But now we're talking about the Earth. I just demonstrated to you how we do not live on a globe with the radius of 3,959 miles.
No, what you demonstrated is that the evidence for that position is not strong enough for you to believe it, and nor should I accept it as truth. And I think that you're right about that.
Okay, good. We're rejecting the globe. Good. So I understand. Okay.
You did not prove any other alternative at all.
I understand. Yes. If you're going to float around in the soup of I'm not on a globe, I don't know what I'm on for a while, we understand that. We've seen many people in that. Most of us were there also. If you want to float there for a while, we'll be here with a life raft when you're ready to face reality.
Well, I'm sitting here doing that, and it seems like you guys are. Although I will have to say this. Among the flat Earth types that have engaged me, you guys are really like tolerating me right now. It's kind of fun.
Yeah, well, we like.
But I am
personally
already
like
doing
having, and I think most of the people in this room like having conversations with real people, even if they can sometimes get frustrating. So, that's what we're doing.
Well, I appreciate that, guys. I want you to know that. I really do.
Well, we
I
appreciate
can be
you
an
then
asshole
too.
sometimes.
Hey.
I know you were for sure when you first came in here. Thanks for recognizing
Yeah, but you
that.
guys were too.
Was I really?
Well, no, wait, hold on.
No, you turned me into one, the neuralist. I was perfectly kind to you when you came in here.
That was my fault. You
Thank
weren't
you.
actually
Yes.
an asshole. That's true.
Thank you.
Were
Yes.
not.
He's on
Thank you.
Discord. Ask him if he's on Discord.
Where?
Are you 100%
You'll have to
sure
tell me all about that.
you're on Discord right now?
No, I was just watching a movie. I was watching The Notebook.
Are you 100% sure you're on Discord right now?
No, I'm not 100. Like, do you mean I believe it?
Yeah.
No, I
Or
just know it.
You know it. 100%?
Yeah, like no doubts whatsoever.
All
Kind of
right.
like that.
Carry on. Carry on.
Do you think that you're responding to me?
No, I was asked to ask you a question. That was it.
Yeah,
I'm
but
moving.
nice. And now I'm asking you a follow-up. Do you
Okay.
think that you're responding to me right now? Is that
Yeah,
something you
100%.
believe, or is it something that you know?
I know for a fact. Yep.
Bingo. See, I like you guys.
Yeah.
This guy's a really special guest. He happens to be a sea-level analyst.
I'm actually a D-level philosopher, and I'm only going to serve the, I guess the function of irritating the fuck out of
Yeah,
everybody.
he was trying to help us do some sea-level analysis earlier, but he couldn't find the horizon for some reason.
Yeah, it's
I really enjoy that. That's why I'll always remember you, Neuralist, because you gave me a nice laugh. I don't know if I've laughed today. I probably did. I did laugh when my son was doing something
Well, we
funny
all
in the
know
car.
women love
So, yeah.
a man who can give them a good laugh. We all know that.
Yeah, so next time we'll ask you A, B, or C, and you'll say can't be determined, and I will laugh again.
Yeah, and I will too. Indeterminable, madam.
Yeah, because it's silly. And then you read the definition, so you understand. Let's return to that photo, because now you have read the definition. So now, which one is the horizon according to the accepted definition, number 1, which you read off to us? A, B, or C?
Well, if I was just going to play your little game, if I reread the definition, which is the line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet, I would say probably A.
Thank you. Right answer. Ding, 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 ding.
But that's what it would appear to me as a relative observer. You understand that shit changes depending on distance, time observed.
You really have to say that because it's already where the sky and the surface appear to meet. So you're like, they appear to me that they appear to meet. Sort of redundant.
I don't think so. No.
Oh, well.
But yeah, I mean, like, all the kinds of, like, assertions that you guys have, that's the shit that I'm going to be challenging. You understand that? Right?
Okay, yeah. So let's continue. Like, why is this important? We have to talk about that. So, and I think Flat Lloyd put this on here. Is this the one with the 1 foot observer height or the 8 foot observer height? I don't know which one this is. I don't know if he's still here. Either one, the horizon is beyond the place where it should be. I guess it's from this. I don't know if it's from the original Black Swan.
That one posted.
The 5 foot observer height. Okay, so yeah, 5 foot. Okay, so hold on. No. Because don't you want to know why this is significant? Like why we're even talking about this?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, you got Rodwin. He posted at 39 minutes after the hour. I'll save it and then repost it so you understand why we're even talking about the horizon in this picture. So, because of the geometry of the sphere, at this observer height, which you could find, this is the globe math. This is the fake globe, fantasy globe math. So you'd find this in any Earth curve calculator from a university. You'd find it. At the observer height of 5 feet, the maximum distance of the geometric horizon, if you were in a sphere, would be 2.73 miles. So we see that the horizon is not only beyond the platform Hill House at 6.21 miles, it's also beyond the platform habitat at 9.41 miles. So you've got a horizon at over 10 miles. This is what we were talking about earlier, about this is a concrete example of the long distance observations we were discussing, where both of those should be behind the imaginary curve, and indeed they are not. We clearly see them and the horizon is beyond them.
Well, hold on here. I really appreciate you being so kind to me, and I really do appreciate that. But I do have to say something that's a bit abrasive.
Oh, please, lay it on me.
Do you not see how fake this picture looks?
We can give you the video that it's from. You can travel to California. You can see that these are actually here. You can see the horizon. I mean,
yeah, I can send you to NASA's video website, right?
You can't send me to space. Right? Neuralist, can you send me to outer space?
Can you send me to this? Can you send me to this oil refinery?
Yeah, I can. California. Yep, go there. I mean, I'm not going to buy your ticket or anything, but if you care enough, you can go out there.
So I can't send you there.
No.
And what you'll notice quite equivalently is you can't
No,
send me
no,
there. Yeah, go
no,
on.
no, it's not equivalent in any way, shape, or form. I don't care, Neuralist, if you accept reality. It's way more important for your life that you learn to accept the world the way it appears to you. So if you care enough, you don't have to go to California. You can find something that's closer to you and do the same test as, millions have before you. So it's up to you whether you want to go out in reality and do the test. You can easily do it. It's, very, very low cost. No, I cannot go. I cannot go to outer space. So it is not in any way, shape, or form the same. You don't have to go to this one in California. I gave you the list of observations. You can pick any one of those that's close to you, or do your own. It doesn't have to be one that's already been done. Do a new one. We'll add it to the list. That's the difference.
Wait there, sister. Let me say something to you, and I'm going to say this in good faith. If that's the case, if you can't go to outer space, I assert, because you can't actually experience the nature of what the Earth is shaped like, you can't actually say that you commit to one shape or the other. That's what
okay, several people have already tried to explain to you that we're not trying to commit to a shape. We're saying it's not a globe. Yeah, so that's the thing, we found common ground. Don't you remember our common ground?
That is a commitment.
Yeah, I'm a committed globe skeptic. You believe? Yeah, I am a committed. I'm not just a skeptic. I'm completely certain that the globe is
Wait, hold on.
wrong.
Let me. I got you, sister. I promise you. Look, what you just said was something different. What I'm saying, you're saying that you are committed to the idea that it is not a globe. You can't do that.
Yeah, I can. I just did.
Because you cannot. No, I'm saying you can't do that in terms of your own philosophy. And the reason for that is because you can't actually experience what it actually is. Now, you can build up all the...
Neuralist, please. I experience what it is every day. I go out there and I live, and there's no globe, and I'm happy about it. Yeah, no problem.
So there's 1,000 other people, maybe even like 1 million, or maybe even like 1 billion, that are like, no, I totally go out there and I experience it as a globe. Right? What I'm trying to say to you is that wait, hold on, and I'll let you go on, I promise.
Okay, I'll let you go for another minute on your abstract philosophy, but people are asking you to respond to the actual Black Swan argument that was presented to you, but we'll give you, it's top of the hour, we'll give you till 1 minute after to tell us about your amazing philosophy.
Okay, just 1 minute. I'm not even talking about my philosophy. I'm just saying that according to your philosophy, because you can't get outside the Earth and actually experience it and see what it is, you cannot claim it is one way or the other. You cannot say, oh, I am committed to it not being this, because at the end of the day, your epistemic access ends with your experience.
No, that's wrong. That's wrong, because I have experience. I have not gone to California to see this particular sighting, but I've experienced myself by seeing the Chicago skyline across Lake Michigan. I mean, yeah, I understood it intellectually. Like, it was possible for me to understand. Actually, I would think I was about 12 when I first saw the Chicago skyline across Lake Michigan, so that's not actually true. But I didn't understand the significance. So I agree. After I understood the significance, understood the mathematics of it and the geometry of the sphere and why we shouldn't see it, then the next time I saw Chicago across Lake Michigan, that was an important experience to me that you haven't had. So yeah, I have already experienced that we don't live on a globe. I know that personally not only in my mind, because it can be easily intellectually demonstrated, it's not necessary to go out. But when you do actually go out and see it for yourself, it does make a difference in your, heart, mind, and soul. I totally agree with that. But if you were able to grasp the mathematics of it, which you might need to go and study it later to understand it, do you understand what I was trying to get across to you about the horizon in the image where we saw it? And it was behind the oil rigs. Do you understand the argument? I don't ask you to agree with it. I'm saying,
I do not.
You don't understand it? Okay, well,
I don't
even
understand
go over it again.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, yeah, okay, cool. Okay,
yeah.
So when we were looking, so going back to this original, this image. So you see there where it says observer height at 5 feet, the maximum distance, the geometric horizon of a sphere is 2.73 miles. So you will have to go, if I know, because I verified the math for myself before I ever spoke to anyone about this at all, that this is what the sphere claims, all right? So if this is what the sphere claims, which you can go back and check the math later if you wish, the horizon should be at 2.73 miles, but you just told me that you see the horizon behind the oil rigs. And if you went to California, you would also see the horizon behind the oil rigs. So, but there's atmospheric conditions and so on, Atmos conditions, quantum eraser's not here. I can use terms that you understand. Same thing with Chicago skylines. You see it some days in Southwest Michigan, many days actually in the summer, not every day. But if you even see it one time, that's why we call this the black swan argument, because even one time, you should never ever see it. So if you even see it one time, it is disproving us living on a globe of the radius 3,959 miles.
I'm going to be honest, I just don't know why.
Okay, I get you. Because sometimes, you're sitting here, a whole bunch of people, we're talking, like, you might have to go, and if you're not a person who, I use math every day in my job and have for a really long time. So for me, math is very compelling. If you are not a person, like you said, you're a philosopher, I get that. Like, you might have to go and double check that math, but it's not even really that difficult. Like, the math is not that hard. So I understand that you don't understand it, but if those numbers were correct, and you might have to check it, what we're saying is the horizon is way further than it would be on the globe of the claimed dimensions, and therefore that model is incorrect and it must be discarded.
Okay. So I appreciate your assessment there, and I really like how it was terribly good faith. I would like to respond to you in kind and say, yes, what I do like and what I am interested is not mathematics, but philosophy. And so something that philosophy teaches me is that if there are contradictions in reality, that means I am not looking at reality. So if I have a certain mathematical analysis of stuff, and I come to the point where I'm thinking I'm really doing the math correctly, and what I'm getting is a contradiction, there isn't a problem with reality. There's a problem with my mathematics. That's what I think. And I think that stuff that's on the cosmological scale, and I don't think I have to point to Copernicus or Ptolemy or any of them, Leibniz, any of them. I don't think I have to point to them to point out to you how often it is the case that people who are mathematically inclined get shit wrong to kind of prove my point.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we agree with that. But that's more when you're getting into highly theoretical math, which we're not even talking about here. We're just talking about measurement. We're just talking about a shape, a formula that would predict the curvature of a sphere. We're not talking about people who go into theoretical math. Yeah, we're talking about shapes.
I do not buy that. I think it applies here. What I'm actually saying to you is that if there is a theoretical model for what you should be seeing in terms of the globular Earth, and you're not seeing that, that doesn't mean that the globe doesn't exist. It just means the math was off. It means the theory was off. It also doesn't mean that the place is flat.
You're the first person ever to deny that math. It has been gone over.
Yeah, so I didn't deny math, dumbass.
No, this.
So you're just saying you're retarded. That's all you're saying.
No, I said what I said. You are the.
Yes, I didn't deny math.
The first person to deny that this prediction here, what it says by observer height, and what it says where the horizon should be.
Yeah, I didn't do that.
Not disputed.
Yeah, it's just plugging in. It's plugging in the given radius, which is given by the pseudoscientific consensus, which is 3,959 miles. I mean, and that's what they claim. That's why we're testing their claim, and we're finding it to come up short.
Just because you can test their claim and see something different doesn't mean, one, they're wrong about their fundamental claim, or two, you're right about your claim.
So you don't believe? So have you ever heard of empirical evidence, the scientific method? Testing claims in reality.
Girl, hey, you've been very nice to me up to this point. Do not insult me like that.
That was
Please,
a question.
for the
What-
love
I
of
don't.
fucking
Was
God.
that an insult? I asked him if he.
Oh, it was terrible. Yeah, homegirl. Yes, I
Yeah, you're
know
insecure,
we're
dude.
small
Get over it.
I'm sorry,
No,
I
no,
thought I
was
just
talking
asked him
to
a
somebody.
question.
Oh, I'm
If
sorry.
he
Are you
wants me to
trying
insult him, I
Captain
mean, I'm
Save-A-Ho
perfectly
right now?
capable of doing so. I'm
He's
just
got
trying
a-
to refrain.
It's got a sore
Look,
spot
dude.
there.
Yeah, I got a sore spot
I got
where
a
people
dumb
just
question.
like say
I got a
some
dumb-
retard shit.
Flat
Yeah,
Earth
so,
dude wants to
yes,
ask
I
you
know about
something.
empiricism, my friend.
Okay, good, good,
I
good,
know
good,
about
good.
the epistems.
Yeah, that's what you think.
Yeah, it's what I know.
Hey, Flat Lloyd,
Yeah.
you there, bro? You there?
So if it's a
Wait,
if
why
it's
did our conversation
if it's a
stop?
ball of the claimed dimensions, then it must have a horizon at that distance. So geometric consequence has to be. If it's not there, then it's not the ball. Period.
Says who?
Huh?
Yeah, says who?
Geometry, I guess.
I don't think so. I think geometry says other things.
Oh my
Like
gosh.
what?
Come on, Neuralist.
All he does is say nope, nope.
Look, I'm a
Nope,
gadfly. This is my whole job. This is the only reason I'm here. Is to fuck with people like you guys. That's it.
Obviously, you're just
Well,
fucking
I'm just
around.
putting
But in a
You're
good
not
way.
offering any
I care about you guys. I don't
whatsoever.
want you to be upset or anything like that. I want to
Dude,
be
you
able to,
should
like,
care about not being wasted. Is what you should care about.
You should care about not banging your mother.
Oh no.
You see how that works? You see how I just like threw some
Okay,
shit
we're
out there?
degenerating.
All right, I knew it. That was coming. I knew
You're all degenerates. I see how it works.
it.
Look,
Right?
Bunny should have just
He wants
never
me to
just
insult it. Yeah,
told
he
some
he
bullshit.
claimed I insulted him earlier, but yeah, I'll just call you degenerate then if you want to be insulted. There you go.
bad.
You like that?
Hey, sorry, I got disconnected for 10 seconds.
Yeah, you
Oh, he
should.
missed my insult. I'll go back to asking about the scientific method
Wait,
then.
no.
Do you
What
know?
was your insult? No, I'll respect the
Oh,
shit.
here's my insult. Here's my insult. Do you know the steps of the scientific method?
Yeah. First, a hypothesis.
Wrong.
Nope.
Then a thesis. And then we
Just
observe.
going to continue after you were
And then
wrong.
before all of that, we test.
You got step one wrong, and you just keep going.
That was literally the joke, dude.
Nice, hilarious, really funny.
It is funny because you actually thought I was serious.
Yes, very funny.
Correct. You are not.
Yeah, because that's the point.
What's
This is a
the
comedy
point?
show. Yeah, it's
You're
a
not
comedy
funny?
show. Well, I guess it kind of is unintentional globe comedy, globe fail comedy.
Right?
Look,
why
dude,
I'm
how
saying.
you keep things alive, guys. I want you to know this. This is
Keep it
what I
alive.
think. Okay, this is what the neuralist thinks.
Okay,
Hear it?
so then what is the step? What's the step? Here's my next insult. What is the step that has to come before forming a hypothesis?
Observation.
Oh, you gave it to him.
Of?
Who said that? Who said that?
It wasn't
It was
him.
me. It was Daddy. It was
Wasn't
literally
Daddy, though.
Daddy.
Of what? Like observation
the
of a
degenerate.
banana, observation of a computer, a car, like of what?
Yeah, it could be any of those things. Yeah, you could just observe them.
Actually, I
Yeah.
chose those examples because it couldn't be any of them.
Exactly.
That's not true. You're wrong.
Well, that's where you're wrong.
Nope, that was you.
No, definitely wasn't. So is a computer a phenomenon?
Definitely, yeah.
Is a
According
car-
to
is a
science,
car-
you're wrong.
Is the car a
You're
natural?
fucking wrong.
Is a car a natural phenomenon?
Yes.
Okay,
What?
you're just a complete idiot.
Brenda level.
Brenda level. Oh my
Could
goodness.
be a shoe.
Brenda
Yeah,
level.
Brenda
natural
level.
observed phenomenon shoe. Do you agree with that?
What?
Is a shoe a natural observed phenomenon?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, it is Brenda level.
Me and Brenda should get together.
I'm still here for laughs, guys. Cut me off whenever. That's hilarious.
And Nerlens, by the way,
Wait,
Brenda's
so have you
actually a
never
dude.
just seen a shoe? Really?
It's not natural though, bro.
It's not a
Says who?
phenomenon
I mean, it's
either.
made of natural elements, right? It's
thought
made
you
by
were-
natural thinking
You're-
creatures in the world.
Is a
How is
shoe
it not natural?
is a shoe
Like,
an event?
tell me about that.
Yeah, okay. You don't need to test the cause of things that man made because man already knows that they are the cause because he is the cause
But
because he made it.
man-made is just saying natural because man
Okay.
makes shit
So is
naturally, right?
is the shoe an event happening?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why wouldn't
Yeah,
it be? All of the
he's not
atoms in the
helping
thing
himself.
are becoming, are they not?
Natural. The key is natural here, bro.
It's
And
going to be
you're
so
missing the
fun for you
point.
guys when you
I
guys are
don't.
finally
I
truly
don't want you to
exposed to
be.
philosophy.
I don't want you
Daddy's
to go
here
down.
for it. I promise you.
I don't want you to go down that rabbit hole. Natural observed phenomenon
Is a
like
rabbit natural?
rain, lightning, fucking.
Real quick,
Yeah.
is a rabbit natural?
Yes.
Okay, so is rabbit pellets, are those natural?
The ones that come out of their ass?
Yeah, right out of the little assholes. Yeah, those.
Right out of their ass. Yeah, I had my ex-wife had some rabbits. They're
Nice.
messy.
So, like, if I make a
it's
song or a
natural.
poem, is that natural?
Is it what?
Like, I make a song, right? Or like I write on my typewriter, right?
No.
I write a song on my typewriter.
Okay,
Is
yeah,
that
you're
natural?
devolving, dude. The point is to test natural phenomena because you don't need to test the cause of something that you're already the cause of. If it's a man-made phenomenon, then you already know man's the cause.
Exactly.
Right, so
point
the
is to
rabbit
test- the point
turds
is
are
to test
not natural.
phenomena
The
in
rabbit
the
is
natural
natural,
world.
right? We
Stuff
understand each
occurring
other.
naturally. Right?
Okay, so me
You don't need to test the
tapping
cause
on my
of the phenomena
typewriter
that
is
you
not
are the
natural,
cause
right?
of, or man is the cause of.
Okay, so cool. So the rabbit pooping its turds, not natural?
Those are those are observations in nature that a naturalist would make. They are not considered to be something that you would experiment. You would not need to experiment on it or find a cause and effect relationship. It's not a natural phenomenon like we're talking about.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what the hell you're talking about. That's the whole point.
I'm confused too. What's the alternative to a natural phenomenon?
Bingo. Good fucking question. What the fuck are you even talking about as an alternative?
They're trying to figure out. They're asking you if it's a valid independent variable in a scientific experiment.
Yeah, Heretic already told you your first example about the automobile.
About the what deal?
The automobile that would not be observing a natural phenomenon.
So the same way that the rabbit like turds out little pellets, we turd out little cars. So that's natural. That's a natural fact. We can observe this in natural.
Okay, so you're going to observe a car forming in nature, and then you're going to go, what was the cause of the car? Yeah, that's
clearly the man.
It's a brain rot, dude.
No, it's exactly the opposite. Clearly, it was
complete brain
men
rot.
who did this.
Man-made. It's not natural.
No, it's natural because we're natural, right?
No, fuck off.
Hey, you're not going to use the scientific method, dude, to test the cause of the car. That's brain rot.
Yeah, I am, and I'm going to notice that it's men doing.
Well, you have brain rot.
No, that's brain god.
Wow,
It's not
He's
working.
going next level. He's tempting you to come play with him and dance with him in this little garden.
in now.
You want to move on?
Yeah. How do you know that the Earth is flat?
Because water's flat, covers the majority of the Earth.
Airplanes.
Doesn't make any sense. Water's not flat. It's fluid. It's literally not any shape at all.
Yeah, it takes the shape of its container, and its surface is horizontal and flat at rest.
I agree with
Nope.
It seeks a level surface, so water's not the benchmark standard for level.
Yes, it is. That's a fact.
Yeah, I think it is. Okay, well, you're just in complete
That's
denial.
why it just keeps doing this like sort of wave thing. It's because it's not flat.
Yeah, it's not resting. There's a force acting on it. It's seeking a level surface. That's
but the only
purpose
reason
of
that there's a
saying
force acting on it is because it's not flat.
Seeks a level surface. So an equilibrium of forces.
No, it
it's going
doesn't
to be
seek
flat.
that. They're like, have you asked a water
It's
molecule
a
what
saying,
it seeks?
dude. It's a saying. Yeah, fucking stupid sophistry,
This
dude.
is where it goes. This is where it goes.
Stupid
He already crossed.
It's not superiority. You're just brain rotting every single conversation.
I'm like banging
brain rotting every
your
single
position.
conversation.
Heretic. He crossed.
No,
the
you're
line.
not. You're just making a
Said
fool of
something
yourself.
about your mother, man. He crossed the
I'm
line.
literally banging the asshole of your mother and your position.
There you go. See, I
Yeah,
knew
you're
it. Degenerates, man. Come on.
Is there anyone else? Is there anyone else to
Move
defend
on.
the globe?
This is not acceptable.
None of you can. You will all
Legos,
fail.
yeah, I
before
mean,
me.
Legos defending it in the chat. I don't know if he wants to come on the mic.
Yeah, let's get Lego. Yeah, if water seeks a level surface, the Earth is covered majority in water. The Earth therefore
Well,
must
the
be
24-hour sun
Okay, your
was
mic is being turned off,
videotaped.
Oh, you're actually going to attempt to make an argument now. It'll be your last chance. 'cause
I'm
if
the
you
only
let
one
yourself
been
be
making
free-
arguments.
You haven't made a single argument. You've been using
I'm the
sophistry
only
the
one
whole
here
time.
who has done it.
Okay, formulate an argument.
at all.
Give me an argument then. Form one.
If P then Q, P therefore Q. There's an argument.
Okay, all right. Now actually fill it up with something. Give me a premise. Premise present. Premise conclusion.
Heretic. We got Larry in here. Let's talk gravity for a minute. Something.
Well, I'm going to give him one chance to actually make an argument on topic. And if he fucks it
No,
up,
I
I'm
don't
leaving
answer
him.
to you, pussy.
Okay, that's the end. Bye-bye.
That was it. See, when he first said it, I was like, hey, he's done.
Yeah, that's it. He's finished.
You go to your mother, blah blah blah. We got to move on. Come on, guys, be sharp. We can be sharp. Larry, how many types of gravity are there?
Let's go to Lego. Let's get Lego up on the mic.
Lego, how many types of gravity are there? Anybody? What? Gravity? Nobody? Okay.
There's also Varsity. Varsity is a globe defender in the chat. Varsity, defend your globe. Tell us why you think you live on a globe, please.
I think it's the moon and sun and stars and day and night and day. It's got to be globe. It's got to definitely got to be. Couldn't work any other way. Couldn't do it. There we go. Yeah. Thanks, Chris. That's funny.
I remember listening to Larry and GE Platypus debate about gravity, and right when GE was about to leave, I can't remember, but he said he didn't know about something and he was going to look into it, and I can't remember what it was. Do you guys remember? Whoever listened to it?
Larry might.
I can't remember what it was.
God, Larry's had a lot of conversations over the years.
It was a recent debate.
Oh, it was recent? Okay. Yeah. Platypus? That was probably last week. I think I heard him in here last week.
Yeah.
He hadn't been in here in a while. Yep. I don't remember the conversation, but I remember him being in here. And I was like, oh, shoot.
I was actually surprised. We're talking about a mystery thing, but I just remember being surprised that he didn't know about it. I just can't remember what it was.
Anyway.
Can Lego demonstrate that water is curved? Level is a curve, for that matter. Since water is the benchmark for level, sea level would then have to be a curve. Able to demonstrate that, Lego, because all the evidence points to the contrary. Unless you've got something we haven't seen.
Level is curved? What?
Well, that must be what he's thinking. He's denying what he sees, denying his own reality. Oh, bathtub flat, therefore Earth flat. Well, yeah, unless that water is in fact curving. Yeah.
That's how it works, bro.
So, I mean, you've got the evidence that water is flat, level, and horizontal at rest, and then you just deny it and say it's actually something else. Well, do you have evidence for that? If you do, we'll hear it.
Well, if you fill the glass up completely to the top, and it makes like a little like curvy, like, thing at the top.
Oh, meniscus.
It was
So that's even stupider.
Surface tension, meniscus. Yeah, it's kind of like that. That's how the Earth works,
He probably is going to say that, which would be throwing his own position under the bus because he was just chastising us. But let's just see what he does.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword, my friend. Sorry.
That'd be kind of stupid considering we were talking about the Black Swan like not even 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do have it figured out, Lego. Come talk to us.
Dude, the Black Swan's great, man. I loved what Taboo Conspiracy was doing out there in the Salt Flats, getting lasers and shit like 30 miles shore to shore.
Where's the curve there, Lego?
No fucking curve over there in Salt Lake, man. We checked it out.
Ocean flat or Earth flat, or he probably thinks that's stupid too.
Salt Lake is flat. It's been checked. I don't know how many times. At least a dozen.
Yep. Seeing as those oceans and lakes are the face of the Earth, that face ain't curving.
Then you must be swerving, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it can't be a ball. Unless you know something about balls I don't. Maybe you do.
No.
Maybe you fixate on them more than I do. I don't know. Go ahead.
Just curious, Heretic, what you think about this. So let's just say, in fact, the Earth isn't a sphere. Would you say that all the information we have so far is part of some mass conspiracy, or what do you think?
All the information ever?
I mean, that we've gotten about the shape of the Earth. Do you think it's all lies and conspiracy, or what do you think it is?
No, probably not all. Probably a big part of it is just like tradition, culture.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just curious what you thought about it.
Yeah, I mean, you go through school, going back, years and years, people sitting around doing experiments and checking things and looking at angles and, trying to figure out where the fuck we live. It's been going on for thousands of years, obviously. And was it a big conspiracy? But no, I think a few people got a hold of it and said, look, man, we can make it work out as a ball. Oh, okay. What do you got? And then they explain it, and they're all like, yeah, let's go with that one. That sounds good. That makes sense. But then when you start getting really into the minutia of it, what you absolutely can verify for yourself, then it gets a little astronomical, in my opinion. I love that term. It's like an astronomical number, bro. It's big. It's really
the other
big.
question I wanted to ask Heretic real quick, it was just one more. This is relative to NASA. Do you think that NASA knows what the shape of the Earth is and they're lying about it? Or do you think they simply don't know? What's your view?
NASA. Well, NASA's a bunch of people. Maybe some of them do. The shape? I don't know if anybody knows the shape. You ask me, like, do they know it's flat? For sure, not everybody there. For sure, not everybody there knows. Probably most of them are just globe-believing people like you, like most people. But I don't know. Probably somebody there. I don't know.
I
was just curious what your thoughts were about it. No, thanks.
Do you think the HR person at NASA knows it's fucking flat, and they just hire people that think it's a globe? What do you guys think of that question? No, they only hire Globers at NASA. If you went in there and said, "I'm a flat earther, man, hire me. I got a degree in engineering for satellites and."
Yeah, I mean, just speculating on it from the employees that we see there. I mean, they obviously look like people who, they look like for Dunning-Kruger people, right? People who are like slightly above average, but like not too smart because they don't want them asking too many questions. I mean,
Don Pettit,
you know what I'm saying? It's like, oh my gosh, you've got to be kidding me. Yeah, if you're like too sharp and intelligent, they're not going to hire you. They got over that, in the old days when they started, they would hire these military guys who were like pretty high discipline, like intense, serious guys. And then they had their little Gus Grissom problem and they're like, oh, we better look for a little, they go around, they interview. Like I have a friend who teaches at the, this fancy, high school that you have to get a really high score on the PSAT to get into, and they have all the doctors and scientist kids in there that are children in there that are like very serious about their careers and whatever. I mean, they're just I don't know how to explain it. They're just the so-called like elite, right, of the town. Yeah, so that guy teaches them, and so he told me how one of the guys was going to be, it wasn't for NASA, I think it was for the CIA or something, and they came in to interview him about like the behavior of the kid and all the things. Like, they do psychological profile as well as like looking for somebody who's not too intelligent, but also is obviously going to be very compliant, not asking any questions. They have to have like a little bit, they have to be able to, they probably got all A's in high school because they worked really, really hard. You know what I mean? But they're not like actually intelligent in the terms of like standard, of like pattern recognition, which is, the standard IQ thing.
Dandelion. The way I love to put it is like, you go to school and you learn whatever they're teaching you, and you need to know that for the test. So they're basically teaching you for the test, and the ones that get the higher grades on those tests are probably the most indoctrinated, in my opinion.
Well, not necessarily, because you can, that's NASA. I mean, the question is, what's NASA looking for? They're looking for slightly above average, not too high IQ, but very compliant personality who is very like influenced by like groupthink and so on.
You guys in the chat, man, are hilarious. Don Pettit's face on the moon. Are you kidding me? Who came up with that one? I want to shake their hand.
Brad Woon put in there. I mean, how can anyone watch an interview with Don Pettit and say like, I want to be an astronaut. They're like the greatest heroes. I mean, come on, guys. Come on. I've talked to janitors who are like 17 trillion times more intelligent than that guy.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Don Pettit is, to throw him out there as a, high representative of NASA is, the kind of crap that came out of his mouth that's been taken to the woodshed. I don't know how many times. Is
G.E. Platypus thinks I'm wrong. G.E. Platypus thinks they're smart. He thinks they're smart. You think astronauts are smart? G.E. Platypus, please.
Well, Dandelion, I think they threw Pettit out there on purpose to just throw everybody off and.
Oh, that could be. Yeah, like George W. Bush. Like, he's nowhere near as dumb as he pretended to be. NASA. Yeah, you could be right. Yeah.
Retard from NASA. How many hours have been spent on Don Pettit, man, in the flat Earth community alone? It's thousands and thousands, I'm sure.
I mean, you could be right about that. I mean, I'm sure they do have intelligent people in there. And then, I don't know. Yeah, well, why would you put your stupidest person out for your spokesperson? I mean, why? Just to mess with people?
Well, to keep everybody looking in different directions while they go and do something, sneaky on over here, This is the right hand. It's a magician trick. You guys are all go pay attention to Don Pettit for, 5 years. And meanwhile, we're over here, doing something else. Yeah, that's how they think, man. That's how these, keep them distracted. Yep. Rabbit hole after rabbit hole. We all go down them. I'm sure you guys will agree with me, but yep, they set traps. They're good at it. Pettit's a trap, in my opinion.
It's possible. Yeah. I mean, when people like, when George W. Bush was president, everybody just assumed he was as dumb as he acted, but that seems really unlikely. Yeah, that he was really that dumb. Yeah.
Fool me once.
So I could see that. Yeah.
Fool me again.
I got
Shame on
firsthand
me.
knowledge. I got firsthand knowledge of how smart that man actually was.
George W.
Yes.
And he was, right? He had to be, right? Because he went to some Ivy League school. Yeah.
So I can't. The specifics. All I can tell you is I had to do a debriefing. I had to do a debriefing with him, like 7 other people on a conference call after my 2010 deployment.
Yeah.
And he was in. I'm sorry, not my 2010 deployment. My 2006 deployment. The question, a non-intelligent man would not ask the questions and be interested in the things that he was interested in during that conversation.
Okay.
Yep, that makes sense to me. I mean, because it's a common ploy that people will use to pretend to be less intelligent than they are because you can get a lot of information that way. I mean, I used to do it when I was in high school because everyone assumes, females are dumb. And I learned pretty early on, like 5th grade, I learned, these guys are like They're going to be like real triggered if they realize I'm smarter than them. So I'll just like play along with their little game, and then you can get like tons of information out of them.
Anyway,
Yeah, I
don't
think
do
he's
that.
doing the same
Problem.
thing.
George Dubb's problem is that he has a heavy Southern accent, and lots of people hear a Southern accent and
And they
automatically assume
like
of
they're
intelligence.
stupid. Yeah, that.
No, he's got like an 88 IQ or something like that. You can tell by the way he talks.
No, I agree with Platypus that it's an act. That makes way more sense to me.
Oh shit, they're all actors at that level. Come on.
We're talking about IQ.
Now we're talking about the fact that the president's not really the president, and everybody should know that.
That's it.
Well, are you? What are you saying? Like the president, like the president is the president, but like you don't. It's not. He's not in control, type of thing.
Usually, the president's the president, but 90% of the time, when George was when Bush Jr. was president, Dick Cheney was really the president.
Exactly. Right. Yeah.
But what you're saying is like Dick Cheney had more power, even like that's what you're saying.
Influence, power, whatever.
Dick Cheney chose to do more and
be more aggressive. Very aggressive.
Bush had the title of president. Dick Cheney acted like the president.
Right. So you're saying there's a face, there's a front man, and there's a person pulling the strings.
Not always. That's not how it always works.
Yeah.
Bush just happened
Not
to tie
always.
himself to a very domineering vice president who wanted to get his hands dirty on literally everything.
I don't think he tied himself. I think something like Cheney would have tied himself to a powerful family, but I don't.
What?
I don't think younger Bush had any control over anything he had could do. He was just a part of a dynasty that that. Are you kidding me?
The Bush.
Maybe that's what made him smart, though.
The Bush dynasty. That's a big one.
Maybe what made him smart, he just pretended like he didn't have any power, right?
Well, they are, right? They did a lot of things with the CIA. They did a lot of things with Reagan. They're pretty much a dynasty. So,
Where are all the smart people located? I'm just curious. You guys were talking about the dumb people. So the people who aren't pretending, who are actually smart, who are those people? Where are they at, and what are they doing? You guys know?
They do smart people jobs.
Who are these people, for example?
I know this guy Greg. I golf with him on Tuesdays. He's a satellite.
Oh.
He's a satellite.
Bring Greg in here. Can we talk to Greg?
I would love to bring him in. He's not going to come in here, but he works for Boeing. He builds really cool shit. He tells me about it. It sounds good. Probably works. Is it in outer space? I don't think so. But that's he doesn't even know that.
What's his best score on 9 holes?
What's the what?
What's his best score on 9 holes?
I think he's like 3 under, man. Guy's a good golfer.
damn, what?
Yeah, the guy's a serious golfer, man. Anyway,
Does he live in Seattle? Is he a Seattle guy?
he's out here, SoCal, Southern California, man. Aerospace Central, in my opinion. But anyway,
I mean, Seattle is where Boeing.
yeah, they're also out here. They've been out here for years in Long Beach, California.
LBC?
They're not there anymore, bro. He's done. He don't work for. He's well retired at this point. Anyway. So anyway, guys, we know, guys. I don't know. You guys have met some satellite engineers or aerospace guys, built planes, landing gear.
They already ran away about 6 months ago. They won't come in here anymore.
Damn it! I love talking to those guys. Those are my favorite guys. Aerospace and flying airplanes and aircraft. I'm into that. You guys into that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would concede to GE Platypus. Like, we know, like, the people they call astronauts, I mean, they're really just actors, like, doing stuff. I acknowledge that there, might be actual people working there that have some concept of what they're doing. But I think these front people they put off, they're just like a clown show. I mean, what's your defense for that, GE Platypus? Why do they put the clown show people out in front in NASA?
I think they're telling the truth.
I don't know. I don't work at NASA. How could I
Exactly.
possibly answer that question?
Exactly.
I don't know. We were just
Why
speculating.
does that, yeah. Why does anybody put like a front person?
They might
Also,
think that he's relatable.
I would postulate that a person can simultaneously be intelligent and also really, really goofy and socially awkward.
Yep. Hey,
That's very. There's a direct relationship between that. But
Hey, Platypus, can you turn your mic up, man? Just a touch somehow.
I do have a friend that works at NASA, but like that doesn't make him an expert on anything, except for like front end development work for their website. You know.
Yeah, because they're very, that's a good example. Thank you. That's what we're always saying in here, that they're compartmentalized in their jobs and they don't all know what's going on in all the organization.
Damn.
For content creators.
Dr. Matthew?
I do think it's interesting to think about, though, the importance of having a figurehead in an organization, in the government. Like, is it important? Is it not? Is it?
Yeah, it's a boss. You got to have a boss, man.
Why?
Well, also like someone to speak to the public. Yeah, someone to speak to the public. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
No, I'm asking. I wanted to have
a spokesperson for the organization. We got a spokesperson. Who are we going to pick?
So it's like it basically makes you. So you're saying a spokesperson. What does that do?
It just gives the information of what's going on within this particular organization. What are we doing? Sure. How much we spending here, money there?
And why is that important?
Well, every day that they spend, billions of dollars on kind of space programs, and we're just like, hey, man, what's up? Millions of dollars every day. What's going?
The point is that we think NASA is a disreputable organization that's not doing what it claims to do and is in fact wasting millions of dollars per day of taxpayer money. That's why we started talking about this topic in the first place.
That's it. Dandelion, you got it.
Okay, give me a mic check now. Mic check.
Much better.
I finally found it. I finally figured it out.
Every government department. I would make that claim about every single government department.
But that's what they were using that as an example. Yeah. So.
Example, yeah.
Right, but there's more to the NASA thing.
I guess what would disprove that, or what would be something that would?
The second law of thermodynamics. I think.
No, you're not even going to say that. No, I'm saying like as an organization, like as a research organization, as an organization that's trying to be funded to find out more things to contribute to science, if you believe in science or trust it at least. What is it that's questionable?
Well, the questionable thing is that we have people who work for this organization, such as Robert Simon, who is creating an image of the globe that is, I put the link in chat there if you're interested, that he admits is Photoshop and a CGI image that he's created on his computer. So even though they're claiming that they're going into this realm of outer space, which was just alluded to, is not a realm that can even possibly exist in the way that they claim, that's, they're not doing that. They are making stuff up and they're lying to people. That's what the problem is.
And couldn't I say that you're making stuff up right now?
Whoa.
You can say anything you want, but do you have anything
exactly.
to back it up?
That was
do
my
you
point.
have anything to back it up?
Right.
Yes. Yeah.
Other
no.
than deny.
Sure. What I'm saying is that the person who showed an image and was very open and honest about this is photoshopped, obviously, which a lot of things are that are put out on social media. that's the thing that.
Yeah, they don't have a real image of this alleged globe that they say you live on. I mean, do you think, Allison, that you live on a globe?
Yes. Oh
What makes you think that? What makes you think it?
Pictures from space, civilians that have traveled to space. I actually am not interested in that specific conversation, but yeah, it's very obvious. There, different experiments that people have done to determine curvature of the Earth, etc. So for me,
Yeah, I mean, just, I think the pictures from space that you're saying prove it. I'm just showing you that they're admitting that they have created these on a computer, so that's not really proof. It can't be verified, but as well as
is that what
people
Photoshop
who.
means?
Yeah, I mean, that's what he says right in the article. I mean, might not have time
Photoshop
to.
doesn't mean created on the computer. It means edited, right?
No, he says it. He talks about it in the article. He, took layers of. Let me find it for you. It's in the link here.
He clones images of storms and cloud cover and repeats it and repeats it and repeats it over and over and over again.
Sure.
Yeah, it's fake. It's fake.
Can I jump in here?
There's also an image I just posted, and it shows
the
alleged photo of Earth and from space from 2002 and 2007, and it shows a huge cluster of storms that are identical across two separate globes 5 years apart.
Sure.
Yeah.
Real? Photos are edited. I get it.
Okay, so let's say, let me just, I want to ask those, let's say that you guys are conveying this information, because we've been in this conversation for a long time, like Allison and I. Let's say that, you can prove that things are edited, right? And that they do that for a reason, and that they do it in the vein of convincing you that they're real, right? Okay, and then let's say people go, okay, they're doing that because that makes their life easier, and then most people just accept it okay, they have photoshopped things to make their life easier, to convince the public of things that are very difficult to convince the public of. Should that be enough evidence for people to side with you?
Oh, I mean, we're off on a rabbit trail when you came in. The most compelling evidence are the long distance observations, which clearly demonstrate that we do not live on a globe of the radius 3,959 miles claimed. All these other things are just icing on the cake, kind of like side notes. No, it wouldn't be enough to just see that they were fake. They don't have a real image. I mean, you could just say, yeah, they just don't feel like showing you that. It's classified or whatever. Yeah, that's not our main claim. Our main claim are the long distance observations that disprove the geometry of a sphere with the radius 3,959 miles.
Right. So, let's say these people who photoshopped or whatever, they had the CGI people, they had their media students, whatever, make things to convince the public. They're we all agree that the government just hands out things to do because it's easy. We all know that, right? So to convince somebody of something of flat Earth would take way more than just saying they have lied about, they have made CGI images of the Earth, which is on PBS, everywhere. That's how we learn, is basically fake fucking bullshit. You know what I mean? So that's not going to be enough to do it. That's all I'm saying.
Well, you got to meet expectations of what people think Earth is. And Robert Simmons was one of those people that did that. And if you got an iPhone back then, that was the home screen. That was the home screen. If you got an iPhone, how many?
Well, I'm just saying, that's not enough. That's just more
But that was his creation of Earth, bro. That's a fact. I'm not making things up here.
I don't disagree that is a realistic. It is somewhat evidential towards your point, right? I do agree that it's not nothing.
100% evidential in my favor. 100%. Robert Simmons admits it. I ask him, bro. Don't ask me.
However,
He made it up.
Enough.
He made
Definitely
it
not
up.
enough.
It came on your iPhone. He made it up. That's the facts.
Yeah.
So,
you got
so like the created images that you use as your back screen. I'm not sure how that points to anything.
Okay. You live on a giant lizard, okay? And it's shooting through outer space, and it's trying to catch its own tail. And all these objects are spinning around, but you live on a giant lizard. What's the difference? What's the difference between that or the globe? You've never seen either one of them with your own two eyes, and that's a fact. So
Sure. I mean, I walk on it.
Me. Don't believe us. Don't believe me.
So so in any case, I don't like there's no general consensus or any group of scientists that have studied things or built on science for years that suggest
science. It's built on science.
Yeah. Do you want me to explain what that is?
Millions of people.
Yes, I would like for you to explain what science is.
Yeah.
Honestly, swear to God.
Great. That'd be
Make
great.
sure we're recording. This will be good.
What's the first step of the scientific method?
I'm not responding to you because
you asked. Do you want to know?
Yeah, I think just going back to, let's go back to, why, because you asked something like, why are the images important? I mean, because you said that was what made you think you live on a globe were these images. Yeah, so if they're not verifiable, testable, repeatable, if they're widely inconsistent in their appearance, if they show different sizes of the continent in proportion to what is being shown, if they have, repeated cloned images of the clouds on them, I mean, there's something suspect there. So I wouldn't want to base my whole worldview on what some guy sitting in NASA on a computer decided to tell me that my world was, when I can go out and see things in the distance that I should not be seeing if I lived on a globe of the dimensions claimed.
Sure.
39.
And so, what about and what about the so the 24-hour sun in Antarctica idea? Like what is so I don't know the current response to that in this realm. I kind of just fell off and didn't come into these words for a while because they're super hostile usually. So, but what was the response to that in general?
I don't know. Somebody wants to talk about that. I'm not into the whole, some people are really into this whole, the weird, little YouTube entertainer flat earthers. I'm just not into them. So I'm not here to defend them. Apparently what they saw, didn't see, it doesn't change that, the geometry of a sphere dictates that objects should be disappearing from our view at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared, meaning there should be 66 foot of drop after 10 miles, 266 foot of drop after 20 miles, and so on. That whatever was or wasn't seen when I wasn't even there has no bearing on the reality that we do not live on a globe.
When the other things were measured, or I'm not sure.
Yeah, I did it myself from Lake Michigan shoreline to Chicago, but
actually, I want to know more about that. Tell me more about that.
Okay. Well,
science.
It's a measurement. No, it's the mathematics of a sphere that would dictate that the skyline of Chicago, I think at 20, let me think. It was like a 53-mile observation. I think at 50 miles, I'd have to look it up for you again. I'm pretty sure at 50 miles, it's should be 1,666 feet of drop. So it should be, Flat Lloyd put an image of it there in the chat at 51 minutes after the hour. So basically, it's more than 50 miles. So most of the buildings should be hidden behind the imaginary curve. And in fact, they're not. You should be only seeing the very tip of the Willis Tower, formerly the Sears Tower. And in fact, you can see the skyline regularly across Lake Michigan.
And the claim is what? Looming?
It's a mirage. Was the claim? It's a mirage.
But you still can't see the bottom.
What does it matter if you can't see the bottom? You shouldn't be seeing it.
In front of it.
Who cares? Who cares? We're not even talking about the bottom. We're talking about the whole thing should be obscured behind the curve, and it's not.
What instrument did you use?
The first time I saw it, I was 12 years old. The last time I saw it, I was using my Nikon P1000. But I mean, I don't know what the image that's in Flat Lloyd's picture. That's probably one of Joshua Nowicki's photos. He's the most famous person for
that's
capturing
Joshua.
that image. Yeah, he's not a flat earther. He's just a guy who likes taking photos. Because around here, it's just commonly known. You can see Chicago across Lake Michigan. It's a cool thing, People like to see it.
It's a Midwest thing. Very, very Midwest.
According to your chart, 160-story buildings should be hidden.
Choose Young Science.
According to the curvature of the radius of 3959. That was...
Yeah, sorry, I got to dispute G. Platypus's nonsense in the chat. Please, I thought you were a serious person. Yeah, if you can't see it every day, that means nothing. You should never see it. If you can even see it one time, then you don't live on a globe of the dimensions claimed. I mean, please give me.
Well, the question. Well, hold on. That begs the question: why can't you see it all the time?
Atmospheric conditions, limitations of your vision, so on and so forth. I mean, please, are you pretending you've never heard this before, G. Platypus? Are you just performing for these new people?
You've heard.
We're not new. We're old.
Performance, I think.
We lost our groove, and now we're trying to get it back. And
the groove.
Cool. I hope you can find it.
It's not working.
I know. I'm not feeling it anymore.
You know what I want somebody to do? I want somebody to go to Lake Tahoe and gamble with me and not do any long distance observations. That's what I want. Let's go skiing. Let's go skiing at Lake Tahoe.
Hunger Games scenario.
Right. Okay.
For Allison to give us the first step in the scientific method.
Cope is big net right now.
Miggy, man, help me out, bro. Jeez, where are we going?
I want to go to Flat Earth, dudes. Like, you must be like Sandy. You must be fucking Southern California. I want to go down there and just like
shoot arrows.
What are we doing together, bro? We're hitting Pacific Beach. We're hitting Ocean Beach.
Ocean Beach. Love OB, bro.
OB. Yes, sir. Gaslight. You don't do the Gaslamp district anymore, huh? You.
Dude, I did that years ago, man. I'm kind of over it. It's cool.
Yeah.
It's great. Gaslight's great, man. Down in San Diego, man. We got some flat earthers down there, man. We can hang out. Some very cool people down in San Diego right now.
Oh, San Diego is one of the greatest places on earth. People,
it's an incredible place.
Why?
I don't know.
The weather is like better than Hawaii's weather, almost.
Yeah, it's like 70 every day. 72
every day, dude.
That's it. Don't go above. Go below. It's 72. What's the temperature? 72 degrees today, bro. That's it.
And there's lots of hills next to the ocean.
You check the weather; it just says perfect.
Right, every day. Yeah,
it's in San Diego. It's perfect.
And if it's hot, go near the water, and it will be fine.
You'll be good. Yeah, bring a hoodie. Yeah, might get windy.
For real, like June hoodies. People in shorts and hoodies.
Hoodie
is
Bowman. Yeah, especially like at 7:00 at night. Yeah, this time
in California too.
I'm a Bay Area guy though, so it's like I'm cooler, but
yeah, but you're not cool. I get it.
He's super nerdy, not cool at all, not popular.
Yeah.
I'm popular. Remember that song?
Sweet derail.
Yeah, from
don't be popular, whatever you do.
I don't want that. Yeah, I don't want that for myself. It's like I love that for you, but I don't love it for me.
Dude, I ain't popular. I'm like under the radar, as they say. Way under the radar.
I'm by the Delta, so it's going to be 110 degrees here in about a month, and I'm gonna
wait.
Die. I'm gonna die.
110 Delta? What?
Like Brentwood, like kind of Stockton.
Stockton, I know. Like Central California.
Yeah, but I'm like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We need to get back to fighting. Here's what I think: we need to get back to fighting about.
Oh yeah, and I did want to say, like, I'm sorry if I was offensive calling you new people. I'm actually new to this particular server. I used to always be on the 24/7 Flat Earth server. So if you are familiar with all the arguments and so on, then I do apologize because I just haven't personally talked to you before.
Can I ask why aren't we over there? Nobody's ever over there anymore. They're either in politics or they're over here. Like what happened?
Classified.
That's how Discord works. Like, there's shift and.
Yeah. The fact is that we were a great server, bringing people in.
Weeds was once great.
And, it died because there was no like super fresh meat coming in every day. But in this place, man, on this server, dude, we got fresh meat coming in every day going, I don't know the radius. I don't know. Yeah. So that's what happened.
So here's, I have a question. I have a serious question, right? So if I am coming in and I'm like, I want to give you, the flat earthers, the best argument. The one thing that bothers me is like, if everything's moving, and I don't want to give this to you, but I'm going to hand it to you, right? If everything's moving, the Earth's spinning, it's flying around the Earth, it's flying around the sun, it's doing all this shit, right?
Oh yeah. Oh you betcha.
Why? Like, what is the actual argument for why we can't measure water movement? So if you're spinning at 1,000 at the equator, if you're flying at 66 around the sun,
all in
and you're slowing down, right, from 29 to 30 kilometers a second, from apogee to whatever,
perigee,
perigee, and then you're going 400,000 miles. Like, what is the argument for why water can't be measured to move? That's the one thing that, like, I want a real answer for. Like, if
what would be the way to do that?
So, like, okay, so if you're driving in a car with water in it, like, let's say you're in a limo with a water pool, and you start.
I was yesterday.
Right.
It's linear.
Yeah, we know you. You do that. You gotta live life. So, like, if you slow down, like, how slow would you have to slow down? What's the deceleration rate to not measure water movement?
Ask a physicist. Yeah, I think.
Right, no. That's what I'm saying. Like, these people have asked every question. I want to know, like, what is that? You know what I mean?
Matthew knows the answer. Don't you?
Okay, could you restate the question? I'm not 100% sure what you're asking for.
Okay, so if you're on an Earth, right, and you're moving between 29 kilometers a second and 30 kilometers a second around the Earth, right, in apogee and perigee. You're talking
about the orbit of the Earth around the sun?
Around the sun, sure. But also, not only that, but like the vector of like the sun, the solar system moving through whatever. Like, basically, there's a lot of movement. And water always can be measured with movement, right? It's fluid. So should we or should we not feel? Well, let's just go around the sun. Let's just do around the sun. So it goes from 29 kilometers a second to 30 kilometers a second, like at its fastest point and its slowest point. which is about 6 miles an hour a day over a 182-day period. Should that not be measured in the water on the Earth?
The
Or not?
the rotation of the Earth provides more acceleration than that, and it's below the threshold of human senses. Here, I'll post the numbers in the chat. Hold on.
Yeah, if memory serves me correct, the orbital speed of the Earth between apogee and perigee. I think it's only an increase of like a half a kilometer a second.
And that's an hour a day, something like that.
Yeah, that's over the course of 6 months that it goes from slowest to fastest and then fastest to slowest.
But that's assuming an even acceleration and an even deceleration the entire time, right?
Well, that's how it would be evenly.
It would have to be.
It would, unless you've got some other, unless you start factoring into the incredibly negligible influences that the other, because technically everything attracts everything. Jupiter is attracting us, Mars is attracting us, but you can't. It's such a negligible amount that anything the sun is doing to it just dominates it for this.
But that's what you're saying is it's just negligible, so forget it. That's what I don't like. It's just it's just negligible.
I'm not. It's just saying it. Hold on, listen. Let's pretend it is a globe and it's a solar system the way that I say it's a solar system. We say gravitation is it's the masses of the two objects and the distance from them. You can do the math for the mass of Jupiter and our mass and how far away we are from it and see how tiny that number is compared to any other object that's near us. But that I don't just say it's going to be negligible. You can do the math and see how minuscule that number is compared to the mass of the sun and our distance to the sun.
Yeah, but okay, let's ignore the sun.
What are you?
If something is moving and then it slows down, wouldn't the water react to it?
The water is reacting to it.
Okay, can we measure
because it has to.
Can we measure it or not? Can we measure it or not?
I don't know if there's a device that measures that.
Interesting.
Wouldn't that be a very good idea?
Well, you have to think about it Glue. You have to think about it like this. You're trying to detect a change in speed of half a kilometer a second over the course of 6 months.
Yeah,
right.
That's Mongo.
Okay. Isn't that something that I like? That's what I'm asking.
That's measurable.
If it's measurable, you're going to need sensitive equipment to do it. That's probably outside of our price point.
Isn't it worth it? Okay, but here's what I'm saying. You're saying it's probably this, it's probably that. You don't know, but if we could do it, then it would be a good idea, right? That's what I'm saying.
It would be informative.
Yeah.
Informative to who? Why would it be a good idea?
For everybody.
Glue, what I'm telling you is mathematically it is happening. But to be able to measure it, I don't know. I can't speak for anybody having ever made a device that can detect that.
But don't you think? Okay.
That whether it's happening or not is not the question. It is happening. It's just a matter of can you make a machine or an instrument of any kind that can detect a change that small. I'm not smart enough to tell you it's possible.
Okay, let me present this then. You said just now whether it's it's happening, whether you can detect it is true. So if you don't have something to detect it, how can you actually tell me it's happening?
because you can know that you can know the thing is happening without being able to like measure every aspect of it. Like that, those two things are not connected.
Okay. So if I'm a flat earther, what I'm going to say to you is,
hold on.
That is
Hold on.
Argument, and
no, it's not. I'll give you a hold on. I'll give you a real world example, Glue. Hold on.
The assumption. I can't remember. Somebody help me out here.
Hold on. Glue. Do the tides ever? Hold on. Does the tide ever stop coming in or going out? Technically.
Dude, you did not want to invoke tides because people in here are going to lose their
Well, I'm not talking about the mechanism by which tides happen. I'm just talking about the observation of the tides. Do the tides come in and out? Yes or no?
Yeah. Yes. Okay.
Okay. Build me a device that measures how much the tide has come in or out over the course of 2 seconds.
You could do that.
That I'm sure you could do that. Now, have you done that?
Me? I haven't done shit. Literally.
Okay, so if you haven't made me a device that can show me how much the tide is changing over the course of 2 seconds, how can you say that the tides are real? That's how you're trying to argue the speed of the Earth's orbit around the sun argument right here.
No. Because
it is the same.
We can actually observe. We can be here and see it.
Okay.
You cannot equate that. That's not even close. I'm asking you to measure something that we can't see, and you can't do it.
So yeah, build him a device. So that's it. Like, I hate that. So if you can build me a device is not a good argument for something. I do think why not crawl through it and tease it apart and talk through it and figure it out. I don't understand why it's like this debate thing where people are like, well, you can't and you can't, and I don't know.
Literally, I have very few questions about like anti-globe things, and the one thing I want to know is that why can't we measure water movement with an Earth flying around at 66,000 miles an hour over the sun, 400,000 miles, and it's not consistent. It slows down and speeds up. We don't see that anywhere. That's the one thing where I'm like, I just want someone to answer it, and what they give me is like, no, it's just never been satisfactory.
Again, dude, you're trying to
because it doesn't make sense. You're on the right track. I don't know why we're letting platypus try to brainwash these people back to the globe. Hi, Ildiko. I can't stay up much later, but I just wanted to say hello.
Yeah, the answer is that water responds to acceleration, not speed. And the acceleration is very small.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. Like the acceleration, I've gone through the calculations. It's 6 miles an hour a day. So if it was even, it would be what, 1/4 mile an hour over every hour, something like that, right? Which you could make the case that's not enough for you to feel right. If I took a car and I slowed down 1/4 mile an hour over an hour, a sensor couldn't pick it up, and it wouldn't make a difference over the other internal Earth movements, with tides and all the other things. Like, it would be negligible. You could make that case, and that's what I have to do in my head because I can't get a real argument with other people. But
what would happen if in that car you were holding a glass of water and you sat there with that glass of water for an hour? Would you notice anything as you slow down?
If it's that evenly spaced, sure. If what you're saying is like the deceleration from apogee to pedigree is so even that's the case. If that's what it is, that's what it is. You know what I mean?
No, because this motion should be detectable. There should be a scientific experiment that shows a cause and effect relationship of where this is coming from, and it's not measured or detected anywhere. It's just a fairy tale. You're being told. You can do all kinds of mental gymnastics to try to justify it to yourself. You can talk to these professional globe believers who will never get off their fantasy ball because they're emotionally attached to it, or you can face the reality that Earth is flat and stationary just as it appears.
Glue, I would like to point out that between the between the two sides, there's only one side that's actually sitting here trying to explain it to you right now. I will point that out.
Know perfectly well. No, because you know perfectly well that this has not been demonstrated. No, you're all talking theoretically, like if you were in a car, this, that, the other thing. No, then why hasn't it been empirically demonstrated, this so-called motion?
Some of these concepts have been, and that's what they're talking through.
All right, present the evidence, please, then. Let's see it. Who's going to show it?
What is... Well, so...
You're all talking theoretically about other phenomena that are not the Earth. So platypus, where's cause and effect?
Applicable,
experiment with an independent, dependent variable showing any motion measured anywhere on the Earth. Please put it in the chat.
I love how you think that's how science works every single time.
That's how real science works, Allison. That's not how pseudoscience works. That's how real science works. Not popular culture, Neil deGrasse Tyson fairy tale science. I'm talking about real
that's where
science,
I get all
scientific
my
methods. I don't know anything about you. I'm not claiming that. I'm just saying that is how real science works. Yes. And we do see a difference between real science and people just sitting here and speculating and philosophizing about it.
So guess how science with theory. That's exactly how it starts, period. And you gather evidence, right? You test things, gather evidence, add to what you know, period. Like, I don't understand what you don't get about
Nope. That's called research. That's not the scientific method. The scientific method is systematic.
Please do not fucking patronize me.
Okay, well, I'm sorry if you don't like the way I'm talking to you. You don't like my advocating of the scientific method. You are arguing against the scientific method. It's hard for me to take that seriously. So I apologize if you don't like my tone.
So, Allison, can I explain something? Allison, most flat earthers, when they say science, they mean observational science with a independent variable and experiment, and they don't admit any other science like geology, astronomy, marine biology don't count as sciences because you're not doing experiments.
But then, the inconsistency for
We're getting away from these guys who just tried to snow you, who have not presented any evidence for their claim. I just want to point out, you guys go on and philosophize all you want, but you're saying not presented any evidence for their claim.
I'm not listening to you.
Wait.
I want to forget what I'm trying to say. So you're saying, but at the same time, you're saying observation is everything. So that's how theories and science is developed, is through observation. So I don't understand, and you are on board with that, right? Observation, have to see it.
In geometry, yeah, you have to see it. But when we're talking about science, you have to experiment, test the hypothesis. So there's a difference between geometry and trying to figure out the shape of something. Yeah, you have to see it.
Yeah, I mean,
what if it's impossible for a person to stand on a surface and not see it, not see the shape of it?
Well, that's not possible because the radius is claimed and is absolute on your side. So therefore, it's measurable over distance. It's called drop over distance.
Sure. So I'm saying, what if somebody can't just stand there? I'm not sure what your name is, but the girl that was talking said, I need to see it with my own eyes.
Yeah.
I don't think I said that. No, I mean,
you also said you did experiments. And so I'm looking forward to hearing about that.
Wait.
Okay, I've been trying to answer something you said several points back, which is we acknowledge that there was a time when science was recognized to be an empirical endeavor where we all agreed upon this method. It has gotten away from that, and so people call a lot of things science that, we are trying to stick to empiricism, so we are not recognizing those claims or theories that are not based on a natural observation. That's right.
What's a natural observation?
observation of a natural phenomenon, a phenomenon in nature. That's the whole point of the scientific method, is to test cause and effect relationships. That's why I was trying to get either platypus or
science and a
Matthew to give us an actual experiment verifying the motion of the Earth instead of sitting here talking to you about cars.
So chemistry, like where you know people are testing things in a lab that it isn't naturally occurring, but you're creating the conditions for it to test something. That does not qualify as science under your definition.
You have to
chemicals don't occur in nature? You don't think chemicals occur in nature?
I didn't say that. No, that's not what I said.
Okay, so what part of,
So I said, what do you mean by that? And she said natural observations. And I'm like, what does that mean? She's like, things that are naturally occurring around you in nature.
A natural observed phenomenon.
Wait. Okay. Can we? Okay.
I can't take it. I mean, are you fucking kidding me?
Stop. I liked where we were when I was talking about my cool things, my cool observations. Super cool, by the way. All right, you guys go ahead.
What you like where you were when you were talking about you?
Hold on, let me put it like this. Like, if you guys didn't respect the scientific method, like in your life, like, I don't care. But in real life, when your car breaks down, the mechanic is going to use that method to find out what's wrong with your car. And when he replaces it and charges you $500, you're going to be happy to pay that $500. But if another mechanic was like, I got a theory, I made some observations, I didn't really manipulate any causes or anything of your car not starting, but I think it's a starter, that'll be $500 and your car didn't start. Like, you're going to be like, wait a minute, one of these guys is a pseudo mechanic.
I think you're misunderstanding. Like, theory is the basis for experiments, right? That's experiments in science. Yes, are come from theory.
No,
that are
theory comes from experiments.
Holy,
that's like last.
Oh my gosh, that's not true. I don't know.
It's totally true.
Okay. So
no. Yeah, like most globes, you don't know what science is. Obvious.
I know, because she asked earlier, you want to know what science is? I said yes. I'd like to know what science is. I swear to God, exact words. And I said, what's the first step of the scientific method? And she goes, I don't want to hear from you, asshole.
Well, no, you were being an asshole to me.
Great argument.
Whatever. Nobody gives a shit.
I know. I do. Yeah, that's fine. I don't care. It's fine.
What's the first step?
I am born.
I just want. I have. What I like to do is.
Yeah, I know. What's the first step of the scientific method, Allison? Come on. Google it.
I can't possibly know that.
Just Google it.
Science before.
Yeah, I put a graphic in there. It's the real scientific method we're talking about is the then part of the graphic that I put in the chat at 19 minutes after the hour. I mean, if you're interested.
So, okay. So, the pushback, I don't know who said it. It wasn't the most recent two people that talked, but the person before that, there's something to what you said about how, experiments drive theory, but the reverse is true as well. So the experiments build a theory, but then which drives further experiments, right? So that is the way science has been, right? And I can't. If you can think of a better way to do that, that would be awesome, and I would love to fucking hear about it. But that's the case. You're right. There are certain things, maybe even by accident, experimentally, have led to theory that has driven, has been built up and then driven further experiments, right? But theory leads to schools of thought, which, drives experiments. So I don't think that. So I will agree to what that person said about how experiments have, in some cases, helped to build a theory. Absolutely.
Well, okay, yes. So real quick though,
what are you kidding me?
Hold on. The theory comes
after repeated testing and confirmation of the hypothesis.
That's not true.
That's true.
That's not true. No, it
No,
isn't.
that is true.
Not-
Citation,
no,
Allison.
not
Citation.
It's
Sorry,
not
Allison. How do you have a scientific theory without the science?
You have to have some idea built on some, basis.
Yeah, so you start with an observation and it moves to a hypothesis, right? And then with the hypothesis, you gather evidence through experiments to confirm.
I know you're not mansplaining this shit to me right now.
Oh, shut up.
I'm
Please, you didn't like it when you definitely didn't want to talk to me. So yeah, definitely talk
right
to the
now.
men.
Mute that fucking.
I'm just saying, like, this is literally how, like, a scientific theory is developed. And I'm not
He's
just
being
pulling
way
that out of my
nicer
ass.
to you than I was. But seriously, you cannot start talking to him about mansplaining when you don't like my tone. Because yeah, I got a tone and it's getting worse by the minute. So listen to this guy who's being totally calm and rational.
She's one of those them things.
Well, hold on. He doesn't know how anything works anyway. I know Allison. That's okay. So just chill out, guys. It's all good. Sorry, I don't mean to step in or anything. I'm just saying, like, I feel like I know how to get this across to her, at least to where it doesn't come off like I'm being a dick. All right, because I'm not. Now, I'm not, Allison. I'm not pulling this out of my ass. All right, like, this is literally like the steps of how this is done. And I'm using a tool right now that's smarter than me and smarter than fucking anybody in this room right now. And this is exactly what it's telling me how to do it. And I know this because, like, for years now, we've gone through, like, me and a team of people actually went through this. Like, you guys were talking about observations. The lady that was talking, what's your name? Dandelion. You were talking about being able to see it with your own eyes, right? Like, we went out and we saw this with our own eyes from really long distances. Like, one of them was 100 miles, and we still saw, like, an observation at 100 miles at ground level with a tool that, like, it literally cuts through anything. And we were using infrared lenses, which cut through any haze and any refraction or anything like that. If you're using infrared, what you're seeing is what you're seeing. It's there. Like, there is no bending light when you're using an infrared lens, right? Like, everybody can agree upon that. Like, we saw this with our high-powered cameras at 100 miles. Like, we went out and did observations to test this out. Like, multiple times. Like, probably, 8, 9, probably going on like 10 times. Like, we did this over and over and over and over. And kept getting the same results. Kept
That's
busting
not science,
the
dude.
Earth
It's observation. You explained to the difference what the scientific method is, and then you wandered off into
somebody
an observation with a camera.
Somebody server muted her. Can someone lift that?
Yeah, she wouldn't be
Well, she
quiet.
deserved it. She deserved it.
Do you have a response to that, Allison?
I didn't realize that.
Sorry, to what? So
Uber
yeah.
said?
You made a mess of it.
Yeah, so I'm very familiar with the different things that he did in person, in real life, his observations. Not new to me. I was having a conversation about how theory, and experimentation and science all work together. The way that it's being portrayed is not realistic, and I was just pushing back on that part of it. So as far as his observations in terms of, I really admire people who go out and, put money out and travel and do a thing, make observations in real life like he did with a group of people. Some of the other people I know as well that did that with him. But
but I was speaking specifically to the connection between theory, science, experimentation. I mean, all the words you guys were throwing around, like empiricism, like all those things. I was speaking on that specifically, which I'm not wrong about. And but I don't feel like this is an audience that will listen to me.
Yeah, well, your truth doesn't work here. It's called the scientific method. You can Google it. I recommended you did earlier, and you didn't.
Thank you. I will do that. And
well, it's very well established.
Method, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, so it literally says a theory comes in after repeated testing and confirmation of hypothesis through the scientific method. Like,
it's not that. So I guess, and this is a stretch in this environment because not everyone's going to say different. Like, so in other fields, it's like in some fields that's true. In some fields, you have to do work that is you have to do the observational work that isn't necessarily empirical as you go, right?
But yeah, we're not, like I think Larry pointed out earlier, we're not even talking about really fields. We're just talking about the geometry of the globe, which we, through these observations, show is not accurate.
We were talking about theory and science and empiricism and all of that is what we were talking about. And I'm not like, I know you think I'm like picking you out to be mean to you. I'm not at all. But you're the one speaking back to me, so I'm going to respond.
Okay, I mean, I'm a person who has been trained in the scientific method, so I'm going to stick to the scientific method. I think there needs to be an agreed upon systematic way because the point about the scientific method is that it's repeatable, testable, verifiable. So that is the whole reason why it was developed, because you should be able to write out your steps and then someone else should be able to repeat it and get very similar or the same results, and you know, within a certain margin of error. If they don't get the results, then there's something wrong with either the procedure or it's a very systematic process. That's what we're talking about if we're going back to talking about science.
Yeah,
and we were talking about science because we were talking about the motion of the earth. So when we're talking about the globe, that's a geometry question. But yes, the whole reason we started talking about this was because there's no testable, repeatable, verifiable experiment to even demonstrate that this motion exists, let alone any cause and effect. I mean, it's never been observed, so it can't even really be tested scientifically. So that's not really a science question either. But if it were true, the way these globe fantasy adherents are claiming, then it should be able to be demonstrated in reality.
You're talking about the motion of the Earth. You only need one experiment, right? And that's Airy's failure. I guess some people may not consider it an experiment, but what he predicted didn't come true. The Earth wasn't moving. It was the stars.
Seems like you guys got back on the right track, huh?
Well,
gosh, I hope so, Alpha.
God, we talk about actual science and how it works. Yeah.
Well, so the fields that you're talking about that do mix up where the theory falls, right, are fields that are unfalsifiable. So that's why, like, people like us usually throw them out because they can't be like you can't prove them wrong. Like it's astrophysics. It's talking about these like. It's usually talking about from existing data, like
just best
light
guesses.
from distant stars, right? Like it gives the example of light from distant stars. Well, someone like me would call that bullshit because somebody took a guess at that at some point.
Yeah.
And there's no way to prove it right or wrong.
So that's literally what science is. I mean,
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Science
Like,
is a study of it's a systematic study of the physical and natural world. So systematic means that there's a
Let me correct myself. It's the progression of science, right? Like, how do you ever think of how something might connect.
No, that's incorrect. That's not
test it.
science. Science is a systematic study of the physical and natural world. That's what it is. You're trying to figure out how why questions.
Yeah.
And you're looking at natural phenomenon and you see them occur. You're trying to ask questions how and why they're happening.
Yes. And based on what you observe, you make a current theory, right? And then you update that. And then there are different fields or different theories that exist in the same field that might compete, might overlap, right? Like,
I don't know. That's a bit
I
convoluted.
can't believe this is news to you.
No, this is a bit convoluted
No,
how
it's
you're
not-
explaining
it's
it.
not news.
It's not coherent.
news.
Hold on, sir. Whoever's jumping in on top of Allison when I'm talking to her, like at the moment, it's a bit convoluted, Allison, the way you're describing what
Sure.
science is.
What clarity do you need?
Well, you need to at least parse out what science you're determining to talk about. Because if it's just one specific field, then if you're throwing everything into the mix, then that doesn't apply. What are you talking about when you're in regards to science? What field?
All fields.
No, that would be incorrect. The application of science
All fields
in
of
regards
science. In all
in
fields
regards
of science,
listen,
in all fields of science, there are multiple theories associated with phenomenon that we don't fully understand.
yes,
right?
but when you're talking about science in a way that you're generalizing all of the categories of science, then what you're doing is you're misappropriating the idea that what you're using is one specific tool. Right, so when you're talking
No,
about,
I'm
like
not.
in the
What
case
are
of,
you talking about? I don't know what that means.
I'm
Like, what
about
do
to
you
tell
mean?
you if you allow me to finish, Allison.
Yeah,
You
I'm
like
so
to
sorry.
interrupt people when they're talking, like you do
No,
now.
I'm
like
so sorry. I do have.
there's
I
a lot
do-
of energy coming from you, but there's not a lot of like, okay, let me hear what you have to say.
Yeah, sure.
So-
Let me hear.
So when we're talking about science and we're dealing with different topics like astrophysics, the gentleman was talking about when in the case of that, people are using their best guess because there's elements here on Earth that they're trying to equivocate to say that they're happening up there. They don't know that's the case. They are saying things like with spectral lines being viewed, and on certain elements, they're saying, "Well, we can identify at the elemental rate that when you look at something like a star, you're gonna just by its color, you can be able to tell what type of element that is. But you don't know that. You didn't empirically prove that's true. All you can say is what you can detail from what the knowledge you have here on Earth. So the
Within
things
this
that are up there, the things that are up there are only as an educated guess would be, and that's as far as it goes. It's not anything
you
more.
literally just explained what I was trying to say this entire time. Yes. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Yeah, and I think that because there's a bit of miscommunication, or perhaps it seems like people were talking past each other. The only thing we got to understand is that when in regards to science, it deals with certain aspects of questions, inquiry, right? The method of inquiry that you're investigating. So if you're doing it with, let's say, shapes, well, science is the wrong tool, right? You need mathematics or geometry. It just depends. So you have to apply the right type of, idea there. So you're not going to use science for everything. So in regards to shape, like we ask the question often, is there any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe? The answer would be absolutely not, because science is the wrong tool. You need to figure out the shape of something is a what is question. What is the Earth in regards to shape? So you have to figure out what tool you need to apply, and it's going to have to be something that deals with mathematics and size and all kinds of stuff. So, and this is the thing, right? We want to get to the place where we meet at the table with people with logic and reason, and not have to bicker and fight about things that they might think is science when it's not even the right tool. So
So if I won't say the word science if it makes you more.
You cut out.
I won't say the word science if it makes you more comfortable.
Well, I mean, it's just a different category when we're talking about the shapes of things.
How useful is it for you to focus on that?
Well, in regards to the study of the physical and natural world,
Yeah, in regards to the study of the physical and natural world, we're going to probably utilize it. In regards to the shape of things, we're not.
We're not. Okay. So no science should be involved
In the shape of things.
in the shape. Okay.
But it will be involved for any type of phenomena that we see, or if the Earth is doing something, then yes, we will apply the scientific method to that. Not anything. You have to categorize everything when you speak, and I think mostly that's probably what happened. Everybody's talking past each other, and we're not understanding where we're coming from.
No, the last part of what you just said made absolutely zero sense at all. Like, I'm sorry. I can't just pretend to I'm sorry. I can't believe no one else is saying anything, but I guess I'm in a room of people.
Nobody has had a chance to say anything.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So that is, just so everybody else knows, not been possible.
Some of us have been specifically told that we need to let the newer people talk first. So
I'm not new, for fuck's sake.
So what was wrong with what I said? Let's hear your critique.
No, I want to let other people talk.
Well, I mean, if there was something that you didn't understand, what's the critique?
I understood everything.
That's not what you said like 5 seconds ago.
She just can't believe it, though.
Oh, well, that's different.
It makes no sense, but she understands it. Okay.
Yeah, I just want to parse out the critique. Let's figure it out, right?
She said the last thing you said, which I actually now at this point can't remember what that was. I don't know if you can.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out if there was something there that was misunderstood. I would like Allison to parse it out and tell me what the critique would be that she didn't understand. Or is this just another method of just being able to pause the conversation?
I can do it. So, like, all I've heard in the last 10 minutes is like meta scientific analysis, right?
Huh?
Nothing specific. Just like if you can parse out this, but like I haven't heard.
You don't know either, do you, Glue?
You're building out a framework for people to think, right? And I think that's way too much for anybody to handle right now. So
no.
What? Like,
no.
let's hear about something.
No. Wait. You're it's a train wreck. Your critique is a train wreck. We don't know what you're talking about. What's your critique? So what I was explaining to Allison was that science is not the tool for shapes. I could be very slow here so that everybody can jump on board with what I'm saying. Now, is that correct or incorrect?
I think it's rude for you to be to speak like that.
Slow it down so that everyone could hear, because it sounds like everybody doesn't understand what I just said.
You're being an asshole right now, and you know it.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Whatever. Can you understand? Can you understand what I'm saying now, or is that a little bit too difficult?
All right. Well, I think I'm done here.
Good stuff.
The only person I heard using ad hom or being an asshole was Allison.
Yeah,
exactly.
I said
I'm just trying to break it down to you guys, because it seems like at this point you're trying to get things really convoluted, man. So yeah, it's very difficult for you guys who think you're big brains to not really understand that this is pretty simple stuff. You don't need to have a huge brain to like get down to the basics.
Yeah, and you have literally said nothing so far.
Well, I have,
Yeah,
but
I told you science is cause and effect, and a shape, there's no cause of a shape. So it's a category error. You're not using science to determine a shape.
Measurement.
Oh, somebody was hearing.
Sure. So no, science isn't just cause and effect. Yes. What the fuck?
Post your definition of science and the scientific method.
Go ahead, Jedi. Sorry, Agent Traveler. Go ahead, Jedi.
Correlation.
What's a hypothesis?
Are like regression is involved in science. I don't understand why.
Didn't hear you, Jedi.
It just means
okay. I'll wait for it to stop.
E to the DV. No, it's not just that.
So, you do understand the steps of the scientific method, right?
Oh, here the fuck we go. I can't do this
Sorry,
again.
it's because that method doesn't deal with shapes. That method
deals with a prediction of a cause of a phenomena in the physical natural world that hopefully you're going to take forward into an experiment to figure out if this causes that. That's what science does.
So say you develop a way of testing for curvature or whatever you're measuring distance or whatever, something like Uber did with his crew, right? You're doing an experiment, you're testing something, right?
It's not an experiment, it's a measurement.
Okay,
measurements aren't experiments. Are they?
Okay,
if I measure myself to be 6 foot tall, have I just done science?
I cannot believe this is.
What, he dropping some knowledge on you? Yeah, I can.
Holy
Pretty simple
shit.
stuff.
That
is 9,000 times.
I did not understand that until you just
All right,
said
Glue,
that.
we don't need the peanut gallery, dude. Allison's trying to say.
No, but I mean, are you fucking kidding me?
No, he's not.
Not
This
tall
is
that.
real.
Excuse me. Let's try a different question. If I measure the interior angle of a triangle to be 45 degrees, have I just done science?
If you measure something like in an experiment, is it part
What
of?
do you measure in experiments?
If you measure something, right, to be part of an experiment, is it part of science or no?
Sorry. My goodness me. Measurement of what?
Anything.
Anything. So if I measure myself to be... Hold on. If I measure myself to be 6 foot tall, have I just done science?
If it's part of an experiment about the height of men and their inability to understand conversations, yes.
Why did you change his example to your example?
I can do this myself. It's a thinly veiled insult, and you're not answering the question because you're scared of the answer, aren't you?
I'm not scared. Trust me.
Okay, so first step of the scientific method. What's that then?
I refuse. You have done
then
this.
You don't know what science is, do you?
No, I don't. Can you tell me?
That's quite obvious because you keep applying measurements to science. You're convoluting terms and hoping we don't notice so you can get away with it.
You keep applying measurements to science.
No, I haven't made the
That's
claim
what
to
you
science.
just said. That's what you just said. I can't imagine anything in science that didn't involve measurement. So I have no trust in anything you say from this point forward.
Measurement of what?
We can do better than this, guys. Please.
Still waiting for an answer of a measurement of what?
I mean, your height, I think, is what you were focusing on.
That's not an experiment. It's not based on hypothesis.
I didn't say that.
They're not science. If it's not based on hypothesis. Sorry, Alison, this is intolerable.
Measurements are everything in science. Are you fucking kidding me?
Excuse me. Experiments and the hypotheses are the king and queen of science. Not measuring if something is 6 foot tall.
If measurement is the part of science, then we can't ever talk about anything. I don't know.
Sorry. The only measurement that you take in an experiment is the change in the dependent variable.
Wrong. Try again.
The dependent variable is the observed phenomena, the effect we observe in nature. You're going to measure how much that is changed by the independent variable. The independent variable being your supposition of cause. Do you require citation for this?
Don't have a measure for independent variable.
Sorry, do you know what an independent variable is?
No, I've never heard of that.
Really?
Teach me.
Sorry. I don't know whether you're being sarcastic or
I'm being
honest at this stage.
sarcastic. Yeah.
Cool. So what's an independent variable then?
You have to, that's also something you have to measure. So I don't know
what is it? Don't tell me what I do with it until you tell me what it is. What is it?
I know what it is.
Tell me then.
Stop.
No, just tell me, or I'm going to tell everyone that you're lying. You do not know. That's why you're not answering.
So
what's an independent variable?
You thought that you didn't have to measure.
What is an independent variable?
You thought you didn't have to measure it.
Again, what is an independent variable?
I don't know. I can't possibly know that.
Well, you should do if you were making a claim to science, shouldn't you?
Yeah, I'm ashamed.
Yeah, so you understand that I'm asking you for one of the variables within a hypothesis, thinking that you understand what a hypothesis is, knowing that you probably understand it's a prediction into a cause and effect relationship that you're going to verify through experiment. Me measuring that I'm 6 foot tall isn't doing science. Me measuring the interior angle of a triangle isn't doing science. Me measuring the change of the dependent variable when I vary and manipulate the independent variable is the only measurement you take.
No, it's not.
What is an independent variable?
So are you saying there are instances where an independent variable is not measured?
Sorry, you haven't even defined what an independent variable is, so I don't know what you're talking about until you define the term.
I'm not sure that you know what it is. So
Sorry, excuse me. I can cite this. Do you require a citation from university?
I don't know what you're saying right now. What?
Do you require a citation from a university defining what an independent variable is?
I know what it is. You don't have to tell me.
Tell me then.
No.
Then leave the conversation. You have no part here.
She says no.
Here's the thing. So I don't.
No.
The way you're coming at it.
Straight kindergarten level behavior. I know what it is. I just don't want to tell you.
Bye, Felicia.
Man, she is painful to listen to.
Oh yeah, man.
Well, that needed to be done. You know, I was listening on the live stream. I was like, oh man, this is gonna be good when I get on.
You rack a discipline.
No, freaking Jedi came in right afterwards. It was great.
Jedi was on fire the other day with that one Indian guy.
Well,
I think it was yesterday.
He's always on fire, bro. Like, come on.
True. But what I heard yesterday was really good.
Why do I feel like I only hear Jedi once every 6 months? He's never in here when I'm in here.
You're the one that's always gone, man. Anyway.
Oh yeah, I guess that's true.
So, yeah, let's just take stock of what happened. So it seems like Allison had a lot of bravado, but at the end of the day, didn't understand what science is. So therefore, this whole conversation for how long has it been going on? About an hour and a half? Is just a big waste of nothing. And she went to mansplaining, to calling people names, to all that to say, no, I'm not going to tell you what an independent variable is. Wah, wah, wah. You know what I mean? Like,
Meggie, you owe me a cookie, by the way.
Why?
I'm getting better at shutting the hell up when other people start talking now.
Yeah, but your tongue was bleeding.
But I didn't say anything. It's progress.
Yeah, Dandelion went through it and they didn't want to hear her, obviously. So she went through it already, so she's like, I'm just gonna listen to you guys. Oh, that's frustrating.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, all I would say to Allison, although, I know you guys have muted her, so I want to just say something. Who's I want to Oh my gosh. All I would say, Allison, trying to say this in the kindest way possible. I mean, you're arguing about things that you don't know about, that you haven't researched, and I just don't understand what the point of doing that is. Like, why not just ask the person? He asked you if you wanted a citation of what an independent variable is, and he would have told you, and maybe that would have been useful to you. But I mean, if you just go through life sure that you already know enough and you're not willing to learn from the people around you, I just don't understand what the point is of living that way.
You guys have been talking for a long time with people muted, like you fucking know anything. None of you have made a...
I would like Allison to respond. I didn't want to just talk to her and have her be muted if I'm going to say that. But now you're responding for her. Are you responding for Allison?
No, I'm responding to the people that have muted us because you guys are a bunch of fucking pussies and you can't handle people. Actually,
no. That's not the reason you were muted. I didn't mute you, but you kept interrupting when Allison was trying to have a conversation, which now again I've addressed Allison, but you're jumping in here.
Sure. So let me respond. So I do so I guess here's my honest response. When someone comes at me and says, you don't know the scientific method, it's laughable, number one. And number two, it's I think pretty much everybody has okay, that's not true. Most people in this conversation have an understanding of that. So for you to come point me out as somebody who what is the to question me in that way, I refuse to respond to that. Yes, there was that one person who kept saying that to me. And I wasn't going to be patronized like that, period.
Well, the Socratic method requires us to understand the definition of the words that we're using and agree on them first.
My response is that I do feel misunderstood a bit. Okay. I will say that first. I wasn't trying to be combative at all, but then I think part of your guys' shtick is to do that. And so I was ready for it, right? But yeah.
This was one of the least combative. I'm sorry, but if you don't see that a lot of the aggression was coming from you, people here were very restrained compared to other conversations I've been around. So it was only because you seem to be, I don't know, purposefully dense or unwilling to have a real conversation, that it was kind of it got frustrating. And then some people, you claimed that I was condescending. Really, then you said that Alpha was condescending. The reason the condescending, I'm just here to tell you in case you want to change your way of dealing with the world. If you don't want to, if it's working out for you, that's fine, but it doesn't seem to be. The reason people went to that tone was because you were we were not making any progress in the conversation. We're people, I get it. I'm not one of these people who's going to give you a gotcha question, expect you to know the steps of the scientific method and laugh if you don't. Some people will do that. I'm not one of them. I'm a person who's going to ask you about it to see what you remember about it and then to have a discussion about what it actually is. But when people were trying to do that, you were being very defensive and sure that you knew what science was, and it didn't have to use the scientific method. You could just make theories if you felt like making theories. That's why we're in the mess we're in. That's why scientific literacy in the United States of America in particular is a disaster, because people think they can just sit around and not use a systematic thing, because everyone thinks that they're equal when they don't come into the conversation with the knowledge and tools necessary, and they're unwilling to accept that they need to still learn something.
Yeah, no, that's exactly, that's my fucking point here, is that science is iterative. We don't know everything. We know, and then we take new information and update what we know. That's it.
Yeah, and we had to have a process for doing that, an agreed upon process. Otherwise, it will be co-opted by either monetary, profit motives, or emotional arguments, political arguments. That's why we have the scientific method, to look at something objectively, so that these other things are not just taken into account because somebody feels like it should be.
The only reason that science is able to be used is we have theories that things are based on. Otherwise, that's where the basis of it is. And I do encourage you. So in the same say to you that in the same vein, I would say to you, maybe there's something about the scientific method and or the scientific arena that you don't understand yet.
I understand that theories aren't the first step of the scientific method. They come after hypothesis. They come after the experiment's done and you've demonstrated something to be true, and then you can build your theory on something that's been proven to be empirical. Theories come literally right after hypotheses and experiment. Sorry to interrupt again, but...
Yeah, well, you can talk to her. I just want to finish with one thing, because I've tried to get her to look at this 3 times. I don't know if she's actually looked at it. The scientific method.
I'm done with you trying to put me down, honestly.
I am really not trying to. I am really, believe it or not, trying to help you. But yeah, I'm done. Yeah, you can talk to Jedi. Go for it, lady.
Help me. Yeah, help me.
Show me the way.
Darling, you are beyond help. I'm sorry to be the person to tell you this, but something's got to happen in your life to humble you because you are not getting it.
Okay.
Get a man.
Thank you.
Cited in the side chat if you disagree with anything that I've said. I gave you the citations for independent variables, what a hypothesis was. I always dropped you what a theory is and when it comes with prevalence to the scientific method. That's later, not first.
Sometimes
so if you disagree with us, you're disagreeing with universities.
Sometimes theories come from other disciplines that are not even directly related to the discipline you're working in.
Okay, that's lovely. But if we're talking about science, then we're going to be talking about scientific theories, aren't we?
Have you seen the citation, Allison, that he posted at 52 minutes after the hour? And he posted something there for you to look at. I mean, if you're going to be a good faith interlocutor, I would look at that.
52. I don't see it. In the scientific method, a theory generally comes afterwards. Yeah.
That's what I just said. But sometimes it might come from a different discipline.
Yeah, but we're talking about science, aren't we?
Goodbye, guys. I'll see you next time.
My voice is worth of this conversation. I don't think it's going to be worth anything here.
I don't either.
Sorry, before you decide to run away, we're trying to figure out between us. Okay, then. So just listen. We're trying to figure out what science is and what it does. Right, we're talking about very specific terms. We're trying to elucidate that the scientific method isn't going to come to the conclusion about a shape, a concrete noun. Doesn't do that, does it?
Okay. I don't know.
You don't know,
doesn't it?
Oh, hold on. You told me you were trying to tell me what an independent variable was.
The shape of something, is measurement. Yeah, you take measurement.
Geometry, not science.
So that we'll call it geometry.
But that's what it is. If I want to figure out what a shape is, it's geometry, isn't it?
Yeah, sure. So that's if you want to. I guess maybe. I think it's a contribution to science, right? So, but in any case, what the fuck is your point?
The point is you do not use the scientific method to try and elucidate a shape.
That's his whole point.
So your point was what? I don't use
everybody doesn't use the scientific method to figure out the shape of an object. A what is question.
Oh, okay.
Science.
Who cares?
Science deals with how and why.
Fuck, is this what you're focusing on? Yeah. Okay. So it doesn't feel like the scientific method to you.
What is the scientific method?
Is measurement a contribution to the scientific method? Is it a part of it?
Measurement of what?
Anything. Fucking anything.
Not anything. It's very specific.
No.
Yes.
It's not, actually.
It is very specific.
I can't even have this conversation. You don't know
what you don't know what you're talking about, probably.
You don't know what you're talking about, and you.
Sorry. This is getting stupid.
I know. Right? I'm sorry.
You're asking me what part of the scientific method is measurement, and you're going to say measurements can be anything. If you measure an angle, that's doing science, because in science you do measurements. That's stupid.
Is it a part of? No, I said it is measurement and necessary science.
I asked you measurement of what, and you said anything.
I said fucking anything is what I said.
Yeah. So me measuring an angle of a triangle isn't doing science. That's not the measurement we take when we're doing science.
It's
the measurement. Right? I'll give you the fucking cowbell.
A measurement of something is part of science. Are you kidding me? No one else is saying anything?
Excuse me. You're not listening, are you? Measurements are very specific within science. If I'm to measure myself to be 6 foot tall, that measurement isn't science. In natural science, the measurement is the rate of change of the dependent variable. How much the independent variable changes it.
Oh, thank you for explaining that.
Well, it looks like somebody should have. I'm surprised nobody has by now. Well, if you knew what natural science was, I shouldn't have to educate you, should I?
Allison, this is a flat Earth Discord. Please do not. Don't expect much here.
I know. I know.
Quit acting like you know what you're talking about, Board. You wouldn't know the first thing about science. If you do, go ahead and take Allison's place and have the conversation. Hold on, Allison.
I'm a Hall of Famer on this channel, bro. Ask your friends about.
Hold on, let me talk to this guy real quick. Hold on, Allison.
If you wanted to talk about like,
yeah, you're just gonna have to wait. Now I'm talking to Board. Board, what do you know about the scientific method? Go ahead.
Hold on, I'm in a game right now. Let me finish this and I'll talk.
That's what I thought. Oh,
Maybe
look,
it's the alcohol.
The simp left.
Man.
Board is another simp, seems. Don't worry about that, Allison. This is a flat Earth room. Like he knows any better.
Say again? Well, I'm dead for 35 seconds. What'd you say?
Yeah, you probably wouldn't know the first thing about the scientific method, do you?
I'm not falling for that trap. Where's my boy?
It's not a trap, dude. It is an honest question. People like you, and you're saying, "Oh, Allison, don't worry about this. They're just flat earthers." Like you're touting your knowledge, like you have some kind of lofty understanding of the physical and natural world. I don't think so.
Yeah, it's pretty simple, actually.
Really? How simple is it?
5 seconds. Hold on, I'm playing a MOBA. 1 second, man. 1 second. 1 second. Give me.
Take your time.
He said 1 second like 3 times. That's 3 seconds.
Methinks this guy is going to be a bit of a potato.
I think he's going to be your new Huckleberry.
Could be.
Hopefully nowhere near as annoying as Allison.
Well, he advocated for her, so it looks like a simp. So Glue was a simp, and so this one possibly a simp.
So,
I was about to head to bed, man. I was like, what's this conversation? I was listening in.
And he jumped in because I saw you in there.
Yeah, and then
Alpha's in there. Must be good. What's going down?
Oh, dude, there's always something stirring when I'm around for some reason. Seems to have, activity seems to have picked up a little. At least to my knowledge. I don't know about you guys, if you noticed any uptick. I've noticed it. Like, we're trying to go from politics and religion to politics and back and forth. And I think it's yielding good fruit. I don't know about you guys. Well, see, Allison didn't think so. I do. Juicy content. I mean, people are getting to hear how people are misappropriating what science is. Category error, all this good stuff. And we have the ability to explain to an audience all that. And or have content amongst ourselves, which is also good.
All right, I got a question. I noticed that long ago, QE, when he came on the scene, he just said science, and scientific method. And then all of a sudden I noticed he changed it to natural science and the scientific method, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my question is there some way to help these people differentiate the difference between what they are calling science to scientific method with regard to natural science?
Yeah, did you not hear QE actually parsing out what the difference is? He goes through the different fields.
Yeah. When he says astrophysics is not, okay.
He's doing that already. You're exclaiming now. So he is.
Yeah.
He is doing that. He's making a distinction between what is natural science and excluding those other fields that are saying that they're doing science and they're just not doing that.
He has been. He's been saying that, yeah. And
So
then
he is.
he's been doing it. Yeah, he's been doing it.
Yep.
I guess I'm just.
I know what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but to that effect, that if he's saying anything to do, like why he's calling it natural science or the difference between that and what they consider science, he's giving them the roadmap when he's saying it.
Yeah.
He's parsing it out so that people don't get it confused with like astrophysics. So when they're talking about things in the sky, they can't say that's science.
I know he's made it damn clear. It's just, I guess I'm just having a brain fart. I don't know.
It's okay.
She just annoyed the shit out of me. She annoyed the shit out of me.
Yeah, I know. You want it to be where it's very clear that people. It's what it is, dude. It's more of a. I don't know if it's a debate tactic, Jedi. What do you think? It's invincible ignorance. It's a mixture of a lot of things, but more than that, people just want to be right, dude. Like and how they view science and. They want to make it seem like, their version of an idea of what it is what it is.
I think,
and they'll say,
I think she believes it. What she was saying, yeah.
Well, because because if somebody else is telling her that that's not the case, she can be on the internet and say you're wrong. Nope, you're just wrong, and you're like, dude, there's no validation why this is incorrect. We have citations to back it up. At least Jedi was putting forward an effort to show her that even with academic resources and citations, there's nothing in there that's saying that the shapes of things are science. It's not the category. So, but having I don't know, man. It just depends who you are. You're trying to be charitable in the conversation, and I think that you have to just have some discernment within it, right? The context of the conversation. There's a time to be that, use the soft kid's glove, be charitable. Then there's a time to turn up the heat, dude. You got to know when to do that. Like, not you, the royal you. You know what I mean? That's all it is.
Thinking objectively, maybe I'm just thinking out loud, spitballing here. But are we like, okay, she's coming from this angle, like, oh, the science. Okay, we're talking about natural science, right? And she's talking about all the sciences, right? All the different
everything,
all the others.
Yep.
Okay, so we're disregarding them as being called science, and that's what triggered her.
Yeah. Well, because we're not doing the scientific method in any of the things that you consider like astrophysics. What are you doing there where you're testing a hypothesis to say that you're manipulating an independent variable to change the dependent variable? There's nothing in that you're going to do.
Yes.
So in that case, it's not empirical, so therefore it's bankrupt. All you can get from it is just what you see. What you see is what you get. That's it.
What made
and they call that observational science. Are you now here, board, so we can talk to you?
Yeah, I lost my match. It was really close. It sucked.
How about?
All right, hold on, Oblivion. I'll put a pin on that. We got a new guy in here. Board. So you come into this topic. You saw Allison in here. She might be a good friend of yours. You advocated for her.
I don't know her.
Don't talk. Yeah, but you said, Allison, don't talk to these guys. They're flat earthers. Well, it's a bit demeaning, anyway.
That's not what I said. I didn't say that.
Dude, I heard you. What do you mean?
I said no. What I specifically said was, this is a flat Earth channel. What are you expecting?
Yeah.
Don't talk to these guys.
Doesn't change.
Don't talk to these guys.
Doesn't change it.
I'm in here. I talk to you guys. There's nothing wrong with talking to you guys.
It's still demeaning.
It's a different thing.
Doesn't matter. All right, so doesn't matter. So let's talk about what you know about the topic. Are you knowledgeable about the Earth being a globe? Board?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. In what way can you substantiate it being a globe?
I'm not really interested in my position. I'm interested in what made
Seriously?
you guys. Yeah, I'm interested in
it's not about what made you guys. At the moment right now, we're identifying the inability of people coming into this room and demonstrating that they know that the Earth is a globe. This is what we're laser focused on. We cannot negate the fact that human beings believe that the Earth is a globe in 2025. Because it seems like a cultist mentality that they have about the subject and not one rooted in an understanding of how the physical and natural world demonstrates that the Earth is a globe. We're concerned. So we want to know if you know if the Earth is a globe. We don't want to hear you ask us questions just yet. We will get to that. We want to know first if you know the Earth is a globe.
I've been in this channel before, and no matter what I tell you, it's going to be the same talking points.
Still don't hear a yes or no.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so how do you know it's a globe?
I've been on a plane.
And what does the plane detail to you of the Earth's rotundity?
You can see the Earth's curvature.
Okay, so you see curvature from an airplane window.
Yes,
It's a classic move, yeah?
Yep.
So with that classic move, I think what needs to be done is somebody sitting next to you can look out the window and say, hey, I see the Earth that's flat. Now what are we going to do? Two people with two different ideas. Who's right? How are we going to find out who's right, who's wrong? What do you think we should do?
Not sure.
Well, I have a hint. Let's measure it. Let's measure the surface.
Let's measure it.
Yeah, let's do that. So, in what way can the Earth be measured to find out that it's actually a globe?
I mean, you tell me. You're saying it's flat, so you must.
No, I'm not going to tell you.
Flat.
I don't think the Earth's a globe, so I don't need to figure that out. I think you do.
But you're saying it's flat, though. So I don't think it's fair for you to
I think you're saying it's a globe. You see, you saw a globe from the airplane window. Why would you not follow through and figure out if it can be measured that way?
You're forcing me to answer you because you're forcing.
I'm not forcing you. I'm getting you to realize that if there's an answer for surface being measured as curving, I think there should be something you can say that somebody's done. Why not? It's been measured, right? We got numbers, values. Yeah. Where's all that stuff?
So look, I clarify my position. I think the world is a globe. Do you think the world is flat, or do you think it's just not a globe?
Well, you saw it. You saw it from an airplane window, looking like a globe.
No. That's not what I asked you.
That's what you said.
No. I'm asking.
Yeah, isn't that what you said? So let's go down to the surface and try to figure out we can measure this monkey.
You're missing my question.
No, I didn't miss it. I heard you say it looks like a globe from an airplane window. Now we need to figure out if it could be measured. And I'm asking you, is there any way to do that?
Yes, there is. Now, before I
let's figure it out. How is it being done?
No, let's be fair here.
Yeah, so we are being fair. We got to follow this all the way to its conclusion, which means that you got to figure out how they've done it.
May I finish my question?
Yeah, if you're going to tell us how they measured it, for sure, you have the floor.
No, that's not what I'm going to say. I'm going to ask you a question.
Well, then we gotta get you back on that. You know, we gotta get you back on that topic. We can't go where you want to go because this tangential point you're going to bring up has nothing to do with you telling us how they measured it. We got to figure that out first.
No, it's about good faith arguments, right? So you asked me.
Yeah, well, we're in good faith right now. This is totally good faith.
I don't think so.
So you have to tell us. Yeah. Don't worry about that. All you got to be concerned with is telling us.
You keep interrupting me.
Yeah, because you have to show us how it's been measured. That's most important right now.
I will answer that. If you answer my question.
Please do.
No. So you asked me one more question.
Yeah, we're not going to answer any more questions. We want you to just tell us.
All right, I'll mute myself then until you...
You can if you want to, but this is you running away from the fact that you're about to show us how they measured it, Board Potato. This is you running away. This is your concession, how you don't have the information to tell us how they measured it, which should have been, the absolute slam dunk for you to tell us it's a globe. But you ran away at the crescendo. The moment where you could demonstrate to everybody the Earth's a globe, you left, right? And everybody's now wondering why. Could have just told us how they measured it. This would have been done. Guess that was it, huh?
Let's do an alternate timeline. Let's rewind back, pause, and then let him say what he was gonna say.
Negative.
Let's check a parallel thing.
Negative.
You want to say it? No.
Yeah, negative, because what all he was doing was what everybody really like. Everybody's chomping at the bit to say, "Dude, just let him get it out. Let him." No, because the moment you let the guy divert, he's gonna run off. You give him an inch, you're gonna take a mile. I've done this a million times, dude. I already know how it goes. This is the score, right? You don't notice that because you hear him. It's like a child, right? I want candy at the store. Oh, here you go. Here's the candy. Because you're frustrated. You want to satisfy the kid. But if you don't give in, then you teach the kid a valuable lesson. You don't get what you want whenever you say you want it. Right? People feel entitled to get what they want. And so in this forum, we just want them to realize, if you're going to say that you know something to be true, follow through and show us. That's all we're asking.
I wanted you to prove yourself right by letting him speak and then proving you right that he was going to go down some other crazy thing other than.
Yeah, but then what it does, it just opens the door to him going off on a tangent. And
I wasn't going to go on a tangent. I just wanted to ask a question, but
yeah,
that
but
doesn't sound like
I think this is more. This is more important, Board. We got to figure out how you know the Earth's been measured. It's extremely important. It's paramount.
You can't have a proper conversation with somebody if you won't let them talk. That's not
You're
right.
talking now.
Okay. I told you I think the world is a globe. Do you think the world is flat?
No, wait. No, you didn't say that.
Right.
You said, I saw the Earth as a globe from an airplane window.
Correct.
That's what you said.
Correct. You're right. No, you're right. Now, I clarified my position. What is yours? For me to argue,
we didn't get to the bottom of the fact that you think the Earth's a globe, at least from knowing that it is.
And this is
we
where
didn't
we're
get to the bottom of that. So right now, I think what we're doing is attempting to let you show how the Earth's been measured as a globe. That's what we're at. That's where we're at right now. We haven't left that scene. We're right there.
Did you
all
just
you
forget
got to
what
do
you just said about treating me as a child. Someone wants candy. Don't let them have what they want.
Yeah, we're not. I was talking to the other guy. You were listening to that conversation when I was talking to someone else. All right. So
about who? About who? The
doesn't matter.
Globetards, right?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
it don't matter.
But it kind of does.
Well, that's you being a little defensive and diverting away with another tangential point because you don't want to answer the fact that you don't have a measurement for the Earth being a globe. Is that true?
No, that's not true. I've been on this.
Okay, so give us the measurement then, please.
Who are you? Who's talking?
Me.
Who's me?
Is this a stall tactic?
No, it's not. I just want to know.
I think so.
I know. No, I've been in this channel plenty times before. I just don't.
Okay, so are we going to go on this color commentary, or are you just going to drop the bomb and give us the measurements to the Earth being a globe, sir?
There's no bomb dropping. No matter what I tell you, you're gonna fight it. Yes.
So you're not going to give us. So is this true that you're not going to give us the measurement that the Earth is curving, sir?
That's correct. I'm not going to buy it.
Thank you, sir.
But
thank you.
I'm not.
Thank you for that.
I'm not.
Thank you. You're being honest, right? You're not going to do it. The Earth is definitely not measured as a globe. That's a great concession, at least from your part.
Sure. Yeah. You don't call it a concession.
Excellent.
Hey, you won.
Well, it's not about winning. It's showing that you didn't have the evidence that you said you did. And apparently, people think that the Earth is a globe, but they don't know if it's been measured, nor can they produce evidence that it has. So, apparently, you don't have the evidence that you think you have. Right?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Correct.
I don't have the evidence. Now, may I ask?
No, that's all we needed, man. It's just a concession from you that you didn't know it was a globe.
I concede. May I ask questions to you now?
Sure.
What made you go into flat Earth?
The mechanics of water.
Explain.
Well, water over large bodies displays no convexity, so it's horizontal on its surface. So that to me was knockdown wind for flat Earth, at least from the knowledge of like how it behaves on large bodies. So there's no curving surface on bodies of water at rest. So if you've ever seen like, I don't know, the salt flats after a rain, looks like a perfect mirrored surface.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Demonstrating that the Earth with water on the surface is flat and horizontal. Planar, yeah. Knockdown wind for flat Earth.
Okay. Was this just like a one-time viewing, or was this like a?
No, this is the
years?
mechanics of water, Board. This is how water behaves. Yeah.
Sure. But I'm not asking about
everywhere.
Water behaves.
Everywhere, all the time. So you can even test it where you're at. So the method of inquiry, if water is flat on its surface, can be tested by you, and you could find out the same result. Not only that, but water holds rigidity of bottled water, and you can see the surface of that water. As you manipulate the container in any direction, the surface of the water remains parallel to the ground, to the plane of the horizon. Very cool stuff. So the mechanics of water are such that it holds rigidity in space if you hold, like a cup of water or something, bottled water. So demonstrating that the Earth is a horizontal plane. Indubitably. Knockdown wind for flat Earth.
Was that was that a one-time viewing, or was that like over time that you realized?
No, this is an all-time viewing. At every time, all the time, from the beginning of time to the end of time.
No, that's not what I'm asking. No, I'm asking your perspective. What
do you mean my perspective?
Your perspective is, when did you become a flat earther? You talk about
2015.
Looking at water, and so but when you saw the water, that was it. It was like,
no, it was a bit more than that, but water was the entry into the knowledge. It broke the the cognitive dissonance, if you will.
Gotcha.
Because it was the ultimate defeater. I couldn't find a way how large bodies of water were turning into a globe. Because the myth of the globe is that 70% of the Earth's surface is covered in water, 72 or whatever. Doesn't really matter. But if that much of the surface is covered in water, bendy water, I'd be able to find that information out and I'd substantiate it. Of course, that wasn't the case. I searched and I searched and I searched and I searched. And for over 2 weeks, there was nothing that came through. I was staying up late trying to figure this out. And it just more showed me the mechanics of water were displaying, surface tension on the surface, creating a horizontal plane. It wasn't turning into a curved surface. It was not doing that. So I was like, well, what can I say, Other than the Earth with water on it is flat.
But you believe the world was a globe at one point?
Yes.
That's what I'm getting. Okay.
Yes.
And then after that, you saw that 2015, you were like, you know what?
Well, that amongst other things. It was that amongst other things. Water was the entry into it. But then it was like I learned a little bit more after that. There was much more to it. It wasn't just that one thing.
That's really all I wanted to know. I didn't come in here to argue with you guys. It's just more of a perspective place,
Yeah, we are right now. The people that are in here are empiricists. We try to figure everything out through a standpoint of trying to investigate the questions of, how and why the Earth does what it does, and or the what is question. We can try to see if the surface of the Earth is displaying itself as a horizontal plane, and indeed it does. So,
and do you feel you're doing the proper due diligence to test these methods?
Yes,
Prove that it's not?
There's very very basic ways to figure this out, because there's methodologies that you and I can do where I could show you long distance observations over a horizontal plane always display, like from the horizon standpoint, its level, and the orientation would be understood from the horizon. So, yeah, there's other methods, right, besides long distance observations, because according to the predicted amount of Earth's curvature that should obstruct your view at a distance, well, that's not there. So you can't see the curve obstructing your view from things that you're trying to see in the far distance. That doesn't happen in reality. However, they're telling you that it does, because the horizon would be that point where that occurs. But then where is the horizon, right?
Wait,
so
who's they?
Well, academia, of course.
Got it.
The information that you receive about the Earth being a globe and where ships disappear from the bottom up, anywhere you receive that, books, academia, whatever, they're telling you that this is how it is, right? The Earth's a globe, things disappear behind the curvature, and that's the limitation to your view because things cannot be seen beyond that curve. So there's kind of an explanation behind that, right? So when you investigate that claim, you figure out that for your whatever height you are, standing at sea level, and the height that you are, your observation level, then looking across horizontally the surface, you're going to realize where the curvature of the Earth should be according to the radius value, 3959, right? That's the value for a radius. Now, if you're saying that you're going to use a bit of geometry to figure out what the distance would be where you start to see curvature being pronounced, well, that distance away from you will be at a specific location. And according to your height, your eye height, I should say, there should be a display of a distance away from you where ships disappear from the bottom up due to the fact that the curvature should be obstructing the bottom of that boat. But in fact, that's not the case. And in only some instances does that occur. Sometimes you could see the ship 30 miles away, as some observations have seen. So not always do things disappear from the bottom up. That's not always the case.
But eventually it does?
Well, not at all times. We have some video where that doesn't occur. But there is some instances where it does, right? So what I'm showing you right now is the fact that the predicted amount of Earth's curvature, where it should be to obstruct that from the bottom up, doesn't always happen. I'm only telling you this right now as a topical information. You really got to do some due diligence and look into all of this. And like I said, I'm only condensing it just for your sake, because I can get long in the tooth about it, and I might lose you. So, for now, I think it's important that you realize that there is arguments against the fact that people are talking about the Earth being flat and stationary from a viewpoint of there being information to substantiate it. It's a lot, dude. It's a lot to take in when you're coming in from a position where you're just listening to somebody tell you. So I need to know where you are with the information so we can either continue or...
Sure. I'll give you the proper respect. I disagree with everything that you've said. I don't agree that there isn't ships do not disappear from the bottom up at X amount of length. I don't believe the world is flat, and I do think it's a globe, and we're not going to come to an understanding here, and that's okay.
You don't have to, because the mindset of somebody who doesn't want to research and investigate, that's up to you. That's a choice you're making. And of course, you don't have to look into this. And of course, you can stay that way that you are.
Can I ask one thing?
But the information will still stand as true.
Alpha,
and even though you don't look at it, it will still be true at the end of the day.
Alpha.
What?
Are you pro globe or are you pro flat?
Flat Earth.
You're flat Earth. So you're stating that all the videos and the stuff that we're seeing from the space station are fake.
No, I'm talking about this story that they've told you.
Hold on.
Okay, I'm telling you what I'm saying, not what you're telling me I'm saying. How about that?
No.
If you allow me to tell you what I'm saying, I will be able to tell you what I'm saying.
Let me specify. Well, I've seen the image of the Earth from the moon.
Yeah, who
and
cares?
so that's my point. Who
there?
cares?
Were you there?
So
Yeah, who cares?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So you're saying that it's not real.
No, I said who cares, as in it's not related to anything that we're talking about right now, nor does that have anything to do with
The
you knowing
channel
anything
title
about it.
says flat Earth.
Yeah, okay, let's. You brought the moon landings up. I mean, that's the weakest argument, I think, for globe.
I'm not bringing anything up. I'm just building up the question.
You're not building anything up. You're trying to paint flat Earth in a specific light because you have some kind of bias towards globe, dude. Your little antics aren't something brand new to flat Earth, dude. We know that your archetype comes in here. Oh, you guys don't believe in the moon landings. Oh, I see where your guys are coming from. You haven't even talked to me. You don't even know what I think.
That is absolutely false. I'm just asking you a question.
Yeah, and you don't let anybody respond because you want to paint us in a light that you think that we are.
No, I'm asking you whether do you believe or not in
It's not, it doesn't concern belief. I don't need to believe something if something is true.
Do you consider...
Are you over talking me, Chris? Because you're not listening to what I'm saying. If something is true, I don't need to believe in it.
Okay, if someone took a picture, is that true or not?
I need to validate.
Did not NASA validates it?
Okay, so somebody else does the validating and not you. That's not validation.
You want me to go to the moon and take the picture of the Earth?
Yeah, so how can you know that that occurred like they say it did if you cannot validate it, Chris?
Okay, how can you validate
Answer my question, Chris.
How can you validate
Answer my question, Chris.
How can you validate
Okay, why do you do this? Why are you doing this, Chris? Why?
How can you validate that the Earth is flat?
You don't want to face the fact that you can't do it, Chris. So therefore you're saying it over and over again as if you're not listening to what I'm telling you.
I cannot go to the moon. I cannot go to the moon and take the picture.
So you can't validate whether those pictures are true or false.
Correct. So you can't validate.
Exactly. That's my point.
Okay.
Exactly.
No, that's my point. What are you talking about is your point? That's my point.
Okay. So
this guy, he's like, it's my point. No, it's not. I'm the one telling you you can't validate it.
Let me ask you a question. Let's say those pictures are fake and those pictures are doctored and those pictures...
Who cares about them being fake, dude? You cannot validate them in the first place. Yeah?
Nobody can validate anything.
Okay, then. So you're just accepting photos of whatever they're showing you and taking them on credit.
Are you accepting the fact that you cannot validate that the Earth is flat?
No, we didn't even talk about that. Okay. We're only talking about your space pictures that you're bringing into question.
So why do space pictures look like that?
How the hell should I know? I'm not the one bringing them forward to people and making them believe that this is the case. Why should I know that information?
Why is not the other way?
Who cares, dude?
I mean, what would be wrong if the Earth was flat?
What?
What would be wrong if the Earth was flat?
Nothing is wrong if the Earth is flat because the Earth, Chris, the Earth is...
So that the government did not...
Are you just going to yammer on or you're going to want a response, Chris? I don't know what you're doing.
I'm asking you the question.
You're not asking, dude, if you're not letting me respond, Chris.
You're responding in the midway. Let me ask the whole question.
Are you shitting me, dude?
Yes,
you asked a question, I was responding, you jumped over the top of me, and you wanted to ask another question. You're having a conversation with yourself, dude.
First of all, calm down.
Oh, shut up, dude. With your calm down bullshit.
Are you calm?
I don't give a fuck, dude. Like, I mean, you're just being fucking a dickhead about
Any
it.
Flat earther that has
oh, fuck, here we go.
Stable nervous system here. Any
Chris,
flat earther.
Chris, you said what would be wrong if the Earth was flat?
Exactly.
It would be the ball would be wrong. How about that?
No, you can't get in 2 words with this guy because he jumps over the top of you. See, look, he's doing it again. See, you can't help yourself, can you? Can't help yourself.
So the ball would be wrong. The ball would be wrong.
So let me get this straight, Chris. You came in here. You were questioned about your proof of curvature. You said photos from space, and then you went on and said that they can't be verified. So what's your proof of curvature now that your photos can't be verified, that you openly admitted to?
So the photos cannot be verified. That's your
we got that bit. You're repeating yourself.
That's your statement. No.
No, that's your claim. You came to us with photos from space, and then, when pressed about the validation of said photos, you yourself said they cannot be verified. So, we put that aside. Now, what's your next proof of curvature?
Okay, angry Australian man. I'm not proving anything here. I'm just asking
Good,
questions.
so shut your yap and let's get back to
you're not proving anything here.
I'm just
Thank you very
asking
much,
questions.
Chris. You're not proving anything here. Chris, you're not proving anything here. You just said it right now.
I'm not proving anything.
I said it again.
questions.
Okay, so are we all done here then?
I want to find the truth.
Yeah, the truth is you can't prove that. Listen, you want to know the truth? You just said it. You can't prove that the Earth is a globe.
So you
That's
believe
the
in
truth.
something that cannot be
Oh my God! Here we go with your beliefs, dude. You just said you can't prove the Earth as a globe. You told everybody here twice.
No.
What do you mean no? It's just, dude. He's like no.
Alpha,
Fucking hell.
define believe for me, Alpha.
Acceptance without evidence.
Oh, interesting. Acceptance without evidence. Belief. Chris, what do you think about that?
I'm just wondering what would be wrong.
No, he's
with
not
that
gonna see this whole shtick. This is his shtick, dude. He's just gonna go reset right back to it. I'm just wondering. I'm just trying to ask a question. I'm just wondering. Like, no, you're not wondering, dude. You're trying to throw this shtick in here like it's something.
Why does the government have to come up with the conspiracy that the Earth is a globe? What's wrong
For God's
with the flat
sakes, dude.
What's wrong? I mean, I'm okay with the flat Earth. What's wrong with the flat Earth?
You know what? You know what's wrong with it? I'll tell you what's wrong with it, Chris. I'm going to give you a simple. Okay, are you going to yammer, dude, or are you going to let me talk? All right. So basically, what's wrong with it? It's churning out individuals like you. You are the problem. You are stifling critical thinking because you want to regress human thinking back to where we're just like big old blobs on the couch eating like potato chips. And not thinking of anything, drooling on the side of our mouth. We want to know more about how to investigate claims, how to know our physical natural world, and you're stifling that. So what it's doing, right? What it's doing is turning people's minds into spaghetti. Like you.
Yeah, but I'm okay.
You're coming in here with your belief. You're coming in here with your globe beliefs.
With the flat Earth, though.
Yeah, but you're not okay with critical thinking. Yeah.
I am. I'm completely okay with whatever thinking it is. If the Earth is flat, what's wrong with it?
Why are you asking me what's wrong with it? Like,
why does the government have to come up with the conspiracy of the globe thing?
Dude, I can't divine those people's minds. Like, I'm not here to do that. All I'm here to do is show you that it's not what people think it is, which is a globe.
Yeah, but you have to have the power of enlighten me.
I don't need to tell you what those guys are thinking. Listen, the motivation behind why they're doing what they're doing is irrelevant because the evidence stands to reason that it's not what they're telling you it is. Yeah?
Yeah, but why though?
What do you mean, why?
Fallacy. It doesn't matter.
Dude, it doesn't freaking matter. They could tell you they're doing it for power, for money, for hiding God, for hiding more land.
Power behind the fucking globe.
I'm trying to tell you it's irrelevant. So all these things I'm telling you would be, guess what? Irrelevant.
So you're saying that the power is irrelevant.
Fucking hell, dude.
The motivation is irrelevant.
I mean,
if your wife cheats on you, it doesn't matter why she cheated on you. She cheated on you.
I don't understand what you're saying, man.
Dude,
that's probably because you're a few sheets to the wind.
Ancient Traveler, repeat that again. Was that you again?
Yeah. I was saying it's appeal to motivation. So, for example, if your wife cheats on you, it doesn't matter why.
You murder her.
She cheated on you. It doesn't matter why.
Murder her.
No,
they murder her.
Shut up, dude.
Jesus Christ.
Jeez. I mean, honestly, man.
I was trying to give him at least a little bit of
like.
Oh wow!
Fuck's sake, dude.
Oh well. That was a good example, Ancient Traveler. Thank you. That was awesome.
I went south really quickly. Wasn't expecting that.
The hell's going on here?
I don't know. Honestly.
That guy has to be drunk. Has to be.
Me? I am.
Not as drunk as
There's so many people on this
Chris.
Flat Earth night. Usually it's dead like 4 or 5 people left.
Yeah, we're just hanging out.
Don't let me stop you. I'm not gonna criticize you guys any longer.
What's good?
I'm here for the vibes.
Hey, Chris, I know you're listening. You should probably question the globe as much as you try to question Flat Earth, man.
I don't even know if he understands how to question.
I'm a Glober.
That's what I'm saying.
To me. He can't. He's muted. He can't.
No, I'm speaking to him because he was the last to speak. That's all. But
he's muted, so I feel bad. So you can.
Well, he's gone now.
I feel bad. Oh my god.
What's wrong with that?
So untrue. That is so untrue. You don't feel shit for that guy that was just talking. This is another gimmick of you trying to just make it sound like you're some concerned person. I'm a concerned citizen. I feel bad for that individual.
You're
I don't
absolutely
fucking
right.
think so, dude.
You're absolutely
You can
right.
care less. He disappeared right now. You didn't even know he left the room.
That's right. Now what?
I proved my point. Yeah, you're a fucking
You're absolutely
dick, dude.
right. Now what? Yep.
You just
Hey,
felt
prove my
bad
point.
because he come in here, he took the heat off you, and all of a sudden he got roasted, and now we're back to roasting taters.
Roasted.
What'd you say, Matrix? Roasting who?
You heard me.
Titus?
Roasting potatoes like you.
No, your volume is pretty low. Let me turn you up. Hold on.
Really?
I don't know why.
Up we
Hey,
go.
you are a bit low.
I have you maxed. I don't know why I can't hear you.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. Don't.
I
max
don't want
it
to do
out.
what?
Max it out.
Yeah.
Don't max it out.
Matrix is closer to his microphone. Fuck.
Yeah, now you're gonna
Don't max it out. You've been warned. Do not max that thing out.
Are you
No.
gonna yell at me?
No, I don't have to yell. It just randomly does it itself.
Oh, okay.
Right.
All right.
The only reason you felt anything for your little friend was because he took the heat off you. That's all. Nothing more, nothing less. And now the heat's back on you. So we can continue roasting taters.
Matrix, I've known you longer than I've known. What are you talking about? If
Well,
anything,
you'd be smart enough to know to bring your proof of evidence like your other mate didn't do.
If anything, I consider you more of a friend. So what are you talking about? What are we talking about here, really?
They're entertaining.
You want to come and rub me back?
Yeah, right.
Excuse me? Excuse me?
All right, boys, take it to the DMs.
I think Tato is a simp.
All this silky talk, man. It's like,
Excuse me?
Yeah. What was her name that was in here before?
No one cares who was in here
Allison.
before.
Allison. Yeah, I think he is a simp for Allison.
He is a simp. Who else was a simp? Glue was a simp. Oh my god, you guys are simping over Allison. Come on, man.
I'm simping over Matrix.
Yeah. What?
You heard me.
Fuck's sake, dude. I don't know, Jedi.
You don't know. You don't know how Sculptarts can exist.
No, not that. It's just you guys try like every gimmick in here. See if whatever works. See what sticks. See if you can get a rise out of people. Getting them upset. You try everything. Seen it all, man.
Do you understand that you're projecting? Like, do you?
I don't think so.
You get that at all?
I don't think so.
I don't think so, huh?
Proof is in the pudding, man. You guys come in there every day, do your little shtick, try to see if when we get right down to it, you got no knowledge of how the Earth is measured as a globe, none whatsoever. Just like to make it sound like you know what you're talking about. That's all that's happening.
Humorous.
I'm not concerned that you guys believe in flat Earth, but you guys are concerned that you believe in globe. So I mean, it's
really
one-sided battle.
No, we're concerned with people saying wrong things. We don't give a shit what you believe, dude. For all I know, you think the Easter Bunny's real. I don't know. I don't care. But if you say that we could measure things using science, yeah. Like shapes?
Come on,
You got a
Potato,
problem.
humorous. What's the most compelling thing that makes you believe you live on a globe other than consensus?
The Politics and Religion Flat Earth Discord channel. That's the most compelling.
Well, no, that doesn't really. Come on, humorous. There has to be something, right?
Yeah, but it's not interesting. We're gonna go down the same shenanigans.
Come on.
The only thing he has was seeing it outside of an airplane window.
I don't even think that he really believes that.
Bonus
I
one's
really don't.
paying attention.
He did not
I don't
experience the
think he
Earth as
believes
a
it.
globe on an airplane. Like we all flew before. Come on.
That was his claim to fame, saying that he saw it.
If I go down that road, you know how it ends up. It's gonna be boring. We're gonna yell at each other, and it's nonsense. Is that
That
really
didn't
what
happen the last time.
I'm vibing with you guys. What does it matter? What does it matter what we
Potato.
are about right now?
We're not trying to rip you a new asshole. We're just talking.
You know what? I'm worried that you will, though. You know.
Well, don't worry about it. Just be honest.
I'm worried.
man.
I'm worried.
Like,
I don't want you to rush.
You're worried. You're worried that a stranger on the internet might yell at you.
Especially a stranger.
no!
Especially a stranger.
Yeah, well, we got. Yeah, hold on, board. We got Albedo that just joined the channel. Albedo, welcome to the channel.
Hey, thanks.
So we're asking new people the question when they enter this chat if you think the Earth is a globe, and if you do, any evidence for that?
Yeah, I do.
Excellent. What you got, man?
It might require kind of a decent discussion. We'd have to go into why, but basically because I think most people believe it.
Okay.
Now, obviously, I think you're
Larry, you
gonna
want
say
this
it's I think, a lot of people might say, oh, that's like a fallacy, or that doesn't make it true.
Accurate, Larry.
But do you want to discuss that?
You want to make a claim, or you want to attack one of mine?
I guess I am making a claim. The Earth is a sphere.
Why? How do you know? Prove it. Show me.
Yeah, I think it's proven by most people believing it.
Wow.
So appeal to consensus.
Absolutely.
No, I think he's saying consensus creates reality.
Is that what determines whether something's true or not?
It doesn't
depend on how
determine
people believe
its
in it?
truth. It doesn't determine its truth. I take it as strong evidence that it's true.
Well, something to think about, Albedo. You're in a room where the majority of people are flat earthers, so therefore now the Earth is flat to you, based on consensus.
Yeah.
Well, I don't take it that that's how the kind of consensus you should look at it.
Well, that's what that's based on your logic.
Well, no, because I'm not saying that the consensus is based on some room that I'm in.
Well, that's where you are now.
What demographic are you talking about?
Yeah, so you want to know how do we determine what the scope of which the
I'm asking you what demographic you're talking about. It's appealing to a consensus. So what?
Yeah, in this
all
case,
of 5 to 10-year-olds? Anybody above 15 to 65? Males, women?
the whole of humanity.
Where are they from? Are they from the Western world? Do they have an Eastern philosophy? Do they come from the Near East? Are they Orthodox? What range of people are you talking about? Are you just blindly believing in the consensus you think's actually real?
Well, in this case, it's all the people that I'm acquainted with.
Okay. And based upon what evidence?
That is the evidence.
You must understand that people say things for reasons, right? What reasons? Let's try and start there. What reasons?
I don't have access to that all the time.
Okay. This is going to be a weird conversation, dude. Not going to lie.
I kind of figured it would be. I know a lot of people don't take this approach.
This is like a newbie, like a super newbie.
I don't really agree with that, but like, what's wrong with the way that I'm reasoning?
No, I'm just saying it's like I don't even know what to say. Actually,
we're talking about objective reality, but you seem to be taking people's subjective statistical opinion. It's weird. Yeah. We're talking about objective reality, not people's opinions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but this is people's opinions. Opinion.
Yep.
Our opinion is. I'm trying to figure out based upon what.
What? Based upon what? I mean, all of us are in the same kind of boat.
I've got an opinion that you agree with based upon what? What evidence? I seem to think this is a ridiculous question. It must be based upon something.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. The point is I don't always have access to what they've used to reason to.
Okay, so you don't know, you just blindly believe.
I believe that they have a reason, yeah.
Okay, so you just blindly believe that they have a reason, even though you have no knowledge of those reasons. You're quite content knowing that this is a belief and not knowledge that you have, right?
Well, I mean, if they didn't have reasons, that sounds like it would be undermining of like their personhood.
Okay, well, we've got reasons that the Earth is not what they say.
I agree.
Okay.
And that's why you guys come to some evidence that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, that's empirical.
But that's a small minority of people.
Okay, but the evidence is empirical.
Not for me.
What do you mean, not for you?
I'm
what
saying
evidence of flat Earth?
You're not undermining my argument. You're not undermining my argument.
I'm trying to figure out what it's based upon. It's just flimsy. It's flimsy. It's based upon consensus.
Yes,
it's not. It's not true knowledge. It's a belief. Trying to figure out if you're interested in finding out how you get to knowledge.
I think it is knowledge. I think I have a view on social epistemology that we know things in virtue of people's testimony, and that's the majority, if not like nearly all, of our beliefs.
We manifest in reality as we go, then.
I would say we're manifesting knowledge as we go, not reality.
Wow.
So OJ was innocent and guilty at the same time.
Wait, why would you say that?
Because a jury of his peers, so a majority, found him to be innocent, right? While another a court of civil in a civil courtroom of his peers found him guilty and awarded.
That's not a majority. They're taking two different groups.
Yeah, there's still an amount, right, of people.
Yeah, but that's not majority. So he's guilty. Two different groups.
So there's a majority in one and a majority in another.
That's not the way I look at it. I don't separate them.
Yeah, but they can't both be right?
Yeah, I agree. They both can't be right. Yeah. But I don't separate them the way that you did.
Well, I'm just going off of your logic.
No, you're not. I'm telling you, I don't do that thing that you just tried to do.
Yeah, you do. So, that's exactly what you're saying.
How did I... Where are you getting the separation from?
Well, there was in that case, there was a separation, right?
You asked me...
There was one group of peers and another group of peers, right?
Yes, but I don't separate them. I take them both together.
Oh, so he's equally guilty and equally innocent.
Was there... I see I think a jury is made up of, 12 people, right?
Yeah.
And then you're asking me to add them together with the rest of America?
Yeah, what do you do in that situation where there's an equal amount?
But in that case...
Oh my God, bro. Your logic is busted, bro.
Why are you asking? Do you want me to answer the question?
It's almost pointless talking to you.
Answer.
It's almost pointless talking to you because it sounds like you don't want to discuss the evidence. You don't want to discuss the evidence, right?
I think this is evidence.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Wouldn't even hold up in a court of fucking law.
Well, I think
people's opinions ain't worth shit.
People get convicted on testimony alone all the time.
This is hearsay at best, and you haven't even got the hearsay. You're appealing to something you don't even know. Just a lot of people are saying stuff that you don't even understand because you don't know what it is. Apart from the conclusion, the Earth's a ball, and you're happy with the conclusion, even though you've got no idea how they reached the conclusion.
It's the hearsay because I'm not getting information from secondary sources. I specifically said these are all people that I am familiar with.
Well, what's the information?
Information is that they affirm the Earth is a globe.
And it stops there. You don't want to analyze what led them to that conclusion.
Well,
you don't want to, you don't, and you just stop right there, right? That's it.
Yes, and I think that's fine. I think that's fine, and we often do that.
Then what are you doing here, bro?
This is what Alpha was talking about earlier. This is why they lie. Because then they get fucking stormtroopers that they can fucking troll. People like this, I just believe them because
do you think that I'm making a mistake?
What do you call
just
them?
believing in authority without any reason why, just because they said so? Yeah.
I wouldn't. Oh, okay. So can we discuss that?
One.
Because I think that if you actually we discussed it, you might find that what we do in these situations is often what I'm suggesting. So can we discuss that?
What is that classification, Jedi? What would you call that?
My mouth. I'm still picking my jaw up off the floor. Sorry.
I know. I know. Trust me. I know.
If you're not interested in discussing it,
you've identified something very profound. And trust me, I know. You need to name it because you identified it.
I told you the kind of epistemologies. It has a name. It's called social epistemology.
I'm talking to Jedi, not you, man. You're the subject of this.
Indeed, my hands are full at the moment.
It's all right.
Okay, so I'll take it that nobody is interested in discussing it further.
Well, we're more interested in proof of curvature, which no one seems to provide for us. You don't seem to have that, so just my mate said so. Well, yeah, my mate said it was flat, so we're equal now.
We're equal. Hooray.
I don't think that's exactly how I look at it. So.
Well, it doesn't matter how you look at it because I don't care.
Okay.
You're probably cross-eyed or something and you look at it funny.
If you're not interested in caring about what I have to say, then there's no more.
Well, then what are you doing in here? You haven't brought anything to the table.
Well, I think I did. You're just not interested.
No, that's the problem. You're thinking, and you're not doing a good job of it. So stop before you hurt yourself.
Well, I'm knowing. I think that I'm knowing, and I think that you don't.
No, you're not knowing. That's where you're failing.
No, I think
if you knew something, you'd be able to provide the evidence and the reasoning
against you.
And the reasoning why you run away, you fucking coward.
He thinks he's knowing.
Matrix, where's my other Australian flat Earth buddy?
Which one? There's a whole tribe of us.
No. There's one specific one.
There you go, DJ. You got AJ.
Batman.
Batman.
Timbo.
You got Daz 68.
No, there's one Oh no, it's you. I talk to you about huntsman spiders all the time. Now I'm scared of
You're talking about me.
I'm talking Matrix. No, I'm talking to Matrix. Am I the sole globe tard in this group chat? Do I have the honor of being the sole one left?
What are you going to base it off consensus?
Yes, absolutely.
Then you're now a flat earther. Congratulations. Have a nice day.
Oh shit. Oh damn it. Damn it. I lost again.
You've been around a minute, Bored Potato.
Yeah, I have been.
Yeah. Why aren't you part of the home server anymore? Did you get booted?
No, I leave every now and then. The Christianity portion of this pisses me off. You guys are cool, but yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I remember you back from the day. Yeah, in the lobby. I remember the name anyway.
Yeah, I always come here when I'm wasted. Just to chill. Not looking for a fight, you know?
Wait, you are looking for a fight?
I am not. I am not.
Not looking for a fight. Fair enough.
You believe whatever you want to believe. I respect it. It's fine. I don't really care too much.
Yeah, I agree with that. But that's why we talk about what we can know and try and leave what we can only believe to the side for now, except for Sundays.
Except for Sundays.
Sundays sometimes, yeah. Speculation Sunday, yeah.
We got a good one for Sunday.
Oh, got a good one. Got a preview?
Sure. I was thinking the observatory they call Lucifer, the one that the Catholic Church owned, but they changed the name. So it's interesting because what if it was surveilling people and not the sky? Because they don't ever publish anything. They don't ever go, here, look what we found. Like, it's privately owned by the Catholic Church.
Oh shit! I never thought of that. They don't publish anything. Wow.
Not that I know of. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't ever remember reading something from the Lucifer telescope. Check it out.
It's a ground-based one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Yep.
Well, how are they looking at people from the ground, though?
I think they're on a high spot. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Oh, high spot looking down.
Yeah.
It's like the top of the dome of the cathedral in Rome, and and it opens up. It's got this big slit in it. It comes out, looks down on everyone.
Reminds me of Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
Where is it based?
In Arizona.
Really? It's in Arizona. Oh, it's in the States. Okay.
Hey, BRB.
Just see the board meeting, like where they're like trying to name this telescope. They got their little acronym there. They're right. Everyone happy with that? And there's like this one guy. He's like, yeah, he's not getting noticed. Guys, can I just like everyone? Yep, we're all good. Okay, let's go. Meeting adjourned.
It's like, Lucifer, really?
But
are we really doing this? I'll just shut the fuck up. Oh man.
Am I the only one?
Let's just call it Lucifer. No one will notice. No one will question it.
What was the name of that guy who was just in who says his best argument was consensus? I need to make sure I avoid him in the future.
Yeah, I don't remember his name. It's not very memorable.
Did he post any? No, he didn't post in. Don't know. I can't remember. I can't remember his name now.
Was it Albert something, Albeco or something like that?
Oh,
How does he
Albedo? Yeah.
Albedo. Yeah, I need to avoid him. Like, literally, that was the most unappealing conversation invite I've ever heard in this channel. Like, quite possibly the worst conversation we could have had.
He actually entered the conversation saying, I know that this is basically a fallacy. It's a appeal to consensus fallacy, but yeah, consensus. And then he just wrote on that the whole time.
All the other sheep baa, so I am gonna baa too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say that, T-Dub. He's basically saying, I'm a proud sheep. Would you like to talk about it? The answer's no, King Sheep. No. That would never have happened back in the day. That's a very modern thing. I think I'm starting to understand George Orwell's book better now.
As he's going through the meat grinder, he's like, it was worth it!
You're telling me nobody wants to talk about my blind acquiescence? Really? I thought you would have wanted to talk about that. No! Get out of here. It's actually disheartening to see the confidence and the pride in that type of attitude. I think that's disgusting, to be honest.
It's a lot of things, mate. Scary as well. That people are comfortable in this type of epistemology. It's weird. Scary.
But why even want to come and talk about it? I don't understand.
That's definitely the sort of conclusion to a very limited worldview, you know, and then to sort of spin that as something of interest, something we can talk about, like, man, that's a small world he lives in. Those are the kind of answers you hear from kids. Why do we believe this? Because everybody does, you know. That's just, for me, that's embarrassing.
So yeah, like you go on.
No, I interrupted you. We at the same time. Go ahead.
Oh no, you spoke just before me because we got the lag or whatever. You got the delay, so it sounds like I started talking first, but it sounds to me like you started talking first. So who fucking knows?
I was gonna say, I just want to profess my consensus worldview. It was nothing worth listening to. That's basically what he was saying.
What's even more funny is how disappointed he was that we didn't want to hear about that worldview. It's like, what is there to hear, dude? You've made your point. It is what it is. There's literally nothing else to talk about. It's like those. Have you seen those sheep herders that can get the sheep to go round and round a fire? And if you lead them, eventually they just keep going round in circles around the fire that is burning them on the one side. That's literally what he's doing. And now he's proud. He wants to tell us all about it, about his singed right side.
That's a good analogy.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, if you lead a flock of sheep to a fire and then you walk around the fire, eventually they'll just make circles around the fire. That's basically his worldview.
I've seen the other ones where, like, they're so used to going through this gate, right, that you can take the fence away, right, and leave a little tiny portion of fence with the gate still there, and they'll still go through the gate.
Maybe this is just like where the globe leads to. Like, this is the best argument for the globe, isn't it, really, when you really break it down? Maybe he's more advanced. I mean, you can go the route of zephyrical zenith angles and pictures from space, to get shut down, or you can just say this and be bulletproof to the truth, maybe? I don't know. Because how do you debate that position? You can't, can you?
You just point out that it's a belief that they've got, and then that's it. You can't debate that position. There's nothing to debate. It's their belief based on nothing. It can't provide you with the evidence apart from lots of people say things. I don't know what exactly it is they say, but the conclusion, yes, believe that. There's nothing to debate.
The only thing to debate is his opinion on how that's a strong argument. I think that's the elephant in the room. Why does that carry weight for you?
I mean, but that's all we do is go around and pointing out how fucking stupid that is. It's not
really
knowledge-based, it's a faith-based claim, isn't it? So it's just faith, it's just a belief. Okay. We sit here for another hour debating whether his epistemology is sound. No, it's not. What's there to debate about? We just point out he hasn't got sound reasoning. Like you said, he's trying to make his argument Teflon, right? If for some sneaky reason he thinks he's got some kind of back way in, I think, by saying what he was saying. And he's trying to avoid criticism. By avoiding criticism, there's no argument. You couldn't criticize anything that he said apart from that he was saying it because it was ridiculous. It's just faith-based, right? Appeal to consensus. Point that out, round and round and round we go. That's it. Unless he breaks from that circle, then he can't do anything.
Round and round the fire they go.
Yep.
I don't know why. I don't know if I'm being a bit judgmental, but I find it so not disgusting. I don't know if that's the right word, but I just find it not offensive, but just like, brother, really?
Disappointing. Is that right? Is that the right?
Yeah, definitely in that vein. Yeah.
It's like, have a better approach.
Yeah, use your own brain. Please use your own brain. That is the mentality of the future, though, isn't it? That's people are not going to use their brain. This is like the ChatGPT generation epistemology. Well, you wouldn't have heard that in 2016. Let's put it that way.
Times are changing, dude. Now you get to dial answers. Don't need to think for yourself. Remember the conversations you used to have down the pub? Don't need to do that anymore. Just Google the fucking answer and just stare out the fucking window or stare at your phone. It's fine. Don't need to think. They've done all the thinking for you, so you don't have to.
You took my line. I was literally about to say that. We do the thinking, so you don't have to.
Yeah, that's what it is, man. Nice little battle droids.
That's a robot polisher who's looking for a promotion, I think.
Yeah. You want shiny nuts to polish.
He's trying to embody the company values as well as being an ignorant sheep.
I've heard some weird shit in the last 12 hours or so. Like tonight and last night. Sorry, this morning and last night. Some people have been saying some weird shit, man. This last guy, yeah, that kind of topped it off for me today, I'm afraid. I don't know if I can handle anymore.
Definitely a change in the winds this year. You know, this is meant to be season 10 and it's turned into like some sort of spin-off or something. I don't know what's going on this year.
What is weird, because I said hours ago that YouTube like just outright suppressed flat earth content. They just did. So all these people are just like total noobs. And they're just coming in looking up the basic shit that they look up on YouTube that's fed to them. It's you know what I'm saying? It's like they're just fed the shit to say here.
Yeah. Do you know what else I've noticed as well? On top of that, the arguments that have been like fine-tuned over the 2000s. What's it called? The noughties? To the late 2000s, whatever, 2012 onwards. All the arguments have evolved so much, but the actual globers have gone backwards. So it's so wasted. And like yesterday, there was we were talking to a guy, and I've noticed this happens a lot where the proper answers, the actual answers, the right answers aren't heard. So you have to dumb it down to such a level, the conversation becomes unappealing to most flat earthers. And like I can see in the back chats, people like, yeah, I really need to learn how to dumb this shit down. And I'm like, we should be going forward, not backwards. You know what I mean?
For those that have been around a bit longer, the information that we've got access to now is equal to what? 2008, 2007, somewhere there? Or because this is the reason they're going backwards. They don't have access to information. And when we tell them it's being suppressed, it's, excuses. So, for those that have been in the game a long time, what is our information level at the moment like? Equivalent to what year? Don't all talk at once.
I didn't understand
There's so many different veins of good information and bad information. It's like the Breakfast Club. Like everybody's divided in their own little groups and sects, and if you add it all up and put it all together and don't, shun anyone, then there's a shitload of information, like a ridiculous amount that we've collected. But it's like what's going on right now is a good thing. I think everybody's kind of re-examining everything. So for the past 10 years, there's nothing left that we can't question. Like skepticism is like the new culture. It doesn't matter if it's flat Earth or if it's chemtrails or if it's something to do with that. Then yeah, everybody's got their own information, and we're kind of, I don't know how to explain it. Like we're kind of in a renaissance. That's what I think.
Yeah,
that's my opinion.
I was going to say it's unprecedented.
It's a reverse renaissance.
So movie-wise, this is Roots getting his prequel. We've had Star Wars episode 4, 5, and 6, and now we're back to 1, 2, and 3. So that's what's happening.
Well, I'd say as far as censorship goes, that like particularly with flat Earth, you're talking about flat Earth information and social media and like Google search engine stuff. It's new. There hasn't been anything like that before. I think if you go back to before the internet, before search engines, right? For this instantaneous communication over like extreme distances, the information was there. It's just that it took a long, you had to go find a book or whatever, or go talk to a university professor or whatever, right? Like, yeah. So I'd say it's like, this is, and then Google came out, right? And it was like, boom, like everybody go nuts, right? And it was an article about it in what do they call it? Not Scientific American, New Scientist magazine, talking about how there needs to be something done about the internet because it's like this nation with no land, right? Like, and there's no police. Like at the time there was kind of a little policing going on, but there was no real structure in place amongst individual nations in their government to control, right, what was taking place in people's homes on their computer, like, right? They were like, and it was a whole article about what do we do? This is out of control. What do we do? Right? It was really interesting.
So they called in Donald Trump, and fake news began.
Fake news has been around longer than him.
I don't know. I feel like when fake news started to become a household term, everybody stopped researching and learning, and people just started listening to the news again. I don't know. It's like it had the opposite effect. Trump said the news is fake, so I don't like Trump, so I'm going to now believe everything the mainstream says even more, just to piss Trump off.
Well, if you think that'll piss him off, you're wrong.
Oh yeah. In reality, Trump's part of that whole system and part of the game. I just feel like that attack on misinformation did a real number on the population.
Well, actually, that term fake news, he co-opted because that was the leftist term. He co-opted it, made it his own. It was their term. He made it his. Just saying.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I thought the first person I heard say fake news was Trump.
Yeah, it wasn't. I know, it's crazy. It wasn't his.
It's like reverse psychology. Whatever they did, it was like reverse psychology, and people think they've come to these conclusions themselves, but they've been led. They've been led to these conclusions. Yeah, the majority. Yeah, consensus. Yeah, science doesn't prove things. Yeah. I don't know, I'm probably generalizing, overthinking it, but I like to generalize. I always feel like what individuals are going through is like what the collective's going through. So I feel like we all go through this shit together. But I think what it's led to is people don't listen to each other anymore. And that's why I say a lot of flat earthers are frustrated because, trying to explain what a horizon actually is to a glober in 2025 is a lot more painful than it was in, let's say, 2019, for example. It's like there's a block up now in most people and they don't want to hear anything. They just have their talking points, they have their views, and that's it now, closed shop. Yeah, starting to feel like I'm negging you guys out. Let's change the subject.
No, man. I was just thinking what you said, and my first thought was the same could be said with probably about anything.
Well, not really. I think when it comes to, like, for example, flat earthers, I think we're very, what's the word? Like, we're open to new information. You know what I mean? We have pushed this conversation forward. Views have changed. I think I thought years ago we would get better at this, better at learning as we had access to the internet. We would learn more and progress and move forward. But yeah, there's definitely been a reverse renaissance, as Matrix said. And I don't know why I'm surprised it was predicted. Like I said, 1984, Brave New World. This is the sort of world they predicted. I can see us heading there now. But yeah, let's not get too positive. It's too early for this. Let's not get too negative. Note to self. Well, by the way, was there a recent debate, big debate in Flat Earth that I've missed? Including Flat Earth Dave as a host or something? I don't know. I've been hearing about debates happen recently.
Not sure, man. Not that I've heard of. I don't really keep up with much of that anymore.
Yeah, no, didn't think so. Somebody mentioned there was a big debate, but I couldn't. And it was on Flat Earth Dave's channel, but I couldn't find it. So maybe it's an old one. You know how the internet works. People will send you stuff that they think's new, and it's like 10 years old. Good morning, whoever joined. Was that Close Danger? Watermaster.
Yes. Morning, sir.
Morning, how are you, good fella? Top of the morning to you.
Alhamdulillah. Sorry, I thought you were having conversation active for the warm welcome.
Yeah, it was me having a moan and a rant about the bloody, the way people have basically gone backwards over the last 10 years or so in terms of using their own brain. So it was a bit of a neggy subject, so I thought I'd say hi. What was that? You broke up a bit there, mate.
I don't know, only white people, it's everybody back.
Well, I didn't say white people, if you thought I said that. Yeah, everybody, I mean.
I don't know. Yeah. They're all back.
Hey everybody, how are you?
Sometimes.
Hey, Cheyenne. All good, how are you?
Good, mate.
So, Close Danger, you're a flat earther, aren't you? Are you a flat earther?
You know what?
No.
Fuck no. Everything is round. You know that.
Oh, really? You're a glober then?
I tend to like you. Oh, yeah.
You're breaking up a lot, by the way, Close Danger.
You got a lot.
You guys are talking about what?
Talking about the shape of the Earth.
Really?
It's round.
Okay.
Just like molecules.
Well, we're not talking about the shape of the Earth, obviously. Actually, we're more talking about the surface of the Earth.
Surface property.
Because, nobody knows the shape of the Earth.
Okay, I thought you guys are talking about Israel or India.
I see where you're going in spiritual levels. It's just to get the physical thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Well, how would you get the shape of the Earth? You would measure it directly, right?
It's round, just like every other planet in the planet.
No, we don't need
so like a coin, like a coin, right?
Everything. No.
Oh, so something can be like round and not spherical, right? So you might want to be a bit more specific with your words.
Molecule, every planet. Every
so you're talking
is
about
round.
You're talking about spherical.
That's right.
Yeah, you mean spherical, Close Danger. Let's be more specific with what we're saying here. You mean spherical. And when you say, oh no, it's round or it's spherical because of other planets, this is like the same as chanting. You may as well be into politics and shouting, Trump out, Trump out. Like, that's not a very good argument, is it?
I don't know what you're talking about. I think you people were crazy to start with. I came in here because I liked some of you.
I think you're a bit of an asshole, but I don't repeat that. That's not the first thing I would tell you, is it, Close Danger?
More of an asshole.
So have some social etiquette. Have some social etiquette. Don't go in a room and start chanting. If you have a good argument, then share it. But the way you chant sounds like you don't have a good argument.
I said everything was based on the circle. You were nice until you thought that I didn't believe what you believed.
No, not at all. Not at all. I was hoping for a good conversation, but you're kind of chanting. Now, the planets yeah, but your argument is poor because the planets are not verifiable. They are lights in the sky, and you happen to believe the story you've been told about them. That's why that's not a good argument.
Actually, I've been here. I created them.
Well, that was a quick back out.
Yeah. Is he gone?
Yeah, he wasn't here to debate, I don't think. He was here to chant.
Yeah, fair. He's a weird one, man. I don't know. Is there anybody else here that would actually like to have a grown-up conversation about this?
No, we lost the other guy, the Indian guy who popped in. I think he didn't want to hear it as much as we did. That argument though that he made is basically akin to the last guy who basically, but more shrouded, like he doesn't understand his reasons for his belief. At least the other guy knew exactly why he believed, consensus and assumption. This guy had no clue of why he believed it. Because molecules are round. Oh yeah, how much do you know about molecules?
Oh, geez, that's just a model. That's a molecule. He's talking about atoms. Atoms.
He was.
Yeah. Not molecules. Molecules are actually like
mouses,
all sorts of weird shapes.
That was the guy with all the mouses, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, I posted in the side chat, and then I was like, wait, I thought that was him. I hope it wasn't, because I just heard his voice. I didn't see if he had his thing.
Is that him? Is that his setup?
Well, that's an AI, but in his room.
Yeah, in his setup. That's funny.
Yeah.
Hey, did you tell the AI to make it CIA instead of CHA?
I'm sorry, what?
Because the AI made in your picture, it made the thing on the screen in the background CIA.
Yeah, it did.
But in his room, it's like CHA or something. It's like it's actually not actually CIA.
Oh, really? I don't know. The AI. Yeah. I said copy this room, and it did. Like, I was like, oh shit, that's pretty fucking good. Like, if you look at let me see. I have the original picture here. Open photos. There we go.
I was going to say, if that was you, Apocryphon, that's great attention to detail.
No, that's all AI. I'm not going to take credit. I'm not a liar. I could. It would have been cool if I did, though, right? Like, oh shit, nice cat. I didn't even notice that, to be honest. I'm kind of blind though, so like I can't really see the fine print on things. My eyes are all jacked up. Damn it, where's that photo at? I have the original somewhere. Hold on. But I uploaded it. Oh, here it is. So the original is CNA.
And there you go. And AI turned it into CIA.
Nice.
AI's got a sense of humor. I like it.
CIA.
Whoa, worth.
Oh, welcome, Glory.
Yeah, you got to pay your cable bill to see the globe Earth.
I got to pay my cable bill.
Santa Claus.
Santa.
Do we need to climb a ladder to see the curvature of the Earth?
Yes.
How high?
A foot high. You can see it.
Yee high?
A foot high. You can...
16 boiled potatoes high.
16 boiled potatoes
high. So as a global boiled potato, how confident are you in your belief that it's a ball?
Are you ready for this? 100%. 100.
You've just exposed you're a liar.
100.
Heliocentric 9,000.
100. No, Vegeta, baby. Over 9,000. Let's do it.
But we know that's not true, right? It can't be true.
It is true.
So you may express that, but that's impossible. Because that means you would have direct evidence. You would actually know. At 100%, you would know. You wouldn't believe anymore. You would know. But you don't know, do you?
We do know. It is actually not a belief. It's actually a knowledge base.
So there's direct evidence. You have direct evidence? Is he a glober? Is he actually a glober?
Yeah, he is. But I think he's still messing with it because you're right. It would require first-hand experience.
It does not require first-hand evidence.
Obviously, it does. Don't be dumb.
It's not.
You can't be 100% without direct knowledge. Otherwise, it's just a belief.
No, that's not how things work.
That's not how things work. How do they work? How do things work?
You have evidence that shows that something is potentially true, and if you have something that disproves it, then you go that route.
All right. So if I tell you my kitchen table's round, do you believe it's round or do you know it's round?
No, I'll need proof that it's round.
You'd need proof. So I'll take a photo.
Proof.
Would that be acceptable?
Would be good. Yes, a photo would be, yes.
But it could be AI. It could be a dodgy fucker.
Could be.
Yeah,
my work wanted. Round, or do you believe it's round?
No, it is round. This is not a belief. It is round.
So you know it's round without proof of.
The reason why
you come around my house and have a look. First-hand evidence would be you looking at it, going, "Oh wow, it's round."
I mean, are you lying
to me
about your table? Are you lying to me about your table? Well, why would you do that? That's not very nice.
Because I'm a horrible person.
This is global logic. Of course it's true. He wouldn't lie.
I didn't say that.
I love it.
That's not what I said.
That's what we're trying to get through to you. You're just going, hey, I accept it because I was told it. Well, we're here going, get some evidence, bro.
Evidence is there everywhere.
What evidence?
We've been to the moon. We've seen the Earth.
We've been to the moon. Who's been to the moon?
Boats disappear over the horizon.
You've been through this 100 times and you still haven't got it yet, have you?
God.
It's going to be the same thing every single time we have this argument. Every single time. It's going to be the same circular.
The reason it's the same is because you're not learning. You just sit back and come out and like a good little sheeple, blah, 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 and just drop all the same shit every single week.
The odds aren't 100%. As we're demonstrating, the odds are not 100%. Now, the arguments you've given are the same as me saying, I know Santa Claus exists because somebody bit the carrot and bit the mince pie overnight.
Same arguments. They're not the same arguments.
They're correlations. You just said, what are the odds? Your insecurity is showing.
We've been to the North Pole.
You guys are throwing a lot of words, a lot of projection. Insecurity.
No, do you not understand? Do you not understand the argument? Because you're just now playing a game. We're right about this. Game. You've got a few correlations.
You're right, or you have evidence to support your hypothesis.
We are right about this, and I'll tell you why.
What are you right about?
The fact that you have no direct evidence, and that without direct evidence is a belief. The definition of belief is that you follow without evidence. Yeah? You don't have a direct evidence. If you do, what direct evidence? Because what you stated earlier is not direct evidence. Belief in NASA is not direct evidence we went to the moon, is it?
Yeah,
Ships going over the horizon is what we would expect on a flat Earth, isn't it? If you've been in the conversation, you should know this already.
Oh, that's not what.
So this isn't direct evidence, is it?
No, that's not what we expect from a flat Earth.
That's exactly what we would expect.
Let me give him an example real quick. Let me give you an example real quick. He just said earlier, was that Tim? I don't know who said that about a table. If he took a table, maybe it was Matrix. I'm not sure who's even in here. I'm not looking at the list, but he just said, I have a table, and if I showed you a picture, and you would believe him. Okay, so then he said it could be AI. I made a table on AI, but there's a table. Doesn't mean that's in my room, but I could have told you that's in my room. Then I said, do a round table in a Harry Potter scene. There you go. It creates it just automatically. I have a budget of 0, and I could create a round table and show you. Imagine what I could do with $60 million a day. So if you want to say, I believe NASA because they have photos and video, like, dude, you're way off, bro. Like, you're not getting it right now. Because that's
and Matrix
a screen.
Me and Matrix have had this argument way before ChatGPT became a thing or AI became a thing. So that argument is not relevant.
That wasn't even a rebuttal. That wasn't even a response.
That's the fucking point, bro.
Is it? Did I miss the point? He made a point saying that the AI is a thing. I'm telling him.
No, he made a point that the evidence that he could provide for his round table could be fake, could be forged, may not even be his table. And he's got 0 budget and he can do that. What don't you get about that? That you're asking for evidence and you're just taking it on face value and you think that's direct evidence. That's a joke.
Yeah, that's not knowledge. Knowledge would be like seeing it and even measuring it, right? So then it would become direct, not like evidence and knowledge, and not just a belief.
And on top of that, ships over the horizon is what we would expect on a flat Earth. Ships over the horizon is flat Earth evidence, because once things go beyond the horizon, we can bring them back. Yeah, when we do long distance observations, we experience 0 curvature. So ships over the horizon is a flat Earth discussion, flat Earth evidence. We know why ships seem to be cut off by the horizon, but we know what the horizon is, direct evidence of it as well. You don't have direct evidence of the horizon being the curvature of the Earth. So yes, we know you're wrong. But you don't seem to know this.
You know I'm wrong, but I don't seem to know it. You don't.
Yeah, your statements are wrong. Your statements are wrong. We're not talking about we know we're right about the Earth here. We're now talking about what you said. What you said doesn't equate to direct evidence, and you seriously don't understand what the horizon is, and you put faith in NASA. These aren't evidence. This isn't evidence of a curvature or motion of the Earth.
So I shouldn't put faith in NASA, but I should put faith in you. Is that correct?
No, that was the point. You shouldn't believe. You don't know that Matrix.
So I shouldn't believe you.
Round.
I shouldn't.
No, don't believe me. Don't believe Matrix. Don't believe anybody. Go and find out for yourself.
That's the most sensible thing you've said all night.
I've said a lot of sensible things, but not all of them are landing with you, are they?
For a specific reason.
So your belief in a globe, which you've mistaken as knowledge, is holding you back.
Not a belief.
It is. You've still not provided anything that can move your belief to a fact.
I don't need to.
Then you must stay in the belief box. Stay in your lane.
It is for you. It is for you, I believe.
Stay in your box.
There's others that claim it's no longer a belief for them because they claim to have first-hand experience. You can't claim that. You have to take their word.
You're really stuck on this first-hand experience stuff.
Yeah, because that's how you have knowledge. That's how you gain knowledge.
If I were to go to space, and I told you I went to space, and I came down and said, hey, I went to space, saw the Earth,
cool story,
you would still not believe me.
I don't. That's not for me to believe. Like, was that why you did it? Is that why you did it? To come and convince me?
The point is,
make me believe.
The point
is you haven't done it, so you're still a believer.
The point is that you can claim I don't have first-hand experience, but even if I did, you would not accept it. So why even?
Right? Yes, because that's your. You'd then be claiming.
At least be honest about your argument.
You would know. You would then have claim. You would have a claim that you.
But you would still say I'm a liar.
Bro, it wasn't fucking finished, bro. You would be the one then claiming to have first-hand experience, and I would be the one that would be left with the choice of believing you or disregarding your claim until I have verification of it.
It's really simple, dude. It's not an attack on you. If I tell you I've got seafront property in a town that isn't by the coast, and you choose to believe me, that's on you. That is a belief that you have chosen, but unfortunately, if it's impossible by default, then you can't possibly be correct, can you? I don't have seafront property in inland, do I?
It's so ironic how you describe yourself, for example.
None of these points stick. None of these points stick with him at all, do they?
He was talking about like you personally. Okay, so let's return the favor. Bro, you identify as an astronaut, but you ain't never seen the globe unless you turn on the TV or open some kind of magazine or media. You never experience the Earth as a globe. You never experience an axial rotation. All you've seen is the sun, moon, and stars making a circuit roughly once every 2 years.
It's really hard to hear you. Hold on. I can't hear you.
Wind noise?
I don't know. You sound super loud.
You seem to be clipping a little bit the end of your sentences.
I just turned you up. Say that again. I am Larry.
Said you never experienced the Earth as a globe. Ever. Unless you turned on the TV or opened up some kind of magazine or media. You only experience the stars making a circuit once every 24 hours, roughly. That's it. You've never experienced axial rotation. Is your house moving right now?
Depends on how you're asking.
No.
Yeah, tell us your house is moving and not moving at the same time.
World is spinning. It is moving. It just doesn't feel like it to us.
You're just chanting, bro.
Yeah.
Is it like God? Is it like gravity's in the sky somewhere? Is God in the room with you right now?
Gravity's in the sky. Gravity is
bending and warping space-time in the room with you right now?
Yes, actually, it is.
Oh, he's a fundamentalist.
I reckon your arguments would hit better if you turn them into chants like football songs, because that's basically what you're doing. You're just chanting. You have absolutely no coherent points.
World's a globe.
Yeah, that's what you're doing. That's what you're doing, bro. You're just chanting. You have absolutely no knowledge of what the horizon is. You have no understanding that believing in NASA is not direct evidence. I mean, what's the point in discussing this with you? Really?
We're just.
Are you not entertained by me being here? Is that what you're saying?
No, we're disappointed.
Disappointed. All right. So then, don't ask me what's the point.
We just had a discussion about how the Globers have gone backwards. The guys in here have refined these arguments to a level that it needs dumbing down for you guys now. Like, you guys don't even understand the difference between knowledge and belief. This is a really worrying situation here for the kids. The kids can't differentiate. Yeah, they can't differentiate. With parents like you, your children will not be able to know the difference between belief and knowledge. ChatGPT will be able to give them their epistemology, their philosophy, because of consensus, right? Your kids ain't gonna be able to discern up from down, my friend.
I think you have the wrong idea about consensus.
Oh, do explain.
It's not just the fact that something is there's a consensus on a subject. It's the fact that what led to that consensus that makes it more worthwhile.
Let me ask you a simple question: did Lee Harvey Oswald assassinate President John F. Kennedy?
I don't know.
Okay, that's a
I don't
good
follow
answer.
politics or serial.
That's a good answer. You're honest there. But when I ask you about the globe, you pretend that you do know, and you pretend that you went to the moon.
I didn't say that, though. You
didn't say we went to the moon?
No. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yes, he did.
Hold on, relax. Hold on. I misunderstood what he was saying.
Okay,
you're saying that I said that we as humans went to the moon. Yes. Not that you are claiming I went to the moon. Yes. That's what I'm saying. That we as humans went to the moon.
Okay. Well, I think a lot of people identify as astronauts.
They don't identify as an astronaut. I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space.
Well, when you say it, it's kind of like a mantra. You get what I'm saying?
No, I don't. That's why I lose
went to the moon, not because it's easy, but because it's hard. Like,
it has nothing to do with how we went to the moon. We did it for a space race. We did it for ego, and we went.
Do you think maybe it was like a psyop to, convince the world that we have the high ground and the petrodollar and America exceptionalism and all that stuff? Or you don't think no one's ever done any like psyops over the TV?
I don't think so. I think if Russia really hated us that much, they would have said we didn't go.
Oh, okay, so you believe in the Cold War. How many bullets did Russia shoot at the United States during the
I don't know.
Cold War?
I don't know.
Okay. Anyway.
0.
US 0. But there was
0 like my budget that I'm creating these amazing photos for this guy in the side chat.
Are you sending me photos?
They're in the side chat.
Sorry, I'm in the middle of a game, so I'm not.
No worries.
Side chat. I'll look in a second. No, I don't want to go to waste. Even if you're trolling me, I'll still take a look.
You should be playing Age of Empires 4 like a man.
What is Age of Empires? What is that?
What? How do you play games and not know Age of Empires? Jesus.
Well, tell me what it is.
Real-time strategy. Build your village.
I played StarCraft. I've played StarCraft before.
It's kind of like that. Warcraft and StarCraft. Same concept. You build up, you attack, you conquer. Same concept.
Is it multi or is it single player?
It's multi, but the point is that we're just trying to get you to think for yourself and question authority, because not all authority is legitimate, and a lot of people just think that it automatically is. So we're asking you to, instead of having a received idea, go out there and outside where the real world is, and you're going to notice that it never presents itself as a globe. But you go back inside and turn on your phone, turn on your TV, There it is. Like, oh, this is reality where the earthworms live, and these pixels on my screen don't always represent reality.
No, it's funny. The other day, I was watching a comedian doing some stand-up comedy, and he talks about like how NASA like talks, and like they're like, he's like, we found a black hole. He's like, really? What is that? He's like, it's something you can't see. He's like, wait, what? He goes, yes, because no light can escape from it, so you can't see it. And it's like, well, then how'd you find it? It's like, good question. But it's just the like, what's the word I'm looking for? Not nonsense. It's
audacity.
No. I was gonna say audacity, but it's the absurdity. That's the word I was looking for. The absurdity that they released that way back when they first originally did that. It's like, oh, we found a black hole, and then they like, well, what is that? It's just this thing that you can't see. Like, wait, what the fuck? Then how'd you find it?
Well, they do that with everything.
Right.
Look at the sun. Look at the sun, yeah. They say the sun is a gas ball in a vacuum, right? But the sun itself, if you know anything that we all know about gas, right? So not only would, the gas escape, but the sun doesn't even have a surface. There is no surface according to them. So we're just talking about gas within gas within gas, containing gas with no container. Like, it's ridiculous, bro. It's audacious.
Lumpy gas in a vacuum. But once this guy, quits playing this video game and he actually searches, is the universe 96% dark matter and dark energy? Matter and energy that we can't see, but it has to be there to make the model work. Like, maybe then he'll start to think, wait a minute, why is there all this dark matter and dark energy? And that doesn't even count the black holes. So it's like gravity's so weak that you need black holes and dark matter to like hold the galaxies together. But we don't even know.
Right. It's like a fallacy stacking tower of Jenga.
Yeah, I call it a ad hoc continuum, not a space continuum.
It's a staircase of disbelief.
Yeah, this guy, he's probably thinking to himself, I can't believe they're actually questioning gravity. It's like, okay, where's the science?
Yeah, you're pretty accurate. I can't believe you actually question gravity.
Well, have you done any research in the crisis in cosmology?
I've jumped up and I fell back down. So,
that's the effect.
That's relative density.
Cause. Yeah, we're talking about the cause. Of course, the atmosphere can't hold you up. There's not enough buoyant force. Of course, you're going to come back down.
I love the trap. I love how Larry, you provide the questions and the answers and the gotcha. Like, we just have to do everything for these fuckers nowadays.
Well, you were told that gravity holds down the oceans, right? That was the cause of the ocean sticking. But if you understand the law of cause and effect, which I'm sure you do, you look at the rain cycle and you're like, wait a minute. When there's not enough gas pressure, the temperature gets too high. Both of those things are causes to this. It causes the phase change. When the phase change happens, the water in a gaseous state's really buoyant, so it turns into clouds and goes up. But then when it condenses and those bonds are back, it falls back down. Why does the water go up and down? Well, the gas pressure is holding it down. What happens if you remove all the gas pressure in a cup of water? It's going to boil at low temperatures. So the gas pressure is holding down the oceans. But they told you it was gravity, but I can demonstrate my claim. Can you manipulate what you think's causing gravity and make the ocean fuck off and not stick to the surface like I can with heat and pressure?
I don't want to be rude. I'm going to skip that question.
I knew it. I was going to say he doesn't get... You're going to have to dumb it down, Larry, for these guys. Seriously.
Gas pressure is holding down the oceans. It's pressing down and keeping the phase change from happening because you can boil water with temperature.
We can do a test. We can do a test ourselves in person. Prove it. if you're willing to do it.
You can boil water with heat, right? Everybody knows that.
No. I mean a collaborative test that you're there, I'm there. So there's no
Dude, I'm
cheating.
telling you, my independent variables. It's heat and pressure. You can also take ocean water, stick it in a container, a vacuum container, and turn it on. After 3 days, it's going to boil out at low temperatures. So
you take a laser and measure it between you and long distance.
Measure what?
And then measure if the laser is straight or not.
Have you heard a word?
Larry, I think you need to go back to his misinterpretation of gravity. I don't think he realizes that his description of things going down isn't what he thinks gravity is. Maybe you need to go into specific gravity a little bit.
I don't think we need to go into gravity.
Oh, I think we do, sir.
If you
I think we need to find a test that we're both willing to prove, and we just go experiment it for ourselves with the whole channel watching.
Yeah, it's called a cup of tea, right? In Texas, we put ice in our tea. So you put the ice in the bottom of the cup, and then you pour in the tea, and the ice goes up. Why?
You told me yourself because of buoyancy. Now you don't understand why ice will go up in water.
So when you drink the tea, it goes back down. So it has nothing to do with gravity because you're just manipulating the relative
but that's
density.
that's not gravity. You understood buoyancy and now you don't. That's not being an honest argument.
So what did I say that's incorrect?
Ice not falling down in water has nothing to do with gravity.
Ice not going down has nothing to do with gravity?
Well, I'd agree, but you're not supposed to.
You're being really dishonest.
With that.
You're being really dishonest right now.
What did I say that's dishonest or incorrect?
I'm not. Come on, man. Let's figure. You say you're in Texas. I'm in New York. Let's figure out a test we can both perform, that we can both agree on, to see if the Earth is globe or a flat Earth. I'm more interested in that.
Go to the ocean, dude. Make some long distance observations.
No. I'm not interested in me doing stuff my own. I'm interested in us doing an experiment together.
What do you mean, like a mandate?
That.
So disingenuous. You're so disingenuous. You have no intention of any collaboration with us. You're full of shit, bro.
You don't think so? You don't think I will go to wherever you need me to go?
Bro, you're not even willing to sit and understand these points logically. Before you would go and put energy, effort, and time into something, you would definitely get your head around the subject and understand where we're at. You don't have that.
You know what? You're right. You know, I don't know where you're at. I don't know where you're at. You're absolutely right about that. How can
That's why you're disingenuous. That's why you're disingenuous, because Larry's trying to explain to you the problems with gravity, with your claims. I was trying to explain to you your misinterpretation of the horizon, your belief in NASA, and why that's not knowledge. And you are not even willing to go down that route and to gain logical discernment. So why would we believe that you're looking to collaborate and put time and energy and effort? You haven't even come off your game.
You're absolutely
Get the fuck out of here.
You're absolutely right. I'm not even going to debate that. You're right. I have been dishonest. So what can I do to make it up to you? What how can I bridge that gap?
Listen, we don't need anything from you, but just be more honest, yeah? Like, if we're going to have a discussion and Larry's trying to tell you the problems with cosmology, the problems with dark matter and gravity, and how what your description of gravity is not what you think. You're actually describing relative density or specific gravity, and that is not a proof for mass attracting mass or the warping and bending of space-time. We haven't even got close to getting to a point where we could actually collaborate with you. That's my whole point, bro.
All right, so Larry, I'm sorry. Explain it to me again, and I will be more.
Okay, so the law of cause and effect. It's obviously real, right? Equal and opposite reaction and all that stuff, right? Is that true? Every effect has a cause that we know of?
Yes, every effect has a cause.
Okay. So when you put water in a vacuum container and turn on the pump, it boils at low temperature. So the phase change makes it leave the surface of the container. Also, you can boil it with heat. So what I'm telling you is that there's two causes to what's holding down the oceans. No volcanic eruptions and the gas pressure, which what we call the atmosphere. It's holding down the oceans. Those two things. Because without that, then it turns into gas and it doesn't stick to the surface. You were told it's gravity. So how science works is you would use my presumed cause as your control variables. You wouldn't manipulate those. And you would, whatever you're presuming is the cause of gravitation or gravity, whether it's Newton or Einstein or whatever, pick your poison. And you would manipulate that and make the oceans or any object, right? Like an apple, if it fell in a pail of water, it would float. If you drain the water, it goes down. If you fill it back up with water, the apple goes up. Has nothing to do with mass and more to do with mass over volume relative to the medium that the object is in and its mass over volume. Oil and water, you know what I'm talking about? Density towers?
No.
You don't know that oil floats on water?
That oil floats on water, yes. I don't know about the density towers.
Right, so you could keep going. You could add liquid detergent, then you could add like a ping pong ball. And everything is going to float on top of everything once it settles.
Got it. Okay. Then yes, I do understand.
That's what makes things go up or down. Not some mathematical description of buoyancy. That's what the cause is of things going up or down. So it sounds crazy when I say this, but a steel anvil will float in a pool of mercury.
Okay.
Until you drain the mercury, then it goes down. That's the cause.
So we know the cause for up and down. The cause for up and down is relative density, aka specific gravity, which is different from your claim when you say gravity and you invoke the solar system. That's not specific gravity you're invoking.
So my gravity is incorrect. What I refer to as gravity is incorrect.
It's not demonstrable.
The example you gave.
There's no science behind it.
The example I gave is me jumping up and down. That's incorrect.
That's relative density, my friend. That's not mass attracting mass, and that's not the warping and bending of time and space. That's relative density.
Your weight holds you to the ground, but what's causing your weight? The fact that you're not in a pool with floaties on. Right?
I don't know if that's right. I'm listening, though.
But if you take off the floaties and you breathe all the air out of your lungs, then you'll be at the bottom of the pool before you know it. But you fill your air back up with lungs, and then the top of your head may float out of the surface of the pool. Unless you weigh 500 pounds, then your whole head will be above the surface. Why? Because fat is more buoyant than muscle and bone. Most people aren't fat enough to sit at the deep end and not have to kick their feet or wear floaties. But some people can do that. And it's because they have less weight in the pool because of the medium. And in the ground, like next to the pool, like, yeah, his fat ass weighs more than you. But with you in the pool, you actually weigh more than the fat guy in the pool. Because you have less buoyant force because you have way less fat. You don't have 100 pounds of fat.
You can also manipulate your relationship to the medium slightly by holding in a lung full of air, or expelling as much air from your body as you can. Similar to, like, say, that's the reverse of like changing the density of the medium. It's like changing the density of the object relationship.
Right, like a balloon.
Have you ever done that? Like, have you ever because I used to love going to the pool and I'd pretend like I was meditating on the bottom of the pool, but you have to breathe out all the air out of your lung, right? And then slowly sink to the bottom, and then sit there cross-legged, and you can
So we would smoke at the gravity bong and get really blitzed with a white smoke in the center, and then go to the bottom of the pool and do that. Yep, good times. Good times. If you do it at the lake, the lake's muddy, so it's not as good. But at the pool, it's good.
Right, yeah. Or you can try and walk along the bottom of the pool. Like, yeah, it's fun.
But yeah, the anvil gif, that one, kind of hard to unsee. Let me see if I can find it. There it is. So, because the density of the mercury is greater than the steel anvil, it floats like an ice cube. And he has to push it down. But when he lets go, it floats. So he's pushing against a real force, which is buoyancy. Like, according to Einstein, gravity is not a force, but the bending and warping of space-time. So what it really boils down to in reality is what caused. And they say it's gravity, but they're not telling you specific gravity. They're not going to tell you that part. They're going to say, oh, Newton was a genius, Einstein was a genius. But gravity gives you weight. So they're not really lying. They're just not telling the full truth. Plus, they believe what they were taught. But this is obvious. Like, a kid in the bathtub with a rubber ducky could figure this shit out. If you fill up the rubber ducky, it's not as buoyant anymore. It's like a piece of cake. But no one has ever told you and given you the opportunity to think about it. We're just telling you can go outside and do shit like this and test for curvature yourself. You don't have to believe nobody or have any received ideas whatsoever. You can have your own ideas and regain your agency instead of giving it away and let other people tell you what's true and what's not. Think for yourself, question authority.
Yeah, this isn't about everybody lying. This is about misinterpretation, and this is the problem. Every argument that this guy's put forward has been a misinterpretation. Pictures are direct evidence. The horizon is Earth curve. Gravity is a proven cause. These are misunderstandings, and that happens when only half of the attention is given to the subject. You can't half-heartedly get through life and expect to know everything about it. You have to put real effort and time in to figure these things out. Otherwise, just admit you don't know, and I choose to believe because that's where I want to believe. Socially, personally, that's where I want to be. And I accept that. I respect that. I don't respect people who half-heartedly come in here and think they know more than those who put the actual time and effort in. It's rude. It's ignorant. And I'm not being personal to the guy who was talking before. This is a reoccurring theme.
Yeah, and dude, no one else has an answer for me either. They either pretend to argue with me and then start saying things that I was saying once they find out how wrong they were, or they just like, nuh-uh. And then they double down. Like, this is like demonstrable. Like, it's something you can't really argue against. The whole density tower thing.
What about all the pictures that NASA takes?
If I gave you a counterfeit bill, would you be able to see if it's counterfeit?
There's hundreds and millions of pictures.
Well, what can you compare them to if you've never been to space yourself? Whereas a $100 bill, you can take it to the bank and get another $100 bill and go, yeah, this is not a counterfeit. Can you do that with space?
Why would they lie?
Why would people lie to you?
Answer the question. Hold on. Why would they lie? You need to understand that a photograph from NASA is not direct evidence or proof of anything. And it's a misinterpretation when you see a little bit of curvature at 120,000 feet from them. But any private footage, any weather balloon footage, cameras that are not using fisheye lenses, the Chinese space station footage, they're showing flat horizons above this height. So why do you cherry pick NASA? Is it because they scream the loudest?
I'm just fucking with you.
So can you guys see what I posted in the side chat? Where it says density and Archimedes principle.
I'm not on the side chat.
I'll post it in the wrong spot. Shit, my bad.
What's up, Larry?
Who's that?
I recognize that voice. Is that Flatiday Saint?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, though.
What's up, bro?
What up, though? How you doing?
Good, man. How you doing?
I'm alright. I'm alright.
So now that I've got the stuff posted in the side chat, so the new guys, can you see what I posted?
The anvil?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I got one more thing to post too.
Is that Mercury?
Where's the guy gone we were talking to? Is he still here? The guy who was playing a game?
Yeah, I'm here.
Are you still following or are you playing your game?
I'm following. It's just tiring. The argument.
Is that because there's cognitive dissonance or is that because it's a bit technical?
It's neither.
Do you see the density and Archimedes principle image that I showed?
No.
It's in the side chat.
I have not looked at the side chat yet. But I will, I promise.
I just posted it.
Hold on, I'm looking at it now. One second. Oh, did some objects float on the sink? Oh yeah, this is what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's never a vacuum. Like vacuums don't exist, like in nature, or we can't artificially create them. It's always just lower pressure. So whatever medium that you're in, and you're always in a medium, if its density is higher than yours, then it's gonna push you up. Like even if your density is higher, there's still buoyant force, but it's not enough to hold you up. So if you take away that buoyant force, things go down. Like it's true every day, all day long, no matter where you go.
So it's us. Are you just telling why we go up and down?
Right, because you have weight. Because the atmosphere can't hold you up. But the what's the saltwater tanks? The sensory deprivation tanks?
Yeah. I love those things.
You float, right?
Yeah, you float.
Because the salt water is so dense that it holds you up and levitates you off the ground.
Okay.
Larry, have you seen those the covers of like the scarab beetle wings? How they levitate on top of each other?
Yeah, I've seen that.
That's a trip, huh?
Yeah, there's a bunch of things that cause things to levitate. Electromagnetism, because it's a real force.
Like planes?
Pseudo force.
Sound.
Aerodynamics. Sound is also another one.
Light.
Light don't make you float.
It does if you're on shrooms.
I think it's the shrooms.
So to the Glober friend, just to help with the layman's explanation of it, we can fully explain gravity without any pseudo or forces or it. It's roots. Roots.
Roots?
Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to help you understand Larry's point, because I made a point earlier that a lot of the guys in here are very, very well read. They understand these arguments to the point where it's not as easy for laymen to understand them. So I'm just trying to give you a perspective of what he's saying in the real world when it comes to why things go down. Think of it like this. We have the atmosphere as our background medium, right? That's what determines weight, okay? So when we have something like your phone, you said things go down, that's due to gravity. No, that's due to relative density. Everything will find its equilibrium. So anything that's denser than the air will go down to seek its equilibrium. When the remote is on the floor or on the table or your phone, it's at rest. When you raise that up off the ground, you're now applying energy. That remote or that phone is holding potential energy. When you release it, it will then return to its equilibrium. That is a full explanation of why things go down and understanding of weight based on the atmosphere. That's why Larry's trying to tell you it depends on the background medium, where salt water will change that. Water will change that. Do you understand? Things go up and down due to relative density.
I understand what you're saying. You're still wrong. That's not how it works.
All you have to do is prove it.
Oh my God.
You manipulate your cause and hold our cause as your constants in your experiment. So what's your presumed cause of things going up and down?
We're going to circular argument here, man. It's not worth
He doesn't know. You say I don't. You say I'm wrong, right? But you have absolutely zero understanding of any of this.
He's clearly trolling. He's clearly trolling right now.
I'm
not
clearly trolling.
He's not even trolling, bro. He's just ignorant. He's just ignorant.
I'm not controlling my emotions, so it's a failed troll if it was an attempt.
Not trolling at all.
I mean, I feel like it's a successful troll if you don't know that he's trolling, right?
He's not. He's genuinely ignorant. That's why I'm trying to dumb it down.
He's trolling for Columbine.
Columbine.
Yep. He's not the only one in the audience.
He doesn't know that cause and effect is part of the ability to prove things. He doesn't realize that gravity is a pseudo force and that there is no gravity when it comes to the description of up and down, and that it's even in his own paradigm under specific gravity.
This goes back to the earlier argument you guys were making to what is the scientific method.
Forget the method. Is the law of cause and effect real? Are there effects walking around without causes? No. Somebody planted seed in that womb. Right? Cause and effect.
I agree.
Okay. So now that we know the law of cause and effect is true, what causes the ocean to stay in liquid form? Gas pressure and low temperature. High gas pressure, low temperature. Because if you lower the gas pressure or raise the temperature, the phase change makes it part of the rain cycle. So you can't deny the rain cycle. Like, that would be dumb. Now, if you're saying that you can mathematically describe, gravity, that's great, but we're talking about cause and effect. We're not talking about explanations.
The discussion of whether the world is round or spherical shape. It is. You guys say it's flat. It is not.
I told you, Larry, he's not following at all. He's gone back to chanting.
So while you're there chanting, you've just claimed that it's round or a sphere. That's cool. We get that. What we want you to do is prove it with some kind of evidence where yourself, myself, the guy next door can go out there and go, oh, look, this is where he witnessed the sphericity. This is where he used the sphericity. Observable, measurable, repeatable is a big one.
Repeatable?
Yeah. As in, you can do it, and you can go, oh, look, this is where I went. I went to the beach on Friday and took a mad photo of the said curvature. Someone else goes out there, oh, look, another photo.
You're in
You following?
Australia, right?
No, I live on the dark side of the moon. What the fuck do you think? Come on,
I mean,
man.
it matters.
No, it doesn't.
If you're on the north
Dude doesn't
side
know
of
if his
the,
house is moving or not, man.
if you're on the north side of the Earth, you see the stars moving in one direction, and you're on the south side, you're going to see it move in the opposite direction.
So are you saying that the sun, moon, and stars don't all rise in the east and set in the west? That some of them rise in the opposite direction? Like
What I'm
in the
saying is that depending on where you are on the Earth, the stars will shift in a different direction. That is provable and repeatable.
No, they all rise in the east and set in the west.
It's not. No, I am not wrong.
Okay, do the
And we
stars
can
rise
prove
in the
this. No. He asked repeatable and provable, and that's repeatable and provable. The only
Observable.
problem is
So you're making an observation, right? You've
You can make
observed
an
the stars doing a particular thing.
Yes, you can make the observation.
And so if you go back tomorrow night, are they doing the same thing?
Yes, can.
So they're
The only
repeatable.
The only
Are they
problem is-
measurable?
Yes, it is measurable.
Oh, so you've measured them. And the other, what's that got to do with the shape of the ground? So why is it every time we ask for proof of curvature, everyone goes, look up in the sky, it's a bird, it's a plane, who gives a fuck, it's up in the sky, we don't care. Why is that? Why do you refer to everything in the sky when we just want to discuss the ground? Is there no measurement of this curvature?
Have you
It's
ever
not a
used-
belief.
Have you ever used something as an inference to prove something else?
Like a tape measure to prove how long the table was.
Or a logical one, yeah.
No.
That was a good one, Matrix.
Different than that. I'm talking
like gas
about,
pressure requires a container. Yeah, made that
No,
logical.
I'm talking about measuring how tall the table is while only knowing. No, this is stupid. I'm trying to figure out how I can dumb it down for you guys.
You're talking about
how we can dumb it down for us.
Well, because you're talking about something that you don't necessarily, you haven't necessarily observed right firsthand, but you want to make an inference to that thing being the case.
That's such a silly argument, man.
No. Because this is what it is. No, one sec, bro. I wasn't finished, bro. So you can make a logical inference to something that you can't necessarily observe, right? But you can make a logical inference to its existence as in a necessary antecedent consequent relationship, right? So one thing can't exist without another thing, right? So if you do observe and experience this a certain aspect, a certain thing, right, like gas pressure, right? And you can determine that the only way to achieve gas pressure is by reducing its ability to expand, the gas to expand, right, with a physical container. Then you can make the logical inference that the air we're breathing is inside a container because we have gas pressure, right? Gas pressure requires something to press against a surface area in order to pressure. So you can make the logical inference, because I don't necessarily see the container that we're in, right? I don't necessarily experience it. I can make the logical inference that it exists due to the gas pressure that we are experiencing. Can you do that with anything that might support the ideology that you were supporting?
I don't know what you're talking about. All I'm hearing is that you are proving your observations with what you see. Means you see flat Earth when you will go outside in the world. Therefore, you think flat Earth. That's not a logical way to go about it.
Right, that's not all it is, but yeah, that's the base axiom because of our natural observation experience. But I was like, so let's talk about what I said, right? Let's apply that to your curvature, right? You don't necessarily see the curvature or experience the curvature. Can you make a logical inference to its existence? Is there something you are observing and experiencing which could only possibly be and exist, right, due to the Earth being curved?
Yes.
Like what?
Planes. You're jumping up and down. Moon tides. Us rolling
Just choose one. Just choose one thing. Just choose one.
Stars. I listed 5. So
just choose
what
one.
Do you want
to do? Pick one. Choose one.
I picked 5.
Which one do you want to go with?
Well, you said everything. You've argued against everything else. So I will go with we are revolving around the sun. That's when we go around. Yeah, you haven't argued.
So that's something that you don't observe or experience, right?
You mentioned yourself that the sun rises in the east, sets in the west.
That's what you observe and experience.
That's what you said. That's what you observed.
Yeah, that's what everybody observes and experiences.
That's not what you said 10 minutes ago.
What?
You were on that side 10 minutes ago, and now all of a sudden you change sides.
What are you talking about?
10 minutes ago, when I was talking about seeing stars shift, you said,
yeah, we observe and experience. Yeah, we observe that. Yeah, I observe and experience that. That's my daily experience if it's not cloudy. Yeah. Absolutely. Like, who can deny that there's sunrise and sunset? We observe the sun move across the sky daily.
I don't know who can deny it.
From eastern horizon to western horizon. That's what we observe and experience. I cannot deny that. Nobody can.
You said they spin in opposite directions.
I do, depending on where you are on the planet.
So, name a time when the sun, moon, stars, or planets.
No, he asked. No. He asked for repeatable action and observable and measurable, and that is all of the above. Now, the only thing that requires that is for you guys to go to the South Pole, see it. If you want to do it, then it's on you guys. But if the whole world believes something, and you are the minority that believes something else,
can you? Okay, so there is places on Earth where, for a period of time, you may not necessarily see the sun rise and set, right? But can you turn that into a logical syllogism? Like,
I don't have to. The question was, is there a measurable, observable, repeatable thing? And I said yes. If you guys don't want to do that, that's not on me.
No. But that's just the observation. What conclusion are you going to draw from that?
You have to, just like you tell me, you have to see it for yourself. It's like
no. It's okay. I don't care, right? Okay, yeah. So go to Antarctica, observe a 24-hour sun, right? Whatever. Okay. What can you conclude from that which is beyond the experience?
If the top part of the planet is spinning a different direction than the bottom part.
Wait, this is what we're talking about, right?
So Rubik's Cube Glober.
So now you're talking about...
It's not Rubik's Cube. It's very simple.
Wait. Now you're talking about the thing that you don't necessarily observe and experience, right? Because what you actually experience is being on a plane Earth, right, planar, and going to another location and observing the sun move over that apparent plane, right, for 24 hours. 360 degrees, correct?
No, not correct.
Okay, then what the heck were you talking about then? Why did you bring that up then?
Earth. Rubik's Cube Earth.
Why did you bring that up then? Why are we going to Antarctica then?
Hold on.
What are we going to see for ourselves?
You'll see this. Sorry, repeat what you said. I just lost. Thank you very much.
All right, so if you go to Antarctica at a certain time of year, you'll either see a 24-hour sun in the sky, right, over a period of weeks, right? So that's constant daylight. So you won't see any stars. Or you can go there at another time of the year and you won't see the sun. It'll be constant nighttime and you'll see the stars do apparent motion in the sky, circular motion, right? Okay, yes. Now what?
Now what is the difference of Antarctica and the north part of the planet?
Right.
So if the north part of the planet spins, and you see the stars go a different direction.
Wait, now you're introducing this new thing, see? You're introducing this spin.
It is it, yeah. Because okay, you not mean is the word spin making a problem for you in this?
Yeah, because where did it come from? Why are you saying spin? Spin of what?
Oh, I see. Because you're a flat earther. Okay.
No. Because we're going off the observation. So you went somewhere and saw things in the sky moving. Things in the sky were moving. So, okay, is that the spin that you're talking about?
Yes.
The things in the sky spinning?
Yes. If I run to you, right, and we're playing football, or
do you run in the sky?
But if we're playing football, you jump in the air, and I jump in the air, and I jump to the right of you. Where am I going to your perspective?
If you're jumping to your right and we're facing each other, you'll be moving towards my. Yeah, from my perspective, you'll be moving towards my left.
So why are you having difficulty understanding what I'm saying when it comes to spin?
I'm not. I'm breaking this down. Okay, we go to this location on Earth, north of the 60th north parallel or south of the 60th south parallel, and we observe the sky do a certain thing. Things in the sky will do a certain thing. Right?
They would do the opposite. They would do the opposite thing.
Okay.
In a flat Earth, they will not do the opposite thing.
So then,
the globe Earth,
they'll appear to move in opposite directions. Are you saying?
Correct.
Right. So which direction is that? East, south, north, west?
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what you call it.
No. It does.
Opposite.
It does matter.
Nope.
No, it does matter.
Not.
Because we're talking about you invoked directions. I
did invoke directions, and I'm saying opposite.
Okay. So
now you're interested in breaking down my argument when I'm addressing.
So I'm trying to clarify with you exactly what it is that you're experiencing. So we're going to north of the 60th north parallel and south of the 60th south parallel, right? So making two contrasting observations. We're seeing if there is a contrast between what we observe.
Would you be willing to observe this phenomenon or no?
Yeah, of course.
Then let's do that instead of arguing about which direction they're going.
So we've observed things move in the sky.
I'll tell you then what. And then you're going to be proven that you're wrong. And then you're going to tell your buddies that you were wrong.
What am I getting proven wrong about?
And then your buddies are going to tell you that you're a shill and that they can't trust you anymore.
No, stop. What am I getting proven wrong about?
That's why I don't want to go into this conversation.
He can't answer your question because he's got nothing.
Who's that?
Yeah,
I recognize that voice. Who's that? Say that. Talk again.
I'm happy to admit that when I go somewhere, I'll observe things in the sky do a certain thing. Okay. Now, what can we build from that? Potato.
Who said I had nothing? If you're not willing to solve a problem with me in person,
what
then
problem?
all of this,
That's what I'm asking. What problem?
Problem not in the sense of we have an issue with each other. Problem in the sense of we have a disagreement and we are trying to settle it.
About
Yep. So what problem?
Oh, there's been.
You believe the Earth is curved. He's saying it's flat. So let's go out and measure this. Let's buy a big fuck off expensive laser and we'll measure drop over distance. Is that what you want to do? You want someone to basically pay for your proof?
Nope, I'll pay for mine. You pay for yours. We meet in the same spot.
You're talking about 40K here. You know that.
Talk about what?
About 40 grand worth of fucking lasers and shit.
Is that a concern for you?
Oh my god, you're too
just
drunk,
trying to
dude.
give you the idea of what this is gonna fucking hurt. This is not just a let's go for a walk down the beach and hold hands and make just a basic observation.
If you can prove to the world that the world is flat, isn't that one of the best
observation
FUs in history? So wouldn't that be worth?
Listen, I'll tell you something now. I could walk in here with a fucking milk crate full of absolutely flawless proof. And you know what I'd get told? To fuck off. You know why? Because of people like you. But it's flawless.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with it.
It is
the absolute perfection in FU, which tells the globe to go away. And still I'd get told to go away myself because of people like you. Because all you want to do is chant the same bullshit over and over again instead of getting off your ass and going and having a look for yourself.
Well, he can't even detail what any way to determine what he's talking about. I was willing to go with him along that path, and I was agreeing. I was conceding. Yeah, okay, we've observed something in the sky. Do X. Okay, then now what? And he couldn't detail how it tells him anything other than what he's observed and experienced. He couldn't make a logical inference from the thing he does experience to infer the thing that he's claiming exists, which he doesn't experience.
Why does it bother you so much that the world is a globe?
Bro, it doesn't bother me. This isn't about what bothers me or not, right? This is about what am I observing and experiencing versus what I'm told is true, which I do not observe and experience. How can I make a logical inference or make what this claim is, right, about reality that I can't observe and experience? Is there anything I can do to observe and experience it? Or is there any way to make logical inference, or is there any way to measure it?
And yeah, bro, like, don't project. Like, you're the one that came and tracked us down. It's not like we came and found you. You're the one that came in here to defend your globe and to have a complaint about flat Earth. Not the other way around, my friend.
That's a projection. What you're saying is...
No, that's a projection. Okay, you're in the flat Earth room. We're not in some globe Earth room saying, oh, prove your globe.
What did I say when I walked in here? Were you here?
I don't know, dude.
Start of it?
I don't know. You sound really...
He just wants to chill.
Really
DJ wasn't here. DJ, you weren't here, DJ. What he said was, I'm just really here just to chill, just to listen, just to maybe have a bit of a chat.
Have a dozen beers or something. Yeah, get sloshed and make a fool of myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to vibe. I was trying to argue or anything. You guys kind of brought it out of me.
Get back to vibe mode, bored potato.
I wasn't even arguing with you. I was going along your path.
I'm okay with vibing. I'm okay with going back to vibing. I'm totally okay with that.
I was conceding. And then I said, okay, then now what? And you couldn't tell me now what.
Listen, out of this whole Discord channel, this whole Discord politics,
this is what you want to do. So when you meet a brick wall in your reasoning, right, to express what you believe in, right, and you can no longer get past that barrier, This is what you'll do. You'll talk about people and the discussion itself and make it meta.
That's not how I see it.
Yeah, that's what
That's
you're
how
doing.
you're framing it. That's how you're framing it. That's not how I see it.
We'll
The
talk
way that I
about
see
the
it-
content.
The way that I see it is that it doesn't matter what I say. We're gonna meet a brick in the road where we do not agree, and I feel like that discussion.
That's okay. That's fine.
It's not worth. Hold on.
I was not disagreeing with you.
Hold on. I wasn't done. I let you finish.
You couldn't get me to the point to be able to disagree with you. I agreed with you.
Okay, let me finish. I don't think it's worth my time. So
if it's not worth your time, why the fuck come here in the first place? Let's just drop that straight away.
Because I like you guys, especially you, Matrix. We've spoken many times before. I've been here for a long time. That's it. That's the reason.
So no back rub.
No back.
Yeah, exactly.
So you talked about proof for flat Earth, right? Okay, so it seems ridiculous to me that the thing that you actually do observe and experience is being held with less regard than the thing being claimed which you don't observe and experience, right? And to put the burden onto somebody who's just accepting what they're observing and experience to prove that what they're observing and experience is real versus something that you don't is absurd to me. But okay, what's your problem with the long distance observations that we make? What's your problem with the laser tests? What's the problem with the criticism of the Earth being a sphere by way of discrediting that through observation of a horizon which doesn't fit with the idea that we're on a sphere? What are your problems with the evidence that's already been presented, disregarding your observations that it's just flat?
My problems is that they are not correct.
And can you detail why they're not correct?
We're going to go back into a circle that I already explained 2 hours ago.
No, you didn't. You sidestepped that bit.
I don't think I did.
So, here we go. Let's start with this. Water, flat and level, at rest. What part of that do you have a problem with?
Water flattened, leveled, at rest.
Flat and level whilst it's at rest.
Flat.
Do you have a problem with
that?
that?
At rest. No, not from your perspective.
I wasn't asking about my perspective. How do you know I'm not blind or something?
Because I feel like you're going to go to a different route based on that.
No, I'm not worried about my perspective. It's a scientific fact. Water is flat and level whilst it's at rest. You learnt this as a child.
At rest? Yes.
Yeah.
Water is flat and level.
There's no if.
No, there is an if.
If what?
If it's environment.
There's no if.
If it's
it takes the shape of its container and is flat and level on its surface. So there's your environment.
You're talking about a container of
water. I'm talking about water.
No.
H2O.
You added container.
Not yet. Water, flat and level at rest. And I asked you, what problem do you have with this?
I had no problem with that until you said in a container, which you just said. I need to clarify it. So why are we?
No, the reason I said that is to shut you down because you were going to add in the environment. Well, its environment is its container. So a swimming pool is a container. A drinking glass is a container. Your bathtub is a container. Guess what? The water's still flat and level on its surface.
Not necessarily.
So it's not. So you do disagree with the statement. This is scientific fact, and now you're disagreeing with it. What part of it don't you like? I asked you this, and now you're getting to the point.
If you're referencing...
There's no inference. It is scientific fact. What part of scientific fact don't you agree with? Flat and level whilst at rest for water. What part don't you like it? Or is it the fact that I'm a flat earther and I'm saying it and you disagree with flat earthers? There is a reason why you don't like it. What is that reason? Someone spanked you with a big wooden paddle that says, water's flat and level.
Right.
What's your deal? Why don't you like it?
We can actually give you citations from
Matrix.
physics professors.
What did you just spank? What did you just spank? Hold on 1 second.
Don't go there.
What did you talk on me?
Don't go there.
What if I can provide you? What if I can provide you citation from physics professors?
Sorry, I was going to put the thingy there.
Go ahead.
He spanked his sister.
Go ahead, do it. Write whatever citations you want. Matrix.
Okay.
So what
if you tell me what you spanked, I will do the back rub.
Just tell you, it's your sister.
You just drop. I know someone else did.
Bro, what if we can give you citation from physics professors stating that the surface of liquid at rest is horizontal and level and flat?
Why are you bailing him out? That's not what he said.
Yeah, it is what he was talking about. It's exactly what was being spoken about. Yes, it is.
Hey, just go in with you.
Now you're just lying. I think we just need to mute you up and move on and see if there's anybody else to speak with about this.
You need to mute me up? Is that how you really feel? I've been that disruptive?
No, you just... well, I don't want you to be. I don't want you to feel tempted to come in during another conversation that we might be having. Yeah.
Is that what the history has shown, that I've interrupted the conversation?
Yeah. No, but,
You ready?
it might be safer just to, put you on mute and just...
Got it.
Or you can just mute up yourself.
I did nothing wrong.
Not talk about it anymore.
You've done nothing right either, bro.
Well, seeing it's quiet now, maybe a song intermission. If it works. If it's not working, just let me know in the side chat and I'll shut it off. But this is, what is it? Latter-day Saints? Why Would They Lie? 3.33? Remastered.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they?
A lot of you felt
fellas that choose the path of least resistance. I'm sharpening my teeth before I eat my victims. Pastors heliocentrics, preaching kids. It's the demons teaching nitwit sadistics. Scripted as wit said, I'm kidding. You're smitten, no vape hits. It's a religion, it's a decision to use your wisdom for mischief. So significant, calling dudes fake truthers. Since when does your word salad need to serve a mixed blend of perverting the heard words of a Christian? Then one day he just walked away for a lot of paper or pay-per-view. Maybe you just stop the danger that an awful stranger threatened to make your life a perpetual pain for all the days of existence. Cause all the games and angles of distance outweighed your God-ordained resistance. But I'm sure that the witsits deserve not to be victims. Plus the incentives of seeing your pictures on all of the TVs and pixels. DreamWorks and the scripts filled. Need work and the rent's billed. To your groomers, as long as you sit still, I get ill. Even writing these lyrics, but I'm like the appearance of lightning and you hear it striking at your spirit, fighting with your tears. It's trying, it's so weary. Your time has been nearing. Nice try on you steering some of your biggest fans away. Wait, kids, don't forget to behave. You don't gotta commit to be made into the depiction of a slave. They played your ass and I don't see any other way but ask, why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they not? They plot and derive by watching the Antarctic Amazon sky, and they know it's a mock. Jarian's picking both sides. He's got the flurfers divided and then they disguise, and now Duffy's devising a plot. You ask why they lying? From behind closed eyelids they enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Only way that Austin will survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe him. They enticing the ones with word salad, cause they the brightest. The things they say are chimed in. PayPal or Cash App, you can buy him. And when confronted from behind, he gets the wine in. But the one time he vaped it from the sideline, bribed by the Zionists. Either that or they threaten his life, and need some treacherous time shit. When the mic hits the sidewalk, chalk it up as a lost dog. Your time to shine is passed right by, kid. But regardless of your new assignment, I still love you, Austin. You're a snake, just like I is. Wait, did I say snake? I meant a saint. I ain't saying my halo ain't been defiled. It's a fine line between being a highlight and a twilight denialist. Why would they lie? Maybe they don't mind the silence, but the sun seems to be the line that divides the community till they start fighting. And even if you told the truth, the Jews still might not like it. But homie, you still alright, kid. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? They lie. Why would they lie? They lie. Why would they lie?
Damn, that AI's freaking creepy, man. I don't like it. I like the song. Sounds amazing. AI creeps me out.
Yeah, it does.
Did that come through okay? Like, could you guys hear it properly?
Yeah, it was good.
Oh, good. I worked out if I turn off the noise suppression, crisp thing, it works.
But did AI didn't write the lyrics though, right?
No. That's no.
Yeah. I used some of the lyrics from Witsit's song. If you know the song, Why Would They Lie?
Yeah.
Anyway.
That's yeah. It sounds freaking awesome. Yeah, I enjoyed it.
It's like you gotta like play around with the AI as far as like. Remember I told you before, like certain words it can't pronounce. So you got to sound certain words out. So it's like trial and error, you know? In a way, it's kind of like making it. It's making me lazier as far as like, I could just like whip out a song and like it takes maybe like a couple hours to write the song, and then it takes like less than 5 minutes for it to make a song. You know, I describe like what instruments I want, what style accent and everything, but you never know how it's going to turn out until you hear it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
But I feel like it's going to take, well, already the music industry, like whatever. I don't think that anybody who wants to be like famous or make money in that is really going to be able to, you know, do that unless, you know, obviously they're compromised or whatever. So, you know what I mean? It's just like if you want.
Yeah, that shouldn't necessarily be the goal, right?
Yeah, no, for sure not. But I'm just saying, like, I just do it, like, because I have, like, you know, like that Rain Man type of thing where, like, I can't not do it no matter what. Like, I'm writing lyrics, like, all the time. And then I'll talk to people and I'll just say stuff that, like, they'll say something and I'll say something that rhymes with it. And a lot of people get all pissed and stuff. But
That's what people with skills do, right? I mean, they look for potential in their daily life that will apply to what that they are good at, right? So that's all you're doing. Is like a comedian I was watching the other night was regaling, you know, this tale of an experience that he had, right? And he said, "Oh my!" Like he was in the description, he said he was describing himself as saying, "Oh my God, there's a bit, right? This is a bit, right? Like I'm going to tell this story on stage, right? So that's what you do, and that's what you're doing. That's what you're doing, you know, like because that's what you enjoy doing. That's what you're good at. And so when in your daily life you come across something that happened, you know, something happened, or somebody will say something, and you're like, just in the moment, you're just like, bro, yeah. And then you people don't like it because you say something that rhymes with what they just said. Like, that's cool. I like that.
yeah, I try to always throw like stuff about something about not necessarily like flat Earth. Like I might not say flat Earth, but I'm always like knocking down stuff about NASA. And you know what I mean? Just because like a lot of rappers or like music nowadays has something to do with like NASA or spaceships or something. Like they'll throw it in a song, you know?
Right. It's especially, yeah. It's like, so if somebody says something to you, or you hear something on TV, and you make a statement that rhymes with the last thing you heard about it, and it also is in context and and is relevant. What you say that rhymes next, if it's relevant to what they were talking about, that's even better, man. Like that's
for sure. I have a friend who I've been telling him about flat Earth for years, and like now that he has like a year sober and everything, and he's all into like he's into like he's one of the best graffiti artists in Southern California, and he almost like lost his life in his mind smoking the fentanyl, and now has a year clean, and he's in like Salvation Army and everything, and like part of me is like, you know, right away I'm like, oh, that's like a cult and their beliefs and everything, but like, dude, if it keeps him sober and keeps him alive, then that's cool, you know what I mean? Whatever. It's just he's starting to see now, like he's asking me all these questions and stuff, and like I notice that a lot of people get their information about like anything that has to do with flat Earth is like from the media is like steering it towards like the whole ice wall thing, lands beyond the ice wall, and like, you know, just not, you know what I mean? And for whatever reason, I don't, you know, we could speculate for whatever reason, but it's just interesting. Like, I've been talking to him about flat Earth since like 2018, I think. I've been talking to him about it, and he's just now, and he has a lot of the like those high up graffiti artists from like TKO. They're like pretty high level Freemasons and stuff like that, you know, and like all the tattoo shops and like all their buildings have like the black and white checkerboard floor and everything. And he was telling me that when he brought it up to them, they got like really, really mad. And so like I've heard this from other people. I mean, I don't know, it's just speculation. It's not Sunday, but that like the high, you know, once they get to that level, in Freemasonry or whatever, they know they're told about the true shape of the earth, as far as like their squares and their compasses, everything they have and do, all their symbols are basically showing that, it's measured flat. And I mean, you guys know this already, so, or for the most
allegedly, like, without me joining them and getting to that level and being able to confirm, yep, that's what you learn. They teach you that. Like definitely. No, I'd say, I'm told that that's the case, but
yeah.
But then again, I've heard people deny that as well. So I don't know.
Yeah. But it's just like I could see why they would get so pissed. Like they had to go through all this stuff in order to find out, and like, you know what I mean? Keep the image of like an upstanding citizen or whatever, and then here comes just some street thug, or just some everyday working bloke, you know what I mean, who's just like breaking down all the data about the truth basically. And just like dude who was just on here, he goes, I didn't say anything wrong, but he didn't say anything right. All these people are saying stuff that it's not right. You know what I mean?
Oh, he lied. He definitely lied about the conversation. But yeah.
But everything's inverted now. It's just like they tell you to look at the sky, and they say the sky is like infinity, and then it's probably the opposite of that. And then maybe the Earth is the opposite of what they say. I mean, everything's just inverted. But I mean, you guys know this already. I'm really infatuated. I've been really trying to look into like the whole the radium glass and everything. I'm really infatuated with that stuff. I've been trying to collect it, and then about maybe 6 months ago, I bumped into some tragedy in life because my stupid decision
stuff, man.
Yeah, all my radium glass got taken, and I'm starting to, I'm finding some of it though. I still have some plates in a cup. I had a whole collection of the dishware, and I even had beakers and stuff that were radium. They glow.
That shit's toxic, man. Careful with that shit.
Well, I mean, that's what they tell us, but I'm starting to understand that it actually has healing properties. They've told us radium's bad and everything. If you Google how much radium costs, you'll be blown away by the price. It's one of the most expensive materials on Earth. And what it is all the old fireplaces that they had in the mansions and then the cathedrals didn't have soot or a way to let the smoke out because they didn't have fire. They had radium in there. I don't know if you've ever seen all the old labels of all types of different things. All had radium in it.
All the Tartaria images, all the fireplaces had those twin orbs sitting either side. No soot, clean as a whistle.
Yeah. Yep. And then if you Google when did they stop making things with radium in it? It's because they needed all the radium for the Manhattan Project. That whole thing about the Manhattan Project is just it's just such subterfuge, dude. You know what I mean? Oh, speaking of subterfuge, has any of you guys ever heard of the Santa Susana Rocketdyne testing facility in Southern California? It's in Simi Valley. Anyone? None of you guys have heard of it?
No, man, but I remember watching something about that radium that you're talking about. I found it super interesting as well.
Yeah, that radium is to me, I think of radium as the thing that powered that remember the movie Martian? Where he's on Mars and they have that rover or whatever, and it's being powered by this or just the thing that falls in the back of Homer Simpson's shirt in the Simpsons cartoon, that glowing thing. That's what I think radium is, as far as they say
Curse you, plutonium rod.
Exactly, yeah. They say a gram of radium is enough to power a whole city for 1,600 years or something like that. I don't know what's true and what's not. I just find it interesting that they try to get rid of it all, and then they made the big old thing about how radium is so bad for the these people's jaws and so forth falling off. But then if you Google the radium girls, it says the last radium girl just died recently at age 107. But yeah, pretty much anything that the news or we've ever been taught about anything, I think is like the opposite. You know what I mean? Like, for instance, how many of you guys know anybody who's even known anybody who's ever known anybody whose dog got rabies or who a person got rabies from? This isn't medical information. I'm just curious. Probably nobody, huh?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I've never looked into it really.
But like people, everybody's always like, "Oh, we got to get our dogs, you know, what I mean, get them pricked. Dogs have to get the, the rabies thing," and it's just like, why? Because of a movie like Old Yeller, where it's just like the movie and a couple images is just burned into people's minds, where they think
maybe that movie was released for a purpose.
Oh yeah, for sure, yeah. You know what I mean? Or like so this girl the other day started crying, telling me about like, you can't let the dog eat or sniff other dogs' poop; it'll get parvo and die. I'm like, dude, what? A dog's natural I think the animal's natural reaction to interact with things that are natural in their environment, isn't gonna kill them like that. It's just interesting that, you guys know the deal already. You know the drill. 6 feet apart. So. But yeah, I think that there's definitely something there with that radium. This, I don't know if you guys have ever heard of this guy. He has a YouTube channel named, it's called Cultivate Elevate, and he's out of Arizona. And he brings up FE, like he's a flat earther. He doesn't like push it all hard and everything. He has a pretty big audience. But he's always like introducing different things, like, like pearl powder. He says is really good at rebuilding your teeth. And he drinks out of like the radium glasses, or it's called Vaseline glass, but it's spelled like Vaseline. So if you Google like Vaseline, you're gonna see that the color of Vaseline is actually like the color of this glass when it's not under a black light. It's like this off, like yellowish green color. It's interesting. They have ones that are like watermelon Vaseline glass. And they have different colors too. Some of them are worth a lot of money. And not too many people know about them, but I think it's starting to become pretty big. There's a place in Pennsylvania that they say is like the largest museum of radium glass or Vaseline glass. You see it on YouTube. There's like thousands of pieces there. And it's like the old school like horror movie style where like the piano is playing itself and just they got a lot of that old style stuff. But that radium's pretty cool.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm remembering correctly, but there was something like that they used to use to. Maybe I'm completely wrong about this. I got a vague memory. I was watching something about airships, and they were saying something. Was it radium involved with airships as well in some way?
Yeah. Because they powered it's like that what they call like a thermonuclear power, like just that something that can just continually give power for like many years. And so why would they lie? Why would they want us to have that or have anything to do with that as far as that's concerned? They basically demonize the radium, the mercury, all these different things that give us
even airships themselves. Even just getting rid of airships themselves.
With the whole Led, on the cover of that Led Zeppelin album where it shows like that the airship like burning up, the Zeppelin or whatever. Like it's that might as well be like the old Yeller movie. You know what I mean? Like it's all burned into our mind and our, it's burned into our mind. But those are dangerous, but they've been using those things for a long time. I think what they have is they have they have different things, like like you ever seen like the invisibility cloak or the invisible cloak that they have now? You could get it like on the dark web for like $3,000, and it's basically like a blanket um made out of the material where it's like it makes you invisible basically. Are you familiar with that?
I've seen videos of people using them. Apparently, I always figured they were like faked or something like that.
No, but it's like this technology where like it bends the, I don't know if it bends the light or what it does. It's kind of like the idea of like those old like baseball cards that had like that scratchy stuff on them, and you could turn it and like see a different image from it. I mean, I don't know. That's the best I can figure about it, but I think that they have they have ships, like the airships made of that type of material.
Well, they're doing amazing things with fiber optics now, so they can have these really thin strands of glass, right? And they can shape them to whatever way they want, and at the end of each tube will be like a little representation of the light from the other side, right? And so, and then they can arrange them in that way so that they could actually like have the bottom of an aircraft just reflect, not reflect, but like show, like you're looking up into the bottom of thousands of these tiny little glass tubes, which are redirecting the light from above the plane to the bottom of the plane, right? And then, so when you look up at it, you just see blue sky, right? You don't even see anything. They can just cloak it like that, like visually. They can do that.
Yeah. Sometimes you can see the edges of it though, like when the lighting is right or or wrong, I guess. You can see the edges of it. I see a lot of that stuff in the sky because I live only like 45 minutes away from Vandenberg Space Force Base. So I see a lot of these things that they test in the sky. It's a trip. The rocket launches that they do or whatever they're doing in the sky, those things are so loud. And yeah, they're just so evil. There's just, I feel it's like almost like it's kind of like an evil spiritual experience, kind of. That's the only way I could really describe. I'm sure you guys have seen some type of rocket launch like live, right?
Not only on screen. I haven't seen one.
Yeah, dude, so loud. It's just like you just feel it like just tearing apart the natural environment, like
right.
Totally,
Yeah,
like,
I've experienced something that loud before, like a man-made object. Yeah, like it was a truck.
Okay.
And I was in a stadium, and it was doing laps around, and it was at that time the fastest truck in the world. And man, the sound. Everybody else had their ears, like hands over their ears. I didn't. I just was like, "This is amazing!" Like I was just in awe, like how far, not only how fast it went, but how loud it was. Right? It was just so loud. It was. It would. I imagine that's what it's be similar to. Be similar, like being up near a rocket as it's taking off would be that loud.
Yeah, it's strange because like you'd think that or anything that's going at that speed, shaped like that, is gonna spiral. The velocity, whatever terminal velocity. Anything that's moving like that has to spiral. And so these things don't really. I mean, who knows what we're seeing? Like you said, they could be using those like fiber optic lights to just. I mean, who knows what it really is? Who knows? I just know it's so fucking loud. I feel like it just throws off nature's circadian rhythm completely. You guys remember how any mention of the CV word or whatever, like a couple years ago, people would just like go ape shit and like, you can't say that on here. It's live streaming and shit. Remember that shit?
Mm-hmm. It's still kind of like that.
Is it really? I mean, I don't know. I mean,
but we just don't take risks on here just because we got trolls that mass report us and and stuff.
Yeah.
But I think they are much more relaxed on, the censorship's more relaxed on that stuff now. We still don't take the risks, but I think people can generally talk about it in a certain sense without getting flagged. But maybe not a Flat Earth channel. We have different rules that apply for us for some reason. Any excuse to shut us down.
For sure. Yeah. I think they study us too. Yeah.
Yep. Oh, yeah, absolutely, dude.
Something I think they're trying to figure.
Sorry, yeah, I've heard that Hossenfelder say some things which like made me think they've been listening to us. Right? It's like almost like they're doing damage control.
Yeah.
Who Tito?
Sabine Hossenfelder.
Who?
Oh, no idea.
German theoretical physicist on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
German or Dutch.
Does he ever come on here or no?
No, but I suspect that people like that come in here and we hear and they hear us talk about stuff. They'll listen in the background, or they'll listen on I'll find it on YouTube, have a listen, and then their content will reflect what we like a recent so new content they bring out relatively recently to something that we've been talking about. Will come out, and then it'll be like they don't directly address like why they're talking about that thing. It's just like a new topic or something that I was thinking about such and such, right? But what they say will super closely resemble what we've been talking about, and it'll be almost like they're like doing damage control to save face and like almost refute an argument that we've made. You know what I mean?
Absolutely,
like, indirectly.
Yeah, absolutely, huh? Because it's not like the rest of the population's like, threatening their their whole globe paradigm and everything. So if they've gone through this much trouble, yeah, totally, why wouldn't they? I mean, I fully believe that people like that guy who was just in here get paid, whether they know what they're doing or not. They probably do. They get paid just to come in here and like obfuscate things, and they're not even
notice that. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, man.
No, it's not. They're not even trying to prove the globe or anything. They're just trying to make us chase our tails, wear us out. You know what I mean?
Do you notice that they seem to rely more and more on optics?
What do you mean?
Like they just try to present something that looks good for an audience that's probably totally ignorant, but they don't focus on making any kind of like substantial point.
No.
Like they just do a tap dance and they try to entertain, and they try to make it look good for the people that are listening, and that's it.
Image and self-image. Yeah, as long as they look good, the numpties watching won't care because the presenter looks awesome. They've spoken clearly, and it doesn't matter what the argument is.
Right. The point could be absolute trash.
Yeah.
And it always is.
And I think also to wear us out, like, just to basically wear us out,
I really noticed that about Matthew Learns, right? He's so sus, that guy, right? And when he comes in here, he'll rebuttal things. He'll do everything in such a calm, collected tone that just makes him look like the one that's in control. He's calm. Right. He sounds very confident in what he's saying, but his actual responses and his global mind, absolute horse shit, nonsense.
Yeah, they're like rhetoricians. Like they'll snicker and laugh at something you said that was completely like down to earth, coherent, logical, whatever. They'll they'll react to it like it was a complete pathetic joke. Like thus getting the audience to think that it was too.
It's snarky. It's like that word snarky. That's what they are. They're snarky. It's like kind of like low condescending. You know what I mean?
Yeah. They're just trying to portray the conversation in a certain way for an audience. Some of them.
Totally.
Yeah. They really do that a lot.
And the point itself, it does not matter. Like, most people aren't connecting with it by now. At this point in this conversation, after all the people we've talked to, you guys know that most people aren't very logical.
Yeah, I remember even MC Toon was saying something like that. He said he'll say whatever he needs to say to sway the audience in a debate, even if it's incorrect. It's just how it's being perceived.
Yeah, they don't care about the substance of it. They care about the way it's being sold to them.
Yeah. It's a trip, bro. Like, I know I wasn't around when the whole TFE thing first started happening, but I was just like, it's just like, fuck. I mean, they can get to anybody, dude. You know what I mean? They really can, man. It's a trip. That whole thing's a trip, man. Fuck. It just teaches me, like, not to look to man, like, not, because when I first became a flat earther, there were some people that me and my chick, we'd go to great lengths to try to find any videos, obscure videos that these certain people put out. We're just like so fascinated with everything they said, I'm sure you guys have been there at one point, but yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah.
That's a trip, though. I won't even say his name, but the dude whose name starts with a J. It's just a trip, dude. You know what I mean? And then I've heard him say, like, "Oh, you say once you go flat, you never go back." That's not true because of J. Da 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 da. And then they make this whole argument out of that. I don't know. It's just like, did he know he was going to do that from the gate? Or, I don't know. Who knows, dude? It's just so funny.
He didn't have firm footing. It was I was saying this a long time ago. 2 years ago, I've been saying this, that people like Dave Weiss and Jaron and the Globebuster crew and all that. So they relied on there still being an argument, that position where, what might not be, but it might be, where this is a debate, we're unsure. Like, that's what generates the traffic to it. Right?
Yeah.
That's what they relied on. There's still being doubt about either. It could be flat, might not be. It could be a globe. There's evidence here, there's evidence there. Let's talk about it, right? That was their shtick, right? Let's point out all the maybes because of all the little glitches in the NASA footage. That was like Jaron's main shtick, was just shitting on NASA footage. Right?
Yeah.
That's not concrete. That's giving them their ball already. That's giving them their narrative that they're in space and then critiquing it. Right?
Yeah.
Like, instead of hitting it hard at the core, like, how do you have gas pressure without a fucking container, bro?
Yeah.
Like, you know what
Brother
I mean?
T, I had to jump in right quick just to say, brother, that is a very hot take. No, you're good.
Sorry about my language.
No, you're perfectly good. I just had to applaud you on that, brother. Well said.
Yeah, that's where they differ. Like, they're calling Earth Awakenings the land of the misfit toys, right? So it's a place you can go, and they will allow some, more speculations. They'll entertain the notions. There's a debate. They'll go into can rockets work in a vacuum, et cetera, right? So they'll skip a few steps, beg the question with their opponent, blah 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 blah, and then people come to like places like here where we're less tolerant of speculation and inference with that doesn't add up, logical fallacies, etc. And we're more about determinism through observation and measurement or experimentation, right? So that's why Jaren and that he was always in that camp. He was on the fence the whole time. That's what it was. It was on the fence, but calling himself a flat earther, right, and generating popularity through being associated with the whole flat Earth thing, right? But he was always on the fence.
Yeah. It's just like, I think people can only get so big as far as like YouTube, people, not sponsors, but subscribers and like views and everything before. Because like, all the Globers, like the, from McToon to like Professor Dave. I mean, Professor Dave's he's got a lot of views, and all those people they're associated with like this, the space agencies or whatever. They probably make a lot of money, and I'm sure they've all gone through like a lot of training as far as like, like some type of like Operation Mockingbird or whatever. Where they act like they're like really down to earth and just simple, but yet that it's just weird, like the way universities are and the way they deem like how much about like things like sci-fi movies and Star Wars, and like if you don't know, they have it's like their own little language and everything. I've never been into sci-fi. I've never been able to stand it, but it's like this whole like little like language and like you guys know what I mean? It's like their own little thing, It's hard to put a finger.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
People are so easy to trick these days. I mean, Professor Dave can just call himself Professor and then read scripts, which is what he admits he did. He just thought it would be cool to use the name Professor. And he said he's not really technically an expert in anything. He just reads scripts. And if he doesn't know anything, he has experts write him scripts. And he's a B-grade actor, which is very easy for him to just read off scripts and make it sound somewhat natural that he knows what he's talking about. And then, edit it nicely and put it out as a YouTube video. And the sheeple love it. They lap it up. They think, oh, Professor Dave.
You know who wrote his scripts, right?
Well, the Flat Earth scripts, probably MC Toon, I would imagine.
It was FTFE.
Oh, there we go. Same shit, same smell.
Yeah. Putting it in for what it's worth. Just the FTFE admitted that to me via direct message because I got into a bit of a heated conversation with him when I initially got onto the scene in 2020. I'm like, how's this guy lying? Where is he getting his information from? And FTFE came swinging in saying, I'm the one that helps him with his stuff.
Mm-hmm. It's a trip, man. It's a trip. It's a trip how, like, there's, like, how, like, flat... it's so weird how, like, some flat earthers, like, they fully are just, like... They fully believe the whole Antarctic thing, Even though there were so many... like, the main thing that wasn't for me, besides listening to that fool, like, explain over, like, for hours on Discord, I'm just listening to him like, oh my god, what the hell? Besides that, I think, like, the footprint thing was pretty big. Like, just everything. It's just, like, the whole thing was...
I don't know, man. I don't know about it, right? Like, I mean, I've heard all the arguments that it was faked.
Yeah.
But, I mean, the footprints thing, it's like a place where it doesn't snow very often. And the snow that's there has been there forever. Constantly getting compressed. It's not like it melts off each year and then you get a fresh snowfall. There's, like, equipment and people, like, that camp's been there for a long, long time. Heavy equipment, people dragging things around, and it just compresses that area of snow out over time. So it's kind of almost like ice. So, I mean, I can see why if you haven't had fresh snowfall recently, which is common there, it's, you probably wouldn't have, like, footprints. Well, I mean, that's just me playing devil's advocate. I don't know exactly, but it's not solid evidence. in my opinion.
No, I mean there was just so many different things like that. You know, I don't know.
But the thing is that there's so much footage, right? Like they all had GoPros strapped to their chests. Right? They got drone footage. They all got footage of them flying in and unboarding the plane and taking vehicles around to different parts of the camp. Right? Then they have marathons at that location. There's other people there. It's not like it's I 100%. I think it's not done in some studio or something like that. I'm not sure exactly what happened. There's definitely some anomalies. But, I mean, Whitsitt lied about blowing the vape into the thing, right? Like, that's pretty obvious. That's weird. There's some weird things. It's just weird, man. That's what I put it down to. Some weird anomalies, but...
The whole thing comes down to what's the point of it anyway? Like, why accept what you saw there as being proof of the globe?
I know, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, bro. Yeah, that's without question that doesn't prove that.
I think it's just more damage control, like how they did it with Bob's what was it, his gyroscope or whatever. It's you know, just some shit like that, I think. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's interesting, man. I'd love if someone could prove that it was faked. That would be awesome. But from what I've seen so far, I mean, it seems like there is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. I don't see how they would be able to fake what they showed. I mean, and there's also tons of other footage, right? Even before they went there, that's pretty hard to poke holes in. There was a few faked videos, but I don't know.
Quick question. Has anybody come up with or asked them for what the elevation was that they were at AMSL?
Oh, it's pretty high. I think it's like 8 to 10,000 feet above sea level.
Right. So there is still this potentiality of this crazy... Well, not crazy, because we've heard it enough to say it's not crazy. But you've effectively climbed to the top of that quote-unquote ice wall, and you're now seeing the sun from a higher higher elevation than anybody has ever been able to see it. So I still stick on the point that you've effectively gone high enough that you've been able to track the sun in the sky.
Well, it's... I think there are just regular places on Earth that are higher than that. I mean, it's not as high as the tall mountains in other places. Wait, let me check what the what's the height at the top of Everest above sea level. Yeah, Everest is crazy high compared to where they were. So it's nearly like 9,000 meters, basically. So 9,000 meters in foot. 30,000 feet.
Devil's advocate to that, though. Mount Everest's location versus Australia and what we believe... Oh, not Australia, sorry, I apologize. Mount Everest's location versus where they went to. Right, and the potentiality of perspective and how things function when you're closer to, let's say, a crest versus further away from it, being Mount Everest. Again, I'm only playing devil's advocate when it comes to perspective and lines of perspective to things we're looking at.
Yeah, it's interesting because they're in such a unique location. Yeah, who knows? What's interesting is that the average elevation of Antarctica is taller. On average, I think it's 8,200 feet above sea level on average. Right, that's taller than the tallest mountain in Australia, which is Mount Kosciuszko, which is a freaking giant mountain.
Which is interesting because
Antarctica is so freaking high. It's like you're on top of the tallest mountain in Australia, just being on the ground in Antarctica.
And from a standpoint of like, imagine you're getting closer, and again, I'm going to be really crude with this just to be specific. You're getting closer to the ceiling, and in fact, you're realizing that the ceiling is in fact a dome, so you're getting closer to the lower part of that dome as it starts to come down to the surface, right? So you're closing in on the ceiling, and the ceiling is also closing down on you.
Has Witsit been back in these servers that you guys know of?
Yeah, possibly over at Earth Awakenings. I haven't seen him around in, in 24/7 for a while.
Yeah.
For like a year or something like that.
Oh, okay.
Last time I saw him over this way was when himself and QE went toe to toe.
When him and QE.
Yeah, base. That was somewhat entertaining.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, sure. He really looked up to that guy. Allegedly, I don't know. QE's pretty funny though. He can be pretty brutal to people. It's a lonely road, you know. The more knowledge you get on flat Earth and everything, it's like you just isolate yourself kind of more and more from just the people that you've known in your life who they just can't keep up or it's just too much for them, you know. Because like once you're on that level with this knowledge and you try to go back to, you know, just the average friends who drink and they're watching like fucking binge watching shit on Netflix and just like this and that, everything has to do with the globe that we see in the media in some way, shape, or form. So once you get to this level, you can never go back, you know. And if you do, you're just like a shell of a person because what you know, and either having to pretend that you don't and just dumb it down again with these people, or just, you know, because I have friends that I can just go and binge watch stuff and sit there and drink and just, you know, just talk about the worldly things that are just like they're so shallow and everything, you know. It's you can't really go back to that. I know you guys know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and I know you and Witsit are pretty tight, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but you don't have you just don't catch up anymore. Or?
I what?
You and him don't catch up anymore.
Nah. The last time I talked to him was on the Earth Awakenings like a couple months ago. I was talking, I didn't even realize it was him, and I was talking about him, and he's like, "This is Austin." I was like, "Oh shit, what up?" Yeah, but yeah, because I told him, I was like, "Bro, I love you. You're a dude. I really like you as a person, and I really look up to you and everything, regardless of all this shit, you know." And I understand that certain things may happen in your life that you have no control over. And if anybody else knew what maybe you endured or had to go through or like blackmail or who knows what it was, then like, you know, you're doing it for the best interest of you and your family or whatever, then, you know, I mean, I'm not mad at you at all for that shit, you know? Because he taught me a lot. He really did, as far as like just listening to his debates and everything, and he's really passionate about it, you know?
No.
But, you know, everybody's susceptible in some way. Maybe, you know, who knows, dude? Who knows? We speculate all day and shit, but I just remember as soon as he met that his wife, my ex-girlfriend was like, she's like, "I don't trust her. There's something about her I don't trust." I was like, "Oh, you're tripping." She's like, "No, watch. She's gonna be the demise of him." I'm not saying she is or isn't. Who knows, dude? But
Right? Who knows?
yeah, yeah. There's just something janky about that whole thing. You know, it really reminds me of the whole Nathan Thompson chicken suit incident. If you any of you guys remember that, where like, you know, he was with these guys who like discovered that they could send a frequency like through the ground, like a radio wave through the ground, like a certain amount of miles, and it proved flat Earth, and it like
Yeah.
the Guinness Book World Record thing, and like I was like, I remember telling him, I was like, dude, it's kind of that's when I met him actually, and so I was like, don't you find it kind of a coincidence that they discover all this right when they meet you, and like I saw it coming, and for him to not see it coming is kind of hard to believe. So, you know what I mean? I believe that he was, you know, probably in some way, I want to say compromised, but because I mean, like, you know, it's all it's all fun and games until somebody actually gets hurt. But you know, just yeah, I don't know. Him and Witsit both retain, you know, everything that they've always retained as far as knowledge about flat. They continued speaking on it, you know, but it's just like how I mean, it's just like, do you really enjoy baseball that much after, you know, Joe DiMaggio, or what was his name, Shoeless Joe Jackson and all that, you know? I felt like the little kid on the steps, you know what I mean? You guys know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Where he's like, "Say it ain't so, Joe," in the 8 Men Out, you know?
Whoa.
About how they threw the World Series. Anyway. I still talk to Nathan Thompson though sometimes. Do you guys know what happened to I think his name was Godsmacken? Was it Godsmacken?
God Rockin'?
God Rockin'.
God Rockin', yeah. Whatever happened to him?
No idea. No idea. Haven't seen him for years.
Okay.
I hope he's well.
Yeah. Cool. Cool.
But yeah, that chicken thing with Nathan Thompson was super suspect, right? Like he's either like I don't think he's a moron, but he was either in on that or he's a complete moron, right? So he had to have been in on it because I don't think he's that dumb. And if you watch all of the videos that they made, right? Like he's in on it. Like he can't be stupid enough that he's falling for that. So that's kind of weird.
Yeah.
They paid him for money or something. But the thing that's pretty funny, they probably thought they put so much effort into making that little YouTube series, but it just failed. It didn't go viral at all.
It was pointed out to him from the start that those two guys are actually known YouTube prankers.
Yeah, it
Right.
was.
I think Nathan Thompson was lying to the Flat Earth community about that. He thought it was real. I mean, if you watch the videos, part 2, part 3, part 4, and stuff like that, you can tell that he's in on it.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
And if he's not in on it, then he's completely retarded, which I don't think's the case.
No, he's a pretty intelligent person, you know.
Exactly.
He's the only person I've ever met who does those exercises with like the ping pong ball and the sledgehammer and like the reverse writing, which is pretty genius, you know.
Yeah, I couldn't do that. Stuff he does with the writing, that's crazy. Yeah.
I know, dude. I know. Yeah.
What's this writing thing? What?
Dude, he can write in like freaking. It's basically like calligraphy, and he like does it backwards.
Yeah, like
crazy as
like
shit.
if you held a piece of paper to a light and turned it around, and you're looking at the writing
Well,
backwards.
like mirror or.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Is
Supposedly
he ambidextrous? Does he do it left-handed?
Yeah, he does it.
He's ambidextrous.
He does it
He made
with
him
both hands.
ambidextrous. Yeah.
So he's ambidextrous. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I am, and I can
also
write
does
with
it-
my handwriting shit house. But yeah, I
Yeah,
can still
like-
write left and right-handed. Yeah. And it's mirrored, so left-handed is from the left to the right. Right-handed is from right to left standard. Left to right standard.
Yeah.
Yeah. He writes the words like backwards. It's crazy. I could never do it.
Yeah. It's a trip.
I can't even say the alphabet backwards.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, he's still like just, going around the United States. I think people just pay for him, but also his parents are really, really rich. So I'm sure he's never like hurting or struggling, you know what I mean? As far as that's concerned. So I gotta ask you guys, is Mark Sargent, is he Glober now too, or
No.
no?
I think so. No.
Is Dave Weiss?
No.
He's a bigger.
No, he's still pumping out his interviews like crazy.
Yeah.
It could be a bigger ball earther.
Oh god. So just Jaren is, and then like those guys from Mellowdome are too, the Globers now.
Yeah, I've heard that. I never watched Mellowdome.
No, he's not. No, not Witsit. No, the guys from Mellowdome.
No, the only ones I know of are Patricia Steer, Robbie Davison, and Jeranism, and then I heard like Mellowdome or whatever. But
yeah, so they're all like, they're like, yeah, when you're wrong, admit when you're wrong, and like, it's crazy how they.
Yeah, it just shows that they didn't really understand the technical arguments, and that they were pushing the AE map model, which is kind of stupid.
It was all about that. They were saying if the Earth isn't represented by this thing, which is basically a reflection of Dave Weiss's app, right? Then the Earth can't be flat. That's what they're saying.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I don't understand even why they do that. Like, for example, journalism. So why everything changed for journalism when he witnessed that 24-hour sun? Didn't he know that there is stars that rotate above the South Pole? So, and I heard him when he were debating people explaining the star rotation in South Pole. So it didn't change anything for him when he were arguing about those stars. But when he saw the sun, which is a star doing the same thing as the stars in the South Pole, rotating above a center point, it changed everything in his world. So he turned globe earther. Why? I don't understand that.
I think I don't think a lot of people, even a lot of you guys, I don't think you're looking at it in the right sense as far as like, what if they were in a freaking studio, or what if they knew that there's no 24-hour sun or whatever, so the whole thing's faked, right? And then he didn't suddenly become a Glober because he saw a 24-hour sun if he was in a studio. So it was all prearranged. That's the way I look at it. I mean, maybe I'm just jaded, but I don't think he witnessed an organic event that actually like organically truthfully changed him, honestly, into a glober. You know what I mean? I just don't buy it.
You can add my voice to the vote, because I'm not taking that expedition seriously. I'm not saying that it proves that there is a 24-hour sun in south. No. It didn't change anything for me. The doubts that I had before that final expedition to the south, the doubt that I had, I still have it today. So I wasn't sure that there is a 24-hour sun in the south before that. I still not sure.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking that it is legit expedition and those videos are legit. I'm saying like you, maybe it's a studio, maybe it's not, maybe it was in the north, not in the south.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I just, this is the thing is, it felt like the whole Nathan Thompson chicken suit thing, as far as like, it's like you guys are just it's just coming out like to the public that there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and oh my god, you have flat earthers there, so if anybody's doubting it, look, here's some flat earth. Do you know what I mean? It's like if that 24-hour sun is legit, there'd be hundreds of videos on YouTube, and you know what I mean. It would have been around a long. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, if that shit was really legit, and it really helped, in their minds boost their globe model, dude, they would have had that, they would have been teaching kids about that in school, and like they would have had so many videos. And if it was really easy to go there like that and just see that, think about how many more people would be going there and witnessing that, not just these picked people for these staged events. You know what I mean? It just seems like the Nathan Thompson chicken suit thing.
Yeah, I've said that before. Like, I've said that before, where like I've asked, like, where's all the tourists that go there and go, this is so weird. The sun is over here. Look, here's a selfie of me with the sun behind me, and I'm facing north, like, and it's in the south. Like, it's so, like, because you go there and go, this is so weird. I've got to document this. I've got to at least take a selfie or a photo or something like that. That captures that strange moment in time that you experience something so out of the ordinary to your natural daily experience. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're seeing the sun go from east to west, and then suddenly it's going in this circle over your head, and it's in this different direction than what you're used to having. You would want to somehow regale that account, that story, like, and give it to others to share.
Yeah,
you rarely hear about it, right? It was so strange in Antarctica. You know what I mean? You never hear that.
Yeah, and it's just now. You know what I mean?
They would have something like an agency like NASA doing expedition to the south regularly, placing people in the south regularly, doing videos, live stream. Like outer space shit.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You know what I mean? They'd make it way more accessible to civilians if it was really real. Way more accessible. You know what I mean? It just felt, I don't know, the timing and everything, it just felt like the chicken suit thing, Don't they call Alaska the final frontier? Is it Alaska? It's called the final frontier? Or is it called the last frontier? Anybody know?
I don't know. Is it? I don't know, but I know that they, like, this is weird because, like, okay, so there's a Scientific American article discussing how they're worried about the ice wall in Alaska, right? The shoreline is like, because it's to do with climate change and all that. If we don't stop, then Alaska's shoreline isn't going to be protected from the ocean, et cetera, right? Whatever, like all this bullshit, right? And then it's like, okay, and then you go into, so I go into Google and I ask about the Alaskan ice wall, right? They even use that word in the article in Scientific American, but you go to Google and type in Alaskan ice wall, and the AI instantly spirals and go, flat Earth isn't true, blah 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 blah. It's like, what? I'm asking about Alaska and the ice wall there. You know, like you don't even mention this fucking article that I read. Like, it's just like they've got Google triggered instantly now. Like,
yeah, for sure. Yeah,
as soon as you say the word ice wall, it's just all, and then all the results underneath the AI overview are like from few.s or whatever the fucking anti-flat Earth website is, and then all these other things to do with flat Earth, Wikipedia flat Earth model, and it's like, I'm not asking about that, you fucking idiot. You know, like I could legitimately be like a fucking like someone who's looking in, you know, like a so-called scientist, like wanting to do a study, you know, and do a research paper on, you know, I could be a student doing a research paper on climate change, and I want to, you know, like reference that material and read about it. But Google's having a freak out over flat Earth. It's like fucking stupid, man.
I was thinking about, okay, so when water freezes, it actually expands when it's frozen. No, it expands when it's frozen. Like if you have like a soda or like, you know, a bottle of water and you put it in the freezer, it's gonna break the cup.
Yeah,
you know? So how would the sea levels rise if ice melts? It would actually lower because it expands when it's ice, not when it melts. So how would the sea levels get higher? It's just so stupid, you know?
Yeah, Elf was talking about Elf or whatever his name is. He was talking about something to do with salt and ice. Do you remember what his whole thing was, DJ? Or anyone? Something to do with ice and salt. It just turns to slush. Like, yeah. And there's this whole process that goes on with like salt water versus fresh water and ice and all that. And yeah, I can't remember exactly what, but he was like pointing out some inconsistency or contradiction. Yeah.
I don't. What's his name?
The temperature and the pressures that's required in order to maintain a solid frozen block of salt ice water or something like that. And then he looked into what they actually, like these areas where there's supposedly these, you know, massive glaciers and that. Yeah, and he was finding something wrong with what the conditions, the requirements for the conditions in order for that to exist and stuff like that. Like, yeah, elf. I can't remember now. I think he changed his name too. Yeah, something wizard or something like that. Yeah, he's a dude that comes and goes from our chats. He gets a bit wild.
Does he have like a really strange accent?
Ideas sometimes. Hey?
Does he have a really strange accent?
Just Aussie.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about Nathan Oakley? Does he still come on here?
It won't be for a while, I think.
They're still on their FED channel or whatever it's called.
Yeah, I think so. I think they're still doing that thing. Yeah.
Where's DJ at? Did he take off?
I don't know, maybe, yeah.
I gave you guys one last song on there. It's called Billy Bob Thornton. But the chorus is funny because it's like, I say that, but a Hollywood basement is really where it was recorded. No, I go, I'm blasting off like astronauts into orbit. But a Hollywood basement was where it was recorded. But I always try to throw something about to make people think about that stuff, you know what I mean? And gotta put it out somewhere, you know?
Yeah, that's clever, man. Cool. Yeah, well, man, like with the whole Antarctica thing, like, you know what? Something I've only seen footage from the whole thing, right, to do with the whole TFE thing, from like short snippets. I've watched that one song that was made about McToon, Where's the Guns, Nathan? And I've seen
What's the name of it?
Where's the Guns, Nathan? I think, I don't know. Like it's just took that, and he's like, this guy's made a song out of it.
Yeah.
And I've seen here a bit of footage, like I've seen some of the clips and that from like people showing the inconsistencies, like the black lines in the sky and all that. Like I've seen that, but I've never gone looking on YouTube for their content, like from the people who went there. I've not watched any of it. Right, I saw McToon's head. I saw McToon's head go in front of behind the sun. Right, that's an interesting one. That looks funny. But yeah, like look, like if I went there, I wouldn't be surprised, because that would match what I view from being at 29 degrees south latitude. What I observe the sun do in summer, right? Which is arc southwest. Southeast to southwest, right? And like go in this arc towards the north and then arc back down towards the southwest, right? Like that's sort of what it appears to do, which if I went further south, that would become more prominent until I get so far south that it's just doing that in a circle around my head. I can, like, that would not contradict what I already observe and experience. Right, being at this south latitude, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's what actually happens. Right, I'd be more surprised if it didn't. You know what I mean? But it just all does end up boiling down to okay, then. Like I was earlier with that guy, I was like, okay, yeah, I'll concede. All right, I'll go to you with these places. We observed the sun and or the stars do such and such at these two different places. Yeah, okay. Now what? Like he couldn't then proceed to like give the logical inference where, from that he could conclude that it means something else about the nature of reality that he's not seeing. Right? He couldn't take that extra step. And he was drunk, but I doubt whether if he was sober he could do it either. Like not many people can. All they can end up doing is saying, "But it matches the model." Okay, show us the model. They can't even show us the fucking model.
I know. Man.
Well, it matches the math. Okay, show us the math. I don't know the math. Like, this is what
I
happens.
know.
Has Jaren shown what he's talking about, or is he just appealing to these fucking buzzwords as well?
I think he just got paid off. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like, but has he released any content to show that what he observed and experienced in Antarctica specifically matches this other thing? Because they say it's a prediction, it's an expectation based on this ideology. What ideology? Show me the fucking ideology. What ideology? I still haven't fucking seen it. Nobody can show it.
I know. It's just so weird, like how it's just a trip. You know what I mean? He's like one of the first flat earthers I seen on YouTube, you know? But you know,
right,
all good things come to an end, you know what I mean? I guess it was just it was time to pull their plug, you know what I mean? Pull their plug, basically. So all the new and upcoming young kids who look into flat Earth, this might be another way to deter them from it. You know what I mean? Deter them just so they're like, oh yeah, we looked into it. You know, we looked into it, and it's funny. Like the dumb flat earthers proved the Earth's rotation with Bob's gyroscope. With Bob's gyroscope, chicken suit, 24-hour sun, double blindfolded slit Fulcrum's pendulum Cavendish experiment. Basically, you know.
Combine them all.
Yeah, pretty much is a smorgasbord. But pretty much.
Yeah, say it 3 times in a row.
I know, right? I probably get it different every single time, you know. Fuck. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson said, you know, he just dropped the mic and that affirmed gravity. Gravity. It's been good chatting with you guys. I gotta get to sleep now. I gotta go to work tomorrow afternoon.
Cheers, man.
I work at a homeless shelter.
Oh,
No,
well,
catch it,
thank
mate.
you for your service, man.
Yeah. It's cool. Pays all right, pretty good money, you know what I mean? And I always try to flat smack if the people are coherent enough. A lot of the times they're not very coherent, you know. But yeah. I'll catch up with you guys soon though. Thanks for your service. Peace out.
No worries. Peace, man. Oh, they've got mute reality over unmuted over in politics. I might go check it out. I could be back soon though. We'll go check it out.
I could be back soon.
Yeah.